Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
Hey Daddy,
you fight with nobody.
this a dollar beat, this a dollar beat.
BoxingWords.com.
You won the bet with nobody.
Hey Daddy,
BoxingWords.com.
this a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
BoxingWords.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look at this guy. That's the plan to go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please.
Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show. It's a great day to talk boxing. Ness on the mic, super chat to call in. It's the Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe. Join the Patreon today. It's the Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe. Join the page.
The Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show, it's a great place to talk boxing. Ness on the mic, super chat calling. The Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show, it's a great place to talk boxing. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe. You already know where to go and get that uncut raw. Your knowledge and opinion, get it off of the 3 minutes. It don't matter where you from, we all the same, my dog. If you hear less than no business, can you defend your position? The Boxing Voice, the people's choice. Yo, put my anthem on. That A-style, lethal, stainless on the microphone. Coming through in stereo, making sure you hear me. Get my point across, articulate my mind so clearly. Get on record, another addition to the history. Call her under you, my destiny. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Call her under you, my destiny. Can you hear me? We in it, yeah, we here. The Boxing Voice, we here. TBV. We here. TBV. The Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show, it's a great place to talk boxing. Ness on the mic, super chat calling. The Boxing Voice Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show, it's a great place to talk boxing. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe.
It's the Haney voice, Wilder voice. No, my dude, it's the Boxing Voice. Voice of the people, I done made my choice.
7 days a week for the X Discord, iTunes, YouTube, Blog Talk Radio. Name any other podcast you know. They got an AM and they got a PM show. Betting odds and weekend shows. You can call and let it go. Soy campeón de la gente. Patreon pendejo. Amateur Olympic pro. Treadmill row work elliptical. Only one place we can go. Dante's boxing ego. No, it's only one destination for interviews, conversation, and boxing news, entertainment. The boxing voice, why you waiting? It's only one destination for interviews, conversation, and boxing news, entertainment. The boxing voice, why you waiting? Boys Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show. It's a great place to talk boxing. Let's on the mic, super chat, call in. The Boxing Boys Radio, #1 podcast. Enjoy the show. It's a great place to talk boxing. Like, subscribe, like, subscribe, like, subscribe.
What up, what up, what up? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs. We will be joined alongside Paulie Malignaggi around the half-hour mark, where we're going to be asking him, does he believe that Crawford's best will be enough against Canelo? Will Bud's best be enough against Canelo? We're also going to be talking about the fact that Terrence Crawford seemingly has come out and confirmed this fight with his latest social media posts, which we'll share with you and discuss. But he does give the impression that he has this fight in the bag, and it is already official. According to him, I had it in my back pocket the whole time. Now, is he talking about having the fight in his back pocket the whole time, or is he talking about having the skill to defeat Canelo Alvarez in his back pocket the whole time? But ultimately, okay, give me a sec. That's for whatever reason Discord wilding. So yeah, ultimately Crawford has come out and kind of confirmed this fight. If we go back to the screen share, he says, "I'm gonna shock the world. Watch. The best is yet to come. I had it in my back pocket the whole time, this whole time." Now, when he says the best is yet to come, does he mean the best of Crawford is yet to come and he has his best in his back pocket? Or does he mean he had this fight in his back pocket? But again, saying I'm going to shock the world, watch, he could only be talking about what we have been discussing here on this show the past 24 hours. And that's that, you know, Turki Al-Sheikh was able to get both men to agree to fight each other, and will potentially get this big fight. Now, again, the question remains, is Bud's best going to be enough to defeat Canelo Alvarez? Because according to him, it will be. We're going to ask Paulie, former two-time champion in that welterweight division, and usually a great person to get breakdowns from. So we'll be speaking to Paulie at around the 9:30 mark, and I'm going to go ahead and send that link to him now so that I don't forget, and you know, we run over as I usually do. But if you're watching this on YouTube, don't be greedy with that free thumbs up. And if you want to ask our guests a question, you can head on over to our Patreon page. And if you're a member, you're entitled to drop a question there, one per member. If you're a Patreon, same thing. All right, so I was just sending him a message. Sorry for the dead air. Now, there's an article on Boxing News 24. Obviously, they've never liked Crawford, right? So, you know, I went with a softer title, you know, but it's based off their article, as you can see. again, I repeat, they've never liked Crawford, right? So let's back out a bit. And it says, why Crawford's best won't be enough against Canelo. And I wanted to pose the question rather than say that it won't, because, Crawford is probably one of the most athletic fighters that Canelo has faced since maybe a Floyd Mayweather or Dimitri Bivol, right? And many people, this article themselves, this author, Chris Williams, again, he's obviously not a Bud fan. I've read many of his articles. Never met him, but read many of his articles. He always gets confused for another Chris Williams out of North Carolina, who he is not. That being said, look at the first word in the article. He says Terrence Crawford posted the obligatory "I'm going to shock the world," meaning he was obligated to post that. And I get what he's saying, right? When you're the underdog, you have to convince not only yourself but the world that you can do what they don't believe you can do. All underdogs were not created equally, and Terrence Crawford is not Lamont Roach. And he does have a shot. How big of a shot? We don't know. But as you can see, once again, the author is a hater. He says Canelo Alvarez at a still to be announced date in September. And it's just like, come on, man. We all know what's happening in September on the, Mexican Independence Day. But he says, shock the world, doubtful. Right off the bat, the author does not believe that Crawford can shock the world. He says Crawford is in his Edgar Berlanga moment, getting a massive payday he doesn't rate against Canelo at 168. And talking gibberish to fans believe he's got a chance in this fight. Talking gibberish to fans to make fans believe he's got a chance in this fight. And that's kind of what I was saying yesterday. That's why I did enjoy the article, just changing the title up a bit. I mean, once upon a time when I wanted Crawford to dare to be great and do these 160-pound and above fights, I was met with a lot of criticism, and I was, called a hater. Here we are. Crawford is willing to move up, and all his fans have changed their tune. And it's kind of like what he's saying, he's saying what he's got to say to make the fans believe he's got a chance. He goes on to say, we all know Terrence is going to box and move because he's too small and old to slug. Now, again, this is what I mean. The guy obviously doesn't like Crawford, because anyone that is expecting Terrence Bud Crawford to stand there and fight with Canelo, man, what do I say, right? You obviously either don't know the sport or want to see the smaller man lose, right? Because he just has no reason to stand there and fight with a guy like a Bud Crawford. I mean, excuse me, a Canelo Alvarez. That's just lowering the probability of him winning. But he goes on to say Crawford is obviously thinking about the cash he's going to get for this fight. So he's in a gleeful, babbling state of mind. He just won the lottery. So again, author, not a Bud fan, doesn't believe he stands a chance, and believes he's only here to collect a check. Calls the next paragraph or portion of it, he says, exposed and overrated. The soon-to-be 38-year-old Crawford says he's been hiding his best in his quote-unquote back pockets this whole time. That's a bit hard to believe after watching him eat right hands from Israel Masvidal last August and come close to losing to him in his debut at 154 pounds. Terrence just looked old, small, and weak in that fight. And this is a quote from Fight Hub and Canelo Alvarez, where he says, and I quote, "I don't think it's a fight that Canelo really wants." Excuse me, Eddie Hearn is saying this. If I'm honest, because I think he feels he won't get a lot of credit beating a light middleweight, and Crawford is going to move a lot in that fight, which is not ideal for Canelo, said Eddie Hearn to Fight Hub TV. What's his options? If Bivol wins, he can fight for undisputed. That's going to be a very tough fight. Benavidez is up at 175. Obviously, His Excellency wants to make that fight, so I guess we could see it next, said Hearn about Canelo versus Crawford. And he's saying next, but everything has been pointing to, obviously, September. And it looks like the article ends in, "I'ma shock the world. Watch, the best is yet to come. I had it in my back pocket this whole time." So this is what we're talking about. Whether or not you believe that Terrence Crawford's best will be enough. Now, keep in mind, the author does not believe it will be enough. We've posed the question rather than saying it isn't, to see how many people believe he can actually do it, and how many people believe it will be competitive. Many guys believe that size matters, right? Weight classes are there for a reason. And Crawford essentially is going to be moving up 2 weight classes to face one of the best fighters of the last 10 to 15 years, regardless of what you may think. We are going to have Paulie Malignaggi in about another 10 minutes. If you want to drop your question, it is first come, first serve. We've opened it up to all members on both platforms, both Patreon and YouTube. So you got to get in where you fit in, or there might be just too many to ask Paulie, and we can't get to all. But we do got 10 minutes, so we're going to take some calls and wait for Paulie Malignaggi to give his breakdown and let us know, does he believe that Crawford's best will be enough against Canelo? But we are talking Crawford coming out on social media and confirming that this fight will be taking place by saying, and I quote, "I'm going to shock the world. Watch. The best is yet to come. I had it in my back pocket this whole time." And I'm just wondering, did he have the fight news in his back pocket, or is he talking specifically having the ability and skill to win the fight in his back pocket this whole time? Phone lines are open. Discord is available. And X Spaces, to all my X Spaces listeners, go ahead and give me a retweet. That's absolutely free. Plus, some of you may not be interested in voicing your opinion, but the retweet, repost can get this out to more people. And maybe some of those are willing to jump on and give their opinion and voice it. We got Notch. Welcome to the prospect level here on YouTube. And J-Mac, first caller of the day. What up?
Yo, good morning, Ness.
Buenos dias.
Yeah, man, you waking me up early in the morning, about 2 in the morning, man. Damn. Nah, man, I'm messing with you. Nah, hey, look, man. Ness, shout out to you. You're right. You spoke this fight into existence. Some of us didn't believe, but also we still had to learn the weight that Crawford rehydrated to. We didn't know that as well. I didn't know how big Crawford got in between fights, and you were just learning, man. So when Crawford gave his verdict and said, "Shit, I want to make the fight and I want to prove how great he was." I mean, I'm a believer. I think Crawford. A lot of dudes don't is measuring Crawford into stuff like weight class for a reason and stuff, but they don't also don't measure how great of a competitor he is as well too. He's gonna be talked about and how legendary after he accomplished another great feat. And look, Christopher Williams, I actually went to school with a dude named Christopher Williams. I hope that ain't him. But that guy has never had anything positive to say to about Crawford. So I don't I won't recommend his article to nobody, especially when it comes down to betting, because he's gonna lead you astray. Um, Forrest, can Crawford? What you said? The question is, Crawford has to bring his best.
No,
Like, what's the question?
is his best enough to beat Canelo?
It's Man, I'm tired of doing the breakdowns. Like I'm tired of dudes tucking their chains when it come down to putting up bets when it come down for the knockout. Cause 1 minute he go get knocked out, and then speaking on Crawford, and the next minute they want to bet straight up. Right now, I just want to keep capitalizing on making the best for the guys who get a knockout. Then I get around to the guys who want to bet straight up. For his boxing patron, I have a $500 bet for him that he posed on a show, and I don't know if he called me an ass or anything, but man, let's just talk, keep it boxing. And I might have misheard him speak or anything. I don't definitely want to be called out my name for a bet. I already got enough wars and enough people I have to see in this community already, and sign a few autographs. Shout out to them. But I only have one. Just I want to get on the back call so we can exchange some information and get some terms. I don't have no problem with betting him. My $500 bet is good. It stands. But I definitely want to get him on the back call and just get to talk to him a little more. Not an argument or anything. Just kind of get to know him a little more, get a little more familiar with him before I make a bet with him like that. That's all I got, man. I'm tired of breaking this fight down. Y'all know I got Bud winning 12 rounds. Bud's gonna show y'all what a true water walker and what a water walker supposed to look like and how to represent that brand. Shout out to him. Shout out to me. That's my call.
All right. Salute, J Mac. We got El Tanque, Tijuana.
Good morning, bro. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
What's up, bro? That's a good question, Ness. Is Bud Crawford's best enough to beat Canelo? Well, what is his best? Because his last fight wasn't his best. I don't know what his best is at 54. I don't know what his best is at 60 or 68. Like I said, there's so many question marks all the time. I like what you said, Terrence Crawford isn't Lamont Roach. But Lamont Roach isn't going up 14 pounds either. There's a lot of questions. There is no doubt this dude is a great fucking fighter. You can't be undisputed 2 times without being a great fighter, bro. But still, man, the weight thing to me is it's a big factor, bro. When you carry more weight, are you gonna be as fast, as agile? Is your stamina gonna be like that? Boy, I've not seen you like that at 60, bro. So like the question mark is gigantic, bro. Like, what is his best? We already know what Canelo's best is at, right? Even at 78, 70, at the light heavyweight division, we know what he looks like there. We know his ass gets a lot quicker tired up there, bro. Shit, them extra pounds, bro. They are. It's something to worry about. You're asking this dude to move around, outbox Canelo. That's a lot of movement. Damn, are you gonna do it with 14 pounds extra on top of the fucking rehydration you're gonna get? How much you gonna rehydrate, bro? You gonna do the Charlo thing, or he's gonna come in heavier? We wondered. These are all the things we wondered with Charlo. We thought he was more athletic than Canelo. It didn't look like it up there. We thought he was gonna put on the weight good too, because he's a bigger dude. It did not look like it either, bro. He looked pudgy. Like, muscle mass and mass is different. You don't build muscle mass within a year, bro. Like, putting on muscle weight is not that easy. A lot of these guys move up their weight too damn quick, and it's just a lot of fat, bro. Y se miran bofos in the ring. Like a lot of motherfuckers do that move up one division. This dude is moving up 2. If he does pull it off, I mean, there's no doubt this dude is the greatest fucking fighter I've ever seen. I highly doubt it. If he loses, am I gonna knock him down for that? Hell no. Try to beat the other dude that's been up there, and like Stonebone said, is pound for pound number 1, 2, or 3, however you want to fucking put these guys. The best fighting the best. But damn, there's so many question marks, bro. So many question marks. They even try to answer this question. Is Bud's best enough to beat Canelo? I still don't know what his best is, bro.
I was gonna say, I know you say you don't know what his best is, but what can you point to as his best performance?
It would have to be Errol Spence, right?
Yeah, but then there's questions there. So is there
That's the thing, bro.
a better performance without like secondary questions like, oh, Earl had car accidents, et cetera, et cetera?
It's just so tough, bro. There's shit. That's why this fight is, the more I think about it, the more intrigued I am with this bout. Just because one dude is actually, he said he has it in his pocket. So let's see, bro. You are one of the greatest of all time. I can't fucking just say you're gonna lose like that. I'm giving him a chance, just like I gave Canelo a chance to beat any of the dudes he moved up. I'm excited, bro.
All right,
Jay Will, I know you're after me, bro. Let's bet the accounts.
Oh shit.
Let me know.
Whatever, you let G-Von back, man. So you would have to let Jay Will back, or it'd be unfair. What up, Jay Will? Yo, so this author has another article on Crawford called Crawford Golden Ticket, a free pass to Canelo. And his subcategory is 2 divisions too far. All right, I'm screen sharing this now. And he puts 2 divisions too far. Crawford was not impressive, needing to rally late to win a 12-round unanimous decision against Madrimov. He easily could have lost that fight if Madrimov had the sense to know that he needed to go on the attack rather than continuing to pot shot. The performance by the 40-ish looking Crawford showed that he'd hit his ceiling for what he's capable of doing. Yo, what did Crawford do to this guy? Because I had it 8-4, and I didn't have Crawford looking 40-ish. Yo, what up, Jay Will? Are you there or are you busy at work? I think he's busy at work. We going to Big If. What up?
Yo, yeah.
I hear you.
Hey, salute, morning, man. Morning. Yo, hey, yo. I want to ask, yo, like, yo, what did I don't know what you say. That's an art a website or a magazine or whatever that's
It's a
doing the write up.
website. It's a website. They're very active. I like to use them. They're very bold on their titles. As you can see, this one, both of those Crawford titles are very appealing, right? Like this last one
Yeah,
is Crawford's Golden Ticket, a free pass to Canelo. That'll get me to click. The issue is he's a bit of a Crawford hater, but I'm sure he has a fan base that believes he's a Crawford realist, right? There's some people that just believe Crawford can't jump up 2 divisions, let alone 3, to beat, the pound for pound king that is Canelo.
yeah, man. Like, cause I'm wondering, like, yo, the like, what did he do to them? Like, it's very specific. Like, they're not even masking it. But anyways, you know how they sounding right now. You know how the website is sounding. They sounding like a guy called Ness Gibbs on Lamont Roach right now, man.
Oh,
Yo, the
wow.
shot you took this.
That's where you going with this? I ain't take no shots at
Yo,
him, bro. He could have chose to answer his Instagram question differently. He took shots. You feel me? I'm within my right to like that fight or not like that fight. Like these dudes are out of control, man. I don't watch other sports, but I'm sure everybody don't like the entire Eagles schedule. You feel me? So like, I don't like this part of the schedule.
nah, that's fine. I don't like the fight neither. I ain't gonna lie, I don't like it. But I don't know. I'm a Bud fan. I was a fan before the Arrow fight, a fan before even the all most of the fights. So I picked Bud for all the fights so far. I called in, picked him against Porter, Bud, everybody. But this fight is kind of like it's iffy, man. I don't know. I don't know if how he's gonna deal with the size and the pressure and the power. But if he says he has it, let's see it. But I don't know how that's gonna happen. I'm gonna just be a fan watching that day, man, just to see what his game plan is. But I just don't see it. I think there's weight and there's size and reach and all that stuff for a reason. But anyway, salute to you, salute to Lamont Roach, and I'm out, man. Peace.
Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to Lamont. Hopefully he does upset you know, Tank and shocks the world, like Crawford is saying. Cause that would be the real shock, right? We got callers calling in trying to bet $500, they $1,000, you know, on Crawford. I ain't see the Lamont Roach fan to call in to say that, you know, they ready to bet $1,000 or $100 on Lamont. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's like they just need to be open minded, man. Like not everybody's gonna feel your fight. I got Danny Boy DCS $2. Paulie, quote unquote, pillow hands is Canelo's biggest hater. So that means he's gonna be picking maybe Bud. Maybe we get a good Bud breakdown on why he believes Bud is you know, can be beat or beat Canelo. Let me just send them a secondary message. Say ready when you are champ. Well, I put chap. I meant champ. Champ. Ah, there he goes. Where is it? Paulie, what's going on?
What's up, man? What's happening?
All good. So how late is it over there in Italy?
What?
How late is it over there in Italy right now, or is it early?
No, it's early. It's the afternoon. It's 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, okay, good. So obviously, man, I wanted to get you on. I'm sure you've heard the big news. Crawford came out and confirmed on Twitter how he's gonna shock the world, and he's always had the skills in his back pocket. Do you think Crawford's his best, will be enough to actually beat Canelo Alvarez?
Do I think it's best? I mean, I think he's way more skilled than Canelo. I'm not sure that he's got enough to overcome the size difference. Weight class exists for a reason. I think that I think he's a overall he's a better fighter. I'll say that. He's a better fighter than Canelo. He's got he's a way more versatile fighter. I think there's a lot of levels to Crawford's ability, but he already looked to be the undersized guy against Mandrimov, and I felt like he was tested to the limit against Mandrimov, and that's still 2 weight classes below Canelo.
Yeah, a lot of people point to that Madrimov fight as kind of the indicator that he's maybe too small. But in that fight, remember, he did weigh up to I believe 169-ish. So, size didn't seem to be an issue. And a lot of his fans point to the fact that he's been sparring Steven Nelson, who's going to be facing Diego Pacheco in a few weeks, for years, even when he was at 40 and 47, so that he's allegedly able to handle the weight. Now I know Steven Nelson isn't Canelo, but as a former fighter, I'm sure you've sparred up. How much of a difference is it, being able to spar with guys that heavy and actually fight a guy that heavy?
Yeah, I think it's a big difference. Physically, I think you're undersized even in the clinches, and it gets a little bit difficult when you can usually use a clinch to rest and relax a little bit, or get a cheap rest out of it. In a fight against a bigger guy, you find yourself having to always be alert on the inside and having to sort of use energy on the inside so that you're not tossed around on the inside by the bigger guy. So you lose an opportunity to get those little cheap rests against a naturally bigger guy. I don't care what he weighed against Madrimov. He fought like a smaller guy. He was on the outside. He boxed very well, but he boxed like a smaller guy. You know what I mean? Like Madrimov sort of held his ground more, sort of controlled the middle of the ring. And I thought Crawford boxed very well on the outside, circling the ring. Didn't overmove, boxed very intelligently. I thought both fought a very, very good fight. I thought it was a very tactical fight, but you could see that Crawford was less willing to impose himself physically in the Madrimov fight than he had been in prior fights, even in the Spence fight, for example. So you're already seeing a level where there's the size and the weight is starting to have an effect on his thinking ability. Now, he's so versatile that he still was able to get the Madrimov win, although he was tested a lot. I'm going to give you a hot take here. I think Madrimov's a better fighter than Canelo, especially at the Canelo at this point. But he's still 2 weight classes up for Canelo. I don't think Canelo's as versatile even as Madrimov, but there's still 2 weight classes up. He's big, he's strong. So there's still things to worry about with Canelo. But I think Madrimov will have made Crawford think more than Canelo will when it's all said and done. The only thing hanging in the balance here is Canelo too big and strong, where Crawford's better skills, better boxing, better IQ get eventually undone by a guy who's just too big and is just walking him down. Because one thing Canelo does do well, he holds his ground very well and cuts the ring off very well. Even when you hit him and you're popping him, he doesn't give up ground very much. So therefore, he's keeping that mental stress on you as he's cutting off the ring, and which allows him to also get to your body. Which is, there's things that I think there's things to keep in mind, man. Listen, I'd have rather seen Canelo fight the top super middleweights personally, but I think when I also think that the other option could have been Canelo against like a Jake Paul, I'm thankful that we got Canelo against Crawford instead. So there's pros and cons to it.
So a lot of his fans, Crawford's fans, seem to believe that his wrestling background, which it's not like something you can Google, right? He said it in an interview that he's wrestled, but there isn't like something you can Google and find how many matches or wins and losses he's had. But we do have an example of him showing his strength in that Earl fight when he pushed Earl off of him. Does that give you any belief that he can, I guess, clinch with the bigger man because of this quote-unquote wrestling background, and he demonstrated that he was the stronger man in that Earl fight when they clinched and he shoved Earl across the ring?
I think up until the 147-pound division, I think Crawford showed a good amount of physical strength that could even be called surprising considering he was a former lightweight. I thought the way he physically handled Spence, the way he physically handled Jeff Horn, who was a very physical fighter, the way he physically handled Sean Porter, I think that says a lot for the fact that his physical strength does hold up well. But again, once you got to the Madrimov fight, you already started seeing some chinks in the armor a little bit as far as the physicality, the ability to be physical for Crawford, the ability to, have that physical strength advantage, even against guys that might be bigger. You started to now see a guy like Madrimov who sort of was imposing himself a little bit more physically, and Crawford had to use other elements of his game to get that win in a very competitive fight. Again, I will reiterate, I think Madrimov is more versatile than Canelo, but I think Canelo has enough versatility and enough stick-to-itiveness to his style, which is cutting off the ring and holding his ground and not breaking position when there's punches coming at him, to keep a physical pressure on you and therefore a mental pressure on you because he hits so hard. And when a guy's physically in front of you all the time, it can cause that mental pressure to sort of give you trouble. Add that to his body attack because if he's in position all the time, he can't get to your body. So there's things to worry about with Canelo. But I don't think if Crawford's going to win, there's not going to be anything physical that he's going to do well. I think if anything, he can hope to nullify some parts of Canelo physically. Hope to. I don't know if he can. But I don't think Crawford, and whatever alleged wrestling background he has or anything like that, is going to allow Crawford to, have any advantage in the clinches or any advantage physically from a physical strength perspective. If Crawford is to win this fight, it's going to have to be with his IQ, he's going to have to, know how to take it as well, because there's going to be moments where, especially to the body, he's not easy to hit to the head, but I think to the body, Canelo is going to be able to get to those shots. But then again, you also have to consider Crawford's sneaky body attack as well. So, again, it's an interesting fight. Again, I'd rather seen Canelo fight the top super middleweights. I think he's ducked them shamelessly. But when you consider that, Canelo is at a point where boxing is at a point where it lets its stars do absolutely anything they want with no criticism and no consequences. We could have also got Canelo against Jake, which would have been absolutely ludicrous. So, the fact that we got Canelo against Crawford is, sort of, you got to look at it from a glass half full perspective. It's something that's going to interest a lot of people.
Can you try, with your boxing knowledge, and I guess give an argument to those people that believe Crawford is the most skilled fighter since Floyd that Canelo has faced? Do you believe that? Does Crawford have the skill, timing, athleticism, and defense of a Floyd, or is he just the next best as skilled fighter that Canelo has faced? Because we have to consider Dimitri Bivol as well.
Yeah, Dimitri, I don't know that Dimitri is as skilled as Floyd. There's less versatility to Dimitri, but what Dimitri does, he does very, very, very well. And also Dimitri's a bigger fighter than Canelo, right? So from that end, I still think Floyd was the most skilled because there's a lot of things, there's a lot more versatility to Floyd than there was to Dimitri Bivol. And that's saying a lot because, again, Dimitri Bivol does what he does, but he does it so, so well that it's hard to undo, I actually thought Bivol beat better BF too, and it didn't got robbed, in my opinion. But having said that, I think Crawford has that level of versatility that Floyd had, in that there's a lot of things he can do. There's a lot more layers to him, sort of like an onion. That's why Floyd's style to me was so great. There's a lot of layers to it. I think Crawford also has a lot of layers to it, and actually Crawford, in that regard, has different kinds of layers because he fights out of both stances as well, And so I think, there's a lot of skills there. You could say Caleb Plant was very, very skilled, though. I mean, Caleb Plant is super skilled, and so that was a good win for Canelo. But that is an example that shows you that if it's just skills we're talking about here, Canelo may be able to undo it. You know what I mean? Again, Canelo does do things well, like such as cut off the ring, hold his position very well so that he can mentally stress you, so that the power he has stays on your mind more because he's always in position to get at you, even if he's not getting at you. Things, despite the fact that you may be throwing at him, he stays in that position. So I think, if anything, the comparison is the Caleb Plant fight, because Caleb is a skill guy, not as much of an in and out fighter as Bivol was. Bivol was a lot of in and out. He's basically exclusively in and out. He just does it very, very well. Caleb is more of a North American, sort of hit upper body movement, slick catch and shoot, a counter from where you're at, from that middle range, control that middle range type of thing. And it's not as easy to get away from that mental pressure when you do that, especially when you don't have the power to get Canelo's respect. I don't know that Crawford is going to have that kind of power either to get respect, but I do think the wild card here is also Crawford's body punching. People are going to be considering Canelo's body punching, but I think you have to consider Crawford's sneaky body punching as well. That could play a slight factor in this. But I would say the comparison here, because Floyd was at the time was a smaller Canelo. I don't know that the comparison is Floyd at this point, because Floyd and Canelo were closer in natural weight at that time. I think the comparison is probably Caleb Plant more than anything else because, he has that North American slick boxing style. And that's more so what you look at. And Plant did do some things well against Canelo. He just eventually, that mental pressure, that mental stress eventually undid him. But, it's something to keep in mind about with Crawford. Crawford may be even a little more skilled than Plant because, again, he has the ability to fight out of both stances and maybe a slightly better body puncher than Plant is. So I think there's certainly conversation talking points here for it.
You haven't gone to the Ukraine and become a two-time champion, defeating Sinchenko, a European fighter. How difficult is that style? Because if you go through Crawford's resume, he's getting criticized for the Madrimov fight, but can a fighter just have a style that gives him difficulties? He's still getting by, but it seems that Eastern European style gives him difficulties. Velasquez dropped him. If you remember, the Victor Postal fight was the first unification. That didn't go the way we expected. It was more of a thinking fight for Crawford. He boxed more, stood on the outside. There was no knockout. And obviously now Madrimov. Could it just be that Eastern European style is, more difficult for him?
Well, I think the Eastern European style is a high IQ style. It's a high IQ boxing style for the most part. For the most part, a lot of those Eastern Euros fight with that, cerebral, technical boxing style. And Crawford is a high IQ fighter, but he's a Western high IQ fighter. So I think that the clash of styles, creates a lot of thinking back and forth, right? And so, yeah, it could be that it gives them trouble, but I think that style also gives most guys trouble. I think the Eastern Europeans are, some of the best boxers in the world. Since they've been turning pro, they've been, taken a dominant effect on pro boxing in the last 30 years. So I don't think that's something bad to say that Crawford is challenged a little bit by the Eastern European style. I think it's more so a credit to him to have had to maybe think a little bit more in those fights and yet still be able to come out on top. I thought the Madrimov fight, which was I thought it was razor close. I was very impressed with the fact that he had such a skilled guy in front of him, and also a bigger guy in front of him, and had to think all 3 minutes of every round consistently, and was able to do that. I think that mental stress will have been sort of a training ground for what he may deal with Canelo. Because with Canelo, it may not be as high of an IQ style as Madrimov, but there's a more physicality to it because he's bigger, And again, Canelo himself may be a better body puncher than Madrimov, or probably is a better body puncher than Madrimov. So I think that there's probably some mental preparation there from the Madrimov fight and going into the Canelo fight. But again, there's also things you saw in the Madrimov fight that you start to wonder, is he going to be able to deal with certain things? You can say the Eastern European style tested him, but I don't know if it's that, because Eastern European styles, they test anybody. I mean, if we're all intents and purposes, Canelo probably lost the first 2 fights against Golovkin, So who doesn't really get tested against Eastern European fighters? It's a solid style.
Well, I wasn't saying it as a knock, more to say those Eastern Europeans gave him slight trouble. Canelo is not that. He's the exact opposite of a, Victor Postal and Madrimov. I mean, he's not going to do all the feints of Madrimov. He certainly feints, but not as much as Madrimov was feinting. So I just, was trying to say that he'll have, obviously it'll be difficulties with Canelo, but it won't be the same issues that he's got.
Canelo, well, the thing with Canelo is he's typically goes in with a game plan if you watch him. And when it goes good, he looks like he's got versatility because it's going good. And so, he does different things. It's going good. But if you notice, when it's not going good for Canelo, do you ever actually see adjustments in the fight on the same night? I'll give him credit for making the adjustment in the second Golovkin fight. I didn't think he won the second Golovkin fight, but the fact that he made an adjustment for game plan-wise in the second Golovkin fight was impressive. But I also thought Golovkin adjusted to his adjustment as well in the second fight and started boxing well on the back foot. So I thought it was a high cerebral fight from both guys. But on the night, I rarely see Canelo, when it's not going good, be able to suddenly make a change and adjustment in his style on the same night, mid-fight, and sort of say, oh, okay, let's bring this back my way and let's take a dominant effect on the fight. I thought Caleb had early success, but I thought it was Canelo's consistency with the pressure from the go that eventually undid him. I thought he had trouble with Lara, never really made an adjustment all night. Was close in the end. Bivol, I thought he packed it in about halfway through and just decided I'd rather go the distance and try to win this fight and get knocked out. Floyd, pretty much the same thing. He didn't really, even attempt to make an adjustment and was content to go the distance once he was outclassed. So I don't know. Can Crawford get him to that point? I'm not quite sure, because again, he's smaller. So you could see Golovkin. You can see Golovkin, Canelo using that sort of Golovkin-X type of pressure, the pressure that he put on Golovkin in the second fight, the pressure that he put on Plant, that even if it's not going great in the early rounds, he knows that extra pressure, cutting off the ring and doing all that kind of stuff, may sort of bring a little bit of exhaustion to the boxing style of Crawford. I could see that very much. I could very easily see that being Canelo's go-to. Yeah, even if and Crawford could have some early success, but Canelo looking to, stay with that pressure, stay with that intelligent cutting off the ring pressure, and maybe try to break him late the way he was able to break Caleb late. But Crawford has the Madrimov fight in his back pocket, saying, "Hey man, I dealt with this all night kind of pressure with the guy standing right in front of me. And don't get me wrong, there was moments where Crawford backed up Madrimov too, but for the most part, Madrimov position-wise stayed in Crawford's face, and it was a real cerebral back and forth fight where there wasn't a lot between them, and Crawford was able to not get exhausted mentally and physically. He was able to stay with what he was doing and stay with the game plan and execute. So he got that in his back pocket. I say, I can do this, but it's going to take a 3 minutes of every round type of performance. Who's hungry? I do think Crawford's hungrier than Canelo right now. I do think that. I think if it comes down to it, where both guys have to sort of dig down, I think Crawford's more willing to than Canelo. I don't see Canelo especially at this point in his career, really caring much if it's not going his way to try to go for the gusto. I don't even think he was doing that much in his prime if it wasn't going his way, let alone now. While I think Crawford still has a super competitive spirit to him, to where even at his age, if it was hanging in the balance, he'd still go for it. I think the Madrimov fight really, for me, it was more impressive to me than I think it may be to most people, because it was so much of a stressful fight for him. I could see the stress in that kind of fight, because I know that kind of fight what it is. And I don't think to the naked eye it appeared to be as stressful as it may have been to somebody who understands a little bit more, because it was such a tactical fight. But I was very impressed with the way he handled that, in a very close fight.
I wanted to move on to the people's questions, but since you mentioned that fight so much, I need to find out your scorecard, because you said razor thin. So is that 7-5? I had it 8-4. And like you, I also had Bivol beating Beterbiev and thought he was robbed.
Yeah, I thought Beterbiev lost the fight to Bivol. But I had Crawford 7-5. It can get to 6-6. I couldn't give Madrimov 7 rounds. So I think there's an argument for a 6-6. I couldn't give that. I couldn't find a 7th round to really be like, okay, do you even have an argument for Madrimov to win the fight? I know some of my European friends over here in Europe, where I'm actually at right now, said like, oh no, they robbed Madrimov over there. I said, I don't know. I thought Madrimov fought a very good fight. I thought it was a brilliant fight fought by both guys. It was really beautiful to watch from a cerebral point of view, from a tactical point of view. But at the same time, I couldn't give Madrimov more than 6 rounds at most, and I personally had it 7-5 for Terrence.
Can you see 8-4, or do you think that I'm being too generous? Crawford.
I think it'll be a little generous. Yeah, I thought it was a 7-5, 6-6 fight. I thought Madrimov, put in his own work, did well too, and also not just physical, but mentally stressing as well, and putting, Crawford in certain positions, and Crawford had to sort of respond back. I thought both guys fought a great fight from a position standpoint, and so therefore they stressed each other in that way. But yeah, I don't think, I think 8-4 is a little wide. Yeah, I think so.
I got my co-host Tone. I don't know if you got anything. If not, we got a few questions from the people before Paulie leaves. You got anything?
Oh,
for
yeah.
Paulie?
Yeah. First and foremost, Paulie, you're one of the greatest voices in boxing history, and it's an absolute travesty that you're not calling the super mega fights.
Oh man, I was gonna go there. I was waiting to get past the crowd. Oh, do you feel blacklisted because you're with ProBox and Gary Jonas has said some? He said
no
about Turkey Al-Sheikh, and I feel like you haven't gotten an invite to nothing yet, and you deserve it.
Honestly, I don't feel like I'm blacklisted. I just feel like, there's only certain positions in this business, so only so many spots in this business, certain positions, and people have them, and there's qualified people that have them. I also love the fact that I work with ProBox TV. I think, I think it's an underratedly good channel. I think besides the boxing shows we do, the talk shows we do, I think we put on some very, very good fights. And I think it would be a shame if more people didn't start to subscribe to the channel, and then eventually, this channel maybe would disappear because, boxing fans just didn't take to it when they should have. I think we play a very good role in the boxing business with a channel like this, with these sort of middle tier fights that have sort of disappeared off of TV, like the Tuesday Night Fight series, the Friday Night Fight series, the Showbox series. I think it's a very important tier to keep on television. And I think if we're not there, nobody else is doing that, you know? So at least not like us, not as consistently as us, and not with the emphasis that we put on it. So I don't know. I don't feel like I'm blacklisted. I just feel like I have a good position with ProBox TV. I think that, everything that happened with Showtime, it was a blessing to have been at Showtime for 8 years, because it allowed me to sort of have been able to apply my trade and not only show people that my skills with it, but also improve my skills with it by getting to call those fights, and also showcase my skills, because it was such a well-watched channel through the years. It was such a well-known boxing channel that a lot of boxing people knew me. I think ProBox TV, unfortunately, people haven't taken to it like they should, and I think that's a shame, because I feel like they're missing out. I feel like we have so much to give to the sport, and we do, and I think that all the people that have jumped on board with ProBox TV and have subscribed to the channel on the app or on YouTube, I think they've all had so much positivity to say to it. But I do notice when a lot of people say, "Oh, it's a shame you're not working in the business," I realize, like, well, they don't even know I'm working in the business, So I do think that's a shame that more people haven't taken to ProBox TV, because I feel like, especially that we're a worldwide channel and not just a local national channel, I think boxing fans are sort of undercutting themselves. So, and honestly, the channel keeps growing, but it would grow faster if people would take to it. And I think it would do a lot, it'd do a lot more within the business. So I personally am very happy to be at ProBox TV. I get to, be in Florida. I get to, it's good weather. It's a lot of New Yorkers live there at this point, and I get to work with some really cool people, and we do some really good stuff. So I like the growth that we've brought to the table. So I don't think I'm blacklisted. I think the channels themselves are blacklisted themselves. I mean, look at it, guys. I mean, Showtime's off the air now. There's rumors that ESPN is going to leave. I mean, HBO is gone. What does blacklisted mean? I mean, the channels themselves are disappearing. So I actually feel very, very blessed that I have a chance to work with good people at ProBox TV, and I can actually be myself, which is not something that's that easy to find in a corporate world where people, sort of try to steer you like a remote control and try to tell you what to say and what to do and so on and so forth. So I appreciate the fact that I'm at ProBox TV, and if everybody else is blacklisting me, I don't really feel that. I feel like, I still get the occasional calls for side jobs and whatnot. I also work with BYB Bare Knuckle pretty regularly. I think it's an opinion, I guess.
I meant specifically not being called by Turkey Al-Sheikh. I feel like you've done so much international commentary with Sky in the past. There's certainly places that you could have fit in. I haven't seen him invite you, to those fights. We over here certainly love ProBox. I don't want it taken as any disrespect. I like to refer to them as the little engine that could, because they consistently keep going in the right direction. Last year, you guys introduced international telecasts to ProBox and went on the road. They did the Lamont Roach fight in his home. You guys are certainly becoming a figure in the sport, and it's like you said, Boxing After Dark and all those shows like that are gone, and that's the void that ProBox is filling. We just need to get a little bit more.
I think we play a very vital role, guys. I think we play a very vital role in boxing, because it's a piece of the boxing that was on TV that is no longer there. So I feel like without us, that piece of boxing, which fans should always pay attention to, and real boxing fans tend to love, that piece is gone for good. As a matter of fact, before we came back, Showbox was the last one. I mean, Friday Night Fights went off the air, Tuesday Night Fights went off the air ages ago, right? So the fact that ProBox is we have our Wednesday Night Fight series and now our Contender series or whatever. We're sort of filling that gap. Yes, we want to grow, of course. And I think we can grow if people support the channel more as they should. I think I don't think any boxing fan would disagree that has watched ProBox TV would say that it's not good for boxing. Just a matter of will boxing fans get behind it on a worldwide stage. We have a Latin channel, we have an English channel, so I think there's something for everybody there. But with the other networks, I mean, dude, I don't know. Like I said, a lot of them are gone really. I mean, yeah, you're right. I did used to work at Sky as well. The guys at Boxer who have the contract with Sky, they really I get on very well with them. But there's a guy at Sky, Sky Sports, the head of Sky, named Jonathan Lake, who I heard wasn't really a fan of mine. But then again, this is a weirdo who took off the ring car girls from the fights on Sky. So I don't know, dude. Maybe maybe he might want to make some advancements towards me, and I might not be interested. And I don't know. Maybe that's why he doesn't like me. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, where do the ring car girls getting eliminated help improve the product? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you notice fights on Sky, they have no more ring car girls. So I don't know. A guy like that doesn't like me. I mean, does that really bother me? I probably don't want to be liked by a guy like that anyway. So the fact that I'm no longer working at Sky, I mean, I probably would turn him down. I'd be like, all right, dude, you know what? It's probably not for me anyway, So I like working with like-minded good people, not judgmental people. And I like, I like working, obviously I like working good fights. As far as Turki Al-Sheikh, I think Turki had liked us in the beginning. Yeah, we made some criticism, but I didn't think it was bad criticisms. I thought it was healthy criticisms trying to improve the product of what we like to see. I don't think I ever really criticized Turki Al-Sheikh like in that way, and I gave a lot of praise as well. But then when there is criticism, I felt like it wasn't criticism. I felt like it was what I'd like to see maybe a little bit different that could maybe improve the product. And dude, I mean, I've said a lot of things that, about Turkey that have, been very praiseworthy. So, I mean, I'm not a kiss ass, but, I'll praise you when I feel like you should be praised. And I felt like also some healthy critiquing was good because Turkey has the ability to make the product even better. If anybody can make changes and make it even better, it's him. I mean, he's got a big bankroll to fund it, and he can pretty much do as he pleases over there. So if any criticism I've given, I felt like it was a healthy criticism anyway, to where there were probably it could be even better if he did maybe a little bit of this or a little bit of that. But it wasn't a criticism to say that, hey, I'm unhappy with the product that I've seen. So I mean, whatever. I mean, different strokes for different folks, guys. I mean, everybody takes things a little bit different, and then opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
For sure. Tone, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. You said Ryan Garcia is not even good if he's not doping. Now, I wanted to ask you, what blame do you place on Bill Haney for the horrible trash game plan that he had against Ryan Garcia, having Devin follow around a power puncher? Is there a percentage you think of clean and trash game plan?
I definitely thought the game plan was lacking on Haney's part. I also think they made no adjustments in the fight. Speaking of no adjustments made when things aren't going your way, they did not make any adjustments. I think they came into the fight thinking they were going to just walk Ryan down and break him. The problem when you start to read your own press clippings and sort of love them too much is that you sometimes think you're somebody you're not. I don't know where Devin thought he was going to start walking power punchers down, even if you were gonna, do that to Ryan, it was still never going to be something consistent you were going to be able to do for 12 straight rounds in a fight. I think in spots, you always got to walk guys down and then you back off. If you look at Floyd in his best, there's moments in every fight where he's walking you down and then he backs off and he's on the back foot again, so you do have to balance that out. But it seemed like Devin and Bill were just determined to walk Ryan down constantly. So they were just going through the power and not only walking him down with no head movement, squared up. I mean, when you're square, everybody in boxing knows when you square, you give yourself more of a target. So, when you're a big puncher, I think you can afford to be more square because you're trying to open yourself up offensively too. But when you're not a big puncher, I feel like it's ultra important to be in a bladed stance even more so because you need to always be defensively responsible, even if you're coming forward in spots. And I felt like, when I was watching that fight, I mean, granted, yes, it's unjust. I felt like the fact that, Garcia ended up pissing hot, so to speak. But I also, in watching that fight from a physical perspective, dude, you're walking this dude down, you're walking homeboy down squared up. You're pulling back. Then when you're pulling back, I mean, it's one thing when you pull when you're bladed because you kind of end up in a sort of a shoulder roll situation when you pull back when you're bladed. When you pull back when you're square, you're literally just pulling back square. You're defenseless there. I mean, you're coming forward squared, and then you're pulling back squared. There were a lot of very, very wouldn't even call them amateurish because even very good amateurs don't make those mistakes. Very, very ignorant mistakes made in that fight that I think Devin didn't do himself any favors, and then no adjustments made. So it was. I give what I give Devin a lot of credit for is heart. He showed a lot of heart in that fight. And probably more heart than he should have had to show, because in the end, hey, Ryan pissed hot. So maybe he shouldn't be as strong as he would have. I had been a little bit suspicious of Ryan for a few years already. So I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty much suspicious of most of the sport at the top level, but Ryan, without that extra power, I don't know. I haven't seen enough versatility from Ryan either to think that he's of a certain level. Is he popular? Sure. I mean, but today I guess everything's a popularity contest. I'm not sure how good Ryan is yet. I don't think he's horrible. I don't think he's trash. But is he championship level? I'm not convinced yet.
Paulie, does your suspicion date back to Romero Dumo, right?
Yeah, that was the Duno fight. Yeah, the Duno fight. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, Duno was a pretty durable guy. I was actually watching that fight in Europe. I think it was on the Canelo versus Kovalev card, if I remember correctly. I may be wrong, but I think it was Canelo Kovalev card. He just hit him with a grazing shot, like at the top of the head, and Duno's legs went one way, one went the other way. And he was a guy who had been pretty sturdy. Ryan had gotten stoppages before that, but not like wow stoppages like that were, you look at a guy like Golovkin, you hear it's guys like that all the time. So you're like, okay, that guy's strong. Ryan wasn't doing that. And all of a sudden he's doing that to a guy who's pretty durable. And again, with a shot that barely landed. And so I was like, man, you know what? That's shady, man. That's kind of fishy, and it's been pretty consistent with that power since then, Does that mean, he's definitely been 30 since then? Dude, we don't know. I mean, who knows? Nobody knows. It's just, you start to make educated guesses and hypotheses, and then all of a sudden in the Haney fight, he pisses hot, and then, now you're saying, okay, now you start to think, okay, when did it start? Typically it doesn't start the fight you pissed hot. Typically it's already been a thing, right? You just got away with it a few times. You don't get caught the first time. But then again, there's guys that I've been suspicious of that haven't pissed hot. So, and I'm still suspicious of them. So what does that mean, right? I mean, I guess it's all elementary, so to speak.
What's your thoughts on VADA? My co-host loves to criminalize VADA. I've been in this sport for so long that I feel like they're the only testing agency that actually catch boxers. Have you had experiences, and what is your thoughts as?
Yeah, my experience with VADA is that they don't have enough money to test you regularly as they want to. I was under VADA drug testing protocol. I remember that there was a point at the end of my career where if you were in the top 15, you were going to get tested. You were automatically in the testing pool. And I was in the WBC top 15 at the end of my career. And I remember getting tested like once in 6 months and actually calling Margaret Goodman and be like, yo, why am I not getting tested? As I've always, especially when I was fighting. Now when I'm not fighting, bro, honestly, like these guys, now that I'm not fighting, it's like I get criticized, and it's like, okay, what am I arguing for? I'm not fighting anymore. What am I arguing for? When I was fighting, I was arguing it more, But at this point, I do think VADA, it means well. I just don't think they have the funding. It takes a lot of funding to catch people the way you want to catch them.
And what would you say the differences between VADA and WADA are? I like to say that one is just testing for more substances. But what is your, experience?
I don't know. I've never dealt with WADA, but I'll say this from having talked to several professionals, because I'm always trying to learn more and more, right? You need to sort of have a little bit of an educative background on this, and I obviously don't, but I've fought, I've trained, so I have that education. But I've, in speaking to guys who have the education background on these kind of substances and whatnot, the thing about these fighters is that you end up microdosing, from what I've been told. And when you microdose, you max dose outside of training camp when you're not getting tested, and then you microdose in camp. And the microdosing, basically, it stays trapped in your fat. So your level of microdosing is based on how the doctors test you to see, okay, you can be microdosed to this level. Somebody else may be microdosed to a little lesser, a little higher level, whatever it is that stays trapped in the fat that's in your body. And so everybody's got a personal microdosing protocol, right? If they have enough money to afford those kind of doctors and whatnot. And when you microdose and it stays trapped in the fat, it doesn't matter if you're randomly drug tested, randomly blood tested, because it'll never escape into the blood. Now, the reason you start to see people start to fail as it gets closer to the weigh-in is because typically guys who are struggling to make weight, people who are struggling to make weight, suddenly have to, rip away a lot of that fat. And sometimes a little bit will leak out from that fat because you're losing it all and because you're struggling to make weight. And all of a sudden you'll get like a trace amount of a positive test. And so then you'll get all the blowhards saying, oh, it was just a trace amount. It was nothing. But in reality, it's been exposed as you probably been microdosing the whole time. If you notice, not all, but a lot of these failed tests are close to weigh-ins. Like Alicia Baumgardner, who ended up getting, called innocent at the end, so I have to say with her, it's allegedly, that's the proper terminology, right? Because she was officially cleared, but she was caught close to the weigh-in. Ryan Garcia was caught close to the weigh-in, so typically when you're doing this microdosing and it's trapped in your fat and you're struggling to make weight, you all of a sudden you end up sort of leaking a little bit out sometimes. And that could be when you get caught. If you notice, a lot of these guys, they just don't respect weight classes. I mean, you got Ryan Garcia looking to fight for as high as 168 now. Of course, it benefits you. You can dope, and then you don't have to, risk struggling to lose all the fat and maybe, exposing yourself again. I don't know. I mean, at this point, like I said, I don't care enough to be on the fighting end of it because I'm not fighting anymore. So, for as far as I'm concerned, if you all want to do it or nobody wants to talk about it, nobody wants to talk against it within the business, then go ahead and do it. I mean, what do you want from me? I'm on the outside.
Tone, anything else?
Do you think? Yeah, I believe you're on record saying that Shakur Stevenson could beat Gervonta Tank Davis, but do you think that Keyshawn Davis poses more of a threat to Gervonta Tank Davis now more than Shakur? Being that we don't know if Shakur at some points in that fight, Shakur's gonna have to stand there and fight Gervonta.
No, I don't think Shakur has to stand there and fight Gervonta. I think there's spots where you pick your spots where you are sort of sitting and you catch the other guy off guard. Like, for example, Gervonta is very dangerous once he's set, right? Once he's set, he's kind of moving that head. He's also got those snap twitchy muscles. But if Gervonta's sort of in motion, or Gervonta's in a left or right motion, or sort of a front to forward and back motion and whatnot, he's not really set to punch. There's moments where you just sort of step on the gas and sort of get them, And I feel like a guy like Shakur will know how to step on the gas there and take off the gas when Gervonta's sort of set, and sort of be more safe when Gervonta's set by working off the jab and working off the safer punches than control him. I just feel like Shakur is the best fighter in and around those weight classes, and I think people fall in love with power. I think Gervonta Davis is a very good fighter. I don't think he cares to do anything to show his greatness, though. I'm not really sure that he's ever really cared about that. I think it's more so he's sort of branding himself, and I think it's sort of the modern day athlete where they don't really care about greatness. They don't really care about being the best. They sort of want you to tell them they're the best. They want you to lie to yourself. They want you to lie to the world, but and they get mad at you if you don't. But they themselves sort of kind of know that they want to sort of play this image where they look like they're the best, but in reality they're just trying to steal the money. And you still got to be a certain level to even get to that point to be able to play that game. But I feel like Western fighters are very, very much to blame on this, because you look at Eastern fighters, they just fight each other. They fight everybody. But you look at Western fighters, they're looking to create a brand by fighting, second and third tier contenders. And I feel like Gervonta's like that. I mean, I feel like Gervonta, I'd love to see just how good Gervonta is. I feel like he's got a lot of potential, a lot of talent. But I've never seen a guy who's actually blatantly and outright said, I'm not really hungry anymore. I might retire. And never has a Hall of Famer on his resume. I think that's laughable. Actually, the guy hasn't fought a single Hall of Famer on his resume, and he's already saying like he's talking like he's Floyd, like he accomplished it all, and he can say like I might just walk away because I've done this and it just bores me. He actually didn't do much, when you think about the guy, the level that was available for him to fight, and the level that he actually chose to fight. And he's fought some decent opposition. He's got some pretty good wins on his record, but they're not fights like, for example, like Floyd beat Diego Corrales when he was 23, bro. I don't think Gervonta has a win like that on his record yet. I mean, I don't even think Gervonta's fought a guy like that on his record. Obviously, he's undefeated, so for him to have a win on his record like that would mean that he would have won it if if he's undefeated. But he hasn't fought a guy like that. He hasn't taken. I think those guys exist. I really do. I think Shakur Stevenson, for example, exists. I think Lomachenko was in his orbit, and Lomachenko in his prime was in his orbit. I think even Tevin Farmer was around, who I think is always a tricky, risky fighter, and even now past his prime has shown some pretty dangerous characteristics in the Zepeda fight. And again, it's not a knock on Davis for what he could be. I myself, as a boxing fan, I'm curious as to what Davis could be. I rate him as a fighter, but I don't know how good he is because I've not seen him against of a certain level. I rate the Frank Martin win. I do think it was a good win. I rate the Pedraza win. I think it's a good win. Even the Pitbull Cruz fight, I think it's a good win. But they're not wins that become legendary. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like a Shakur Stevenson fight, that's two guys that are supposed to fight each other, and it's not supposed to marinate or risk not even happening, And the fact that Gervonta's talking about I might retire without that fight even happening, or without anything close to an opponent like that even having been fought in his career, I think is actually laughable because I don't think that a guy like that should be talking that way. I think I wouldn't say he owes it to the fans, but I think he owes it to himself because he's actually got potential to actually be excellent. I think he's got excellent potential, but I don't think he's shown the excellent yet because he's not been hungry enough. And maybe it's because he's been tossed money for free, I guess. I don't know.
Champ, you got time for some of these people's questions?
I got 5 minutes.
Toledo Tree says, what's your thoughts on Austin Trout doing bare knuckle? And do you think he could be a viable option for Bud to fight if Canelo is fighting before September? The rumor is Canelo may fight Skull in May, then Crawford in September. So I guess he means as an interim fight for Crawford.
No, I don't think Crawford's going to take a risk fight or anything like that at 168 because any fight at 168 for Crawford, I think because of the size disparity is a risk fight. I think Crawford, I don't think he would put the bag for the Canelo fight at risk by doing that. I think I could see Crawford maybe fighting a 160-pounder. Who knows? Maybe like Chris Eubank Jr. Who knows? But I wouldn't go as far as to say like an Austin Trout. I think Austin's done, from what I've seen from at Big KFC, I think he's done excellent. He knocked off a long reigning champion in Luis Palomino, and Austin has always been one of those fighters that not only was skilled but also had a backbone and character to him in the ring. You couldn't get rid of him that easily. Pressure didn't break him. He stepped in some tough situations and fought very well. He lost a razor thin fight to Canelo Alvarez in a fight that some people thought he won, but it was a very good fight nonetheless. He went into the Garden and outclassed Miguel Cotto. And has some other countless wins on his record. So he's not just a skill guy; he's also a character guy. And I think that in bare knuckle, you need both skill and character. And I think if it fits him well, But I don't think Crawford fights him now.
Octo that says, "Greetings, champ. What's your favorite music artist, and give us one movie we should watch?"
I don't really listen to modern music anymore. Call me old head. Even as far as I'm assuming a lot of your listeners are hip hop fans. I was a very big old school hip hop fan. Tupac was my favorite rapper, even in the days where Biggie reigned in New York. I love Biggie Smalls as well. I love that whole era. I love even guys like Jadakiss, who maybe he didn't get as much love, but I thought he was an excellent lyricist. You know what I like now? I like old school 80s music, man. Call me like an old guy, I like all 80s rock bands, I like a little bit of 80s hip hop as well, but I like the old school 80s rock bands and stuff like that. As far as a movie we should watch, my favorite movie is Braveheart, but I like those old school Italian American gangster movies like Goodfellas, Raging Bull, Casino. I like, interesting movies, true stories, or at least when they're actually true and not when Hollywood tells you they're true and they're not. But I don't have a movie I could give you right now. I don't really watch modern movies either. I think Hollywood sucks now.
Ruin New Orleans says, "What's your opinion on the Eastern European boxer making waves in the sport?" And I just want to add, do you feel now that your comments were taken out of context and that you were right in what you said many years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think people that want to be offended will choose to be offended. I can't tell you otherwise. I think there's a certain kind of person in this world, and they're of all races. They come in all races that just takes pride in being offended, takes pride in being a beta, takes pride in being a victim, and you know, even if they're not themselves a victim, will look for something within their culture, their gender, their whatever, that will say, "Oh, I deserve to be a victim." Well, I don't know, man. I've never seen a human society in history that succeeded that and took pride in being a beta victim. So, but there are people like that. So I think that, you know, being taken out of context in a world full of people like that is probably par for the course. I do think I was taken out of context. I think Eastern European fighters are very good. I think they're also very hungry. They fight each other. They look to fight the best. They don't look to, you know, sort of lollygag around trying to get the biggest purse they can for the least risk they can get. I mean, you're looking at guys like Madrimov going right from Crawford to Virgil Ortiz. You look at Sergey Boychuk, who went from Virgil Ortiz, and he was about to fight Madrimov as well, but, you know, Madrimov ended up taking the Virgil Ortiz fight. Yeah, I think if you look at all the Eastern Euro, they want all the smoke. They can't always get it. Like, people criticize Golovkin for his resume, but Golovkin was constantly trying to fight the best fighters. It's just he wasn't able to get them in the ring, right? So I don't think you'll find an Eastern European fighter that doesn't want all the smoke. Maybe Lomachenko at the end of his career now is probably tired of looking for all the smoke and not getting the credit he deserved for it. So now he's saying, okay, I think I don't want this anymore. But you look at a Eastern European fighter in his prime, they want all the smoke, and that's what I love. That's what made us love our Western fighters in our prime. Look at Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali is the benchmark for wanting all the smoke. He wanted all the smoke in his first generation, then he came back, and there was another generation, and he took on all the smoke there too. I don't think there's a prime fighter, there's an excellent fighter, there's a great fighter in Ali's generation that he didn't fight. There's not a heavyweight you can think of in Ali's generation that he didn't fight. Yet, there's going to be always fighters in modern day generations that didn't fight each other, that were always in each other's orbit, that were good fighters and didn't fight each other. Because now people are trying to steal the bag instead of trying to be the best.
I got It's Canon. Peace, Paulie. Champ, you have a deep love and knowledge for the art of boxing. Have you ever thought about becoming a coach someday? Remember I asked you this in Gleason's, oh man,
Yeah.
ago was this. Are you
Yeah,
ready?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I would want to train fighters. You know, I'll give some words of advice. I'll even, you know, give you a couple lessons here and there in terms of, you know, little cerebral stuff I may think of and stuff like that. I've had those kind of conversations with fighters and people and stuff like that, but I don't think I have the wherewithal in me to have the patience to be in the gym each and every day in a training camp. You know, I give those kind of trainers credit. I don't know that I have that, because fighters, I have been a fighter. Fighters, we're kind of spoiled in some ways. You know, we want things our way, especially in camp. That when we're making weight, we're a bit of babies at times, and I don't knock that, but I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that myself at my age.
What's your thoughts on Porter taking that job on with Marquise Taylor?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, I give those guys, again, a guy like Sean and anybody who's done that, you know, I give them credit because, you know, you've been on the other side of it. And you know what it's like to deal with yourself. You know what it's like to deal with fighters in general. You have been when you have been one, especially at high level fighters, you know. You know, it takes a certain amount of humility to do that. It also takes a lot of patience, and you got to have the love for the game. And I think Sean has a love for the game.
For sure, for sure. Let's see. We got a few more. You still got time, right?
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. All right. So last question is coming from once this thing refreshes. All right. Last one here. Candy Slim that says, just want to say thanks for your honesty on the drug testing issue. Ryan went from Screech in boxing gloves in 2019 to looking like a full-time bodybuilder in 2024. Something is definitely up.
Yeah, I think if people, you know, talk enough about it, maybe something will change in the sport. But I think it's something that's here to stay. Unfortunately, I'm just glad I'm not fighting anymore, so I don't have to deal with it.
Last one, just because I'm interested. Bones1344 Texas says, how did you learn to speak Spanish? Because I'm impressed. You speak like you're from the rancho. Salute, champ.
I speak fluent Italian, and so in the boxing gyms, in especially North America and the United States, there's a lot of just specifically Latin-speaking fighters. You know, a lot of guys come over and they don't speak English. You know, so to communicate with them, you're speaking Spanish. You hear Spanish all around the gym so much, and being that it's so close to Italian, you start to realize, okay, that word it means the same thing as it means in Italian, or that word may be similar to Italian, but it means something different. I was in the gym for decades, so I was able to just absorb it. Then of course you're sparring some of these Latin guys. You got to talk shit to them. They only speak Spanish. They're talking shit to you in Spanish, so you got to kind of give it back to them. So it's just through the years I kind of just absorbed it. I wouldn't say I'm as fluent as I am in Italian, but I get around well with it, and my pronunciation is on point because of the fact that it's close to Italian, and the pronunciations in Italian are very similar to the Spanish pronunciations.
Well, champ, that's it. Won't take any more of your time. We do appreciate you, man. Thank you, and wish you the best.
All the best, guys. Take it easy.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Paulie Malignaggi. Phone lines are open if you want to discuss anything you may have heard. And salute to JT on a check-in. Let me know the sound's still good on Discord. We got X Spaces also available. Jay Swift with the counter. What up? We are taking calls. Links should be pinned to the live chat here on YouTube.com. If not, I'll get it out for you if you want to call in. Discord is available. X Space is available. Jay Swift, what up?
1 2 1 2. What's good?
What's good?
Yo, beautiful interview. Dope.
Thank you.
I love it. Yeah. You're moving right along. I was just listening because there was a time where I had to actually stop watching boxing and get into school and get to work and do a lot of things. So I never really got to see Paulie Malignaggi fight as much as I seen Roy Jones and Mayweather and all of those guys. I was raising kids too, so me and my wife. So I didn't get a chance to see him fight as much. But it doesn't matter because when I look at the stats, he's a champ. He's a champion. So shout out to Paulie. Good interview. He made some good points. Very good sending out some teachings for upcoming fighters. But I agree with him when he talks about the fighters today as opposed to the fighters back in like 2000 or 1990. A lot of these fighters today, they just want to fight the best. They want to get paid, and they always want to fight for a belt. If it's not that type of a fight, they don't want to fight, and that's why we have less fighters, less fighting per year in the fighters as opposed to when Roy and all those guys were fighting. They were fighting 3 and 4 times a year. So, but I like to listen to people like him, because his expertise is so intricate. I like, damn, that's right. I like to listen. I don't even try to lend my expertise. I like to listen to their expertise at that time. You know what I mean? Ness, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So dope ass interview. Love it. And I'm on my way out. Talk to you later. Peace.
All right, champ.
Smoke weed every day.
Shout out. What up, Tone?
Rest in peace, Nate Dogg, man. Yeah, man. Salute, Paulie, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Elvis Rodriguez on the show. And Hannah Gabriels.
Hannah?
Yeah, it's her birthday today, so might as well get an interview. She in that heavyweight division. I'm trying to hit up my man. I mean, me and Joanne was speaking at like fucking 3 in the morning. He talking about he can't talk about Schofield because they'll sue him. So I guess he got an NDA in that camp.
Damn. Yeah, might need to put the NDAs, man.
I'm like, bro, we ain't got to talk about no Schofield. We could talk about Bud and all that.
They being real quiet with the Shakur training camp. What's going on in the camp? What are they working on? I believe Shakur gonna get his first stoppage in many years.
Yo, G-Von got me out here getting death threats because of his Clarissa Shields reel, man.
Bro, I told you
done
yesterday. I was like, why'd you post that?
I ain't do that. You know listen, I gotta have a happy editor, so I let him have free reign. If I'm out here telling people what to do, they ain't gonna create it with love. You feel me? So
I'll salute
but
the editor,
I
man.
already
The
see
editor's-
I already see the editor ain't slick. Like I know he is team G-Von, team what's his name? Tanke. And there's one other one in his clique, obviously, because they get hella reels. But don't get me wrong, them two names, they not about to give you no boring reels. They gonna give you some controversial, thought-provoking reels, man.
yeah, G-Von, he
They got
cooked,
people
he
mad, though.
cooked, man.
Yeah, no, I had got texts and everything. People like, yo, why would you say that? I'm like, oh, first of all, that ain't me. I mean, they like, yeah, but you gave him a platform. Like, she's a what? I'm like, I'm having a debate now because I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So if it's a man, is okay? Like, what the fuck? I ain't with the sexist shit. Like, and we can't act like, she don't be talking that shit. She be talking that shit. So this is gonna be people that got something to say. But yeah. G-Von,
Yeah,
stop that hating shit,
G-Von,
man.
yeah, bro. But he didn't lie though. You know what I'm saying? He didn't lie. It did $7 million in sales, but it had a $12 million budget.
Nah, but he gets
So that is a
disrespectful.
flop.
He gets disrespectful because Perkins didn't deserve that. He
Oh,
called
that was
he
disrespectful.
called it like
you
a
don't talk
thing.
about
Like
Perkins.
that's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said he always got to say some shit that's like jumping off the cliff. Like again, the Perkins shit, and there was some other shit. Again, people pointing it out, man. But it's like, yo, I'm the voice of the people. I'm like, yo, I'm the voice of the people. What you want me to censor what they're saying? It's like, oh, but don't make it a real. And I'm like, I ain't got no control. You feel me? Like, I gotta let my peoples be happy. A happy person is a great, working person. You feel me?
Yeah, man. Yeah. She yeah, did you see the most searched boxers that Jake Paul posted?
Yo, Jake and MVP, of course I seen that. They just too slick though. Like they know exactly how to manipulate the social media. And that's fucked up because they bumped Devin for Serrano. Like, how you going? Like, that's mad. That's wild disrespect. Bill out here trying to get a MVP deal, and they bumped Devin for Serrano. Look at it right there. It's like most search boxers. Now I get it. Boxers means women and men, but there's 6 people, only 1 woman, and the only man you took out of the top 5 is Devin. Like, that's fucked up. In a day and age where Devin definitely needed the promotion, look, he's number 6. Jake number 9. So they bumped Devin and somebody, and I don't even know who else out. They bumped somebody out. We would have to go back and see. But they bumped 2 people out to put Jake and Serrano. But granted,
Again,
Serrano is the number 1 search woman boxer.
Uh-oh.
But Clarissa number 3.
Uh-oh.
Yo, and they took shots, bro. I don't know if they deleted it, but this original post, oh, here you go. Nah, they deleted it. Look, they changed this. The cover of this used to say KSI and Scott Nicholson not searched. Some shit like that. Like they made reference. Let me see if it's a secondary post. I guess they was like, I guess Jake probably hit up whoever posted it and was like, bro, if the point is to say that KSI and Scott wasn't searched, why would we tell people KSI and Sky. So they certainly edited it. If anybody has the original, let me check Donald. I know my man be sending me anything. Maybe he got the original and I can show it through my DMs, but it's obviously been edited. But the original was better because they was taking shots at KSI and Sky. I think they should have kept it because, that's an easy paycheck for Serrano is a Scott Nicholson fight. It gets Eddie and Jake to beef again and make fake bets again and all the shit that they do, But I got Crisis King. Amen to that. What up? Champ, you there? So Donald didn't send it to me. I wonder who sent it. On Discord, on X Spaces, you there? All right, you might need to jump out, jump back in to have that working officially. We're going to go ahead and go to G-Von.
Hey man, say man, another beautiful day in boxing. Shout out to the editor and shit. You know what I mean? Free speech. I mean, this is why I fuck with TBV. It's the voice of the people. You know what I mean? People can say what they want, but we all got opinions. So what I mean? What's my opinion any different from somebody like Jay Will, who calls in only to hate on Canelo? You get what I'm saying? Like it's no different. I just speak the truth. That's all I do. But I've said this plenty of times. People don't like the truth. And I get it because everybody gets mad at the truth. Even I do sometimes. And that's all about accountability. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. Hey, look, shout out to Paulie, but Paulie be tripping. I think it's just the fact that Paulie has zero fucking power in his punches that he think anybody who got any kind of power is on PEDs. Dude's tripping, man. Like, and how the fuck you know so much about this cycling shit? You broke that shit down to a T, Paulie. Don't let me find out you was on some shit and still couldn't punch through a fucking wet pepper bag. That would be ridiculous, man. Shout out to you though. But look, man, the topic at hand, man. Crawford. Hey, look, you know what I do want to say about this shit is that so you got somebody like Baby Joker and shit who's supporting the fuck out of Canelo, taking all bets, saying ain't no way Canelo could ever fucking lose and yada yada. At least not to Bud, right? How the fuck you gonna support the fuck out of this man? Didn't he cheat? I just think about yesterday when he was calling in talking about, G-Von defending Ryan and fucking this motherfucker cheated, get him out the sport. This motherfucker bets and supports all kinds of cheaters. We got Canelo on the list. This motherfucker bet on Tyson Fury twice against Usyk, lost both fucking times. You get what I'm saying? Fury tested positive. He bet money that Baby Miller was gonna beat Ruiz. Miller tested positive. He talks all the time about Roy Jones and all these other people tested positive. All these motherfuckers that he praises, they tested positive, man.
Miller ain't test positive for the Ruiz fight. Cut that shit out.
No. I'm saying that they tested positive, period. He's acting like because somebody tested positive once, we got to get him the fuck out of here. Like, you know what I mean? And he's supporting and betting people on that there's only one way you get that shit into your system. The shit Miller had, you only get that shit into your system one fucking way. That's by injection. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the shit that Ryan had, you can argue contamination.
But that's no different than me. Like I support you after you complete your suspension. There's nothing wrong with him still wanting.
Hey,
he's not calling for he never called for any lifetime ban that I know of. And the biggest dude he hated with PEDs was Pacquiao. He never called for lifetime ban.
Hey, that call yesterday made it seem like I don't know why anybody's supporting this fucking cheater. You get what I'm saying? Like, I guess once a cheater, always a cheater. But like I said, Canelo cheated, Fury cheated. The list goes on. You know what I mean? The fucking list goes on. And we still support these fucking fighters because they go on and do fucking great shit. It is what it is. And
yo, I don't think there's anything wrong with supporting somebody after they did their suspension. Like, Tone could celebrate Ryan. He completed his suspension and, allegedly he's going to sign up. According to Devin, he's trying to wiggle out the signing up. That's why we brought up VADA today. Ryan and his team love to criminalize VADA. No one has a higher success rate in this sport. So, like Devin already said in his latest tweet, my guy, sign up to VADA and whatever other testing agency you want. You know what I'm saying? It's simple. We need to start really wondering why he is so reluctant to do drug testing. Like, why are you making this a thing? I get it from a promotional standpoint. This keeps the fight in the media, but it also adds to the suspicion. You know, why not dead that suspicion, sign up, and show the people that it ain't drugs, it's skill. I'm better than him. That's it. Look, I'm signing up to 2 drug testing agencies. Why? Because when I land this left hook, I don't want to hear no excuses, but it seems like he wants excuses. But Devin goes on to say Ryan don't want to do 365 testing because he thinks he finna take drugs, then have enough time to cycle off. If he ain't got nothing to hide, then why he will sign up for VADA and whatever drug company he chooses, and we test from now until the fight. Simple. But again, according to Paulie and his breakdown, it's almost too late. It's almost like you give in, and this is exactly why Nestor Gibbs was promoting Ryan being on 365-day before we fight. Not 365-day testing. No, having been tested for 365 days for 1 full year. Because as Paulie just said clearly in the interview, they taking the drugs on the off camp. They microdosing during camp. So it's like you just let him take a shitload of drugs. Now he's just going to be microdosing. So, you know, that's what we're dealing with. But phone lines are open if you guys want to call in. Discord is available. X Spaces is available. Whoever wants to talk, request now. Let me check if I got any super chats that I need to get to. If you haven't already hit that thumbs up, go ahead and do so. It's going to help with the visibility. We want to put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that don't know. The Breakfast Club of Boxing is every day, twice a day, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern for your morning show, and 4 Pacific Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern for your second show. If you haven't already caught our second episode yesterday where we touched on Devin and Ryan and that fight, check it out. It's on iTunes and right here on youtube.com /The Boxing Voice. We got Miles Austin. Welcome back to the prospect level. Ashtray, $5. Did you see Devin's last tweet about Ryan not wanting to use VADA? You sure Devin fighting him next, or is it Tio? Either way, it's a great fight. I doubt it's Tio because of his litigation. We did show the tweet and read the tweet. Matt Vieira, $2. I booked my room for May, but might change it to September, Vegas. 03
You see
Dub.
Bob Arum's post?
Say again?
Do you see what the Ring magazine just posted what Bob Arum said about Tia?
On the Instagram or Twitter?
Twitter.
Let me see if they double posted, because that would be intelligent, right? Like, not everybody's a Twitter, just like not everybody's an Instagram. And I guess this is what you're discussing. And see, they got the right people running their shit now. This ain't what they used to do. But I'm assuming this is what you're talking about, right? We offered him his biggest purse ever for Sabril Matias and the opportunity to earn even more if somehow the pay-per-view took off, and he turned that down. Is that
there's another one where Bob said he looked horrible against Jermaine Ortiz, trash against Claggett.
So then cut him off. The only dude that's horrible and doesn't sell and they don't cut him. You cut Brandon Moore. You cut what was my man name? Ivan Nahara. I think I'm saying that right. Like, y'all know how many people they cut. If he ain't good for Top Rank, cut him loose, but you not. The man asked for his release. You ain't do nothing yet about that either.
Right. Let him go, bro. If y'all think TL all this trash, why won't y'all let him go to a promotional company where he just let him go? Get him up out of here. Send that man to Al Heyman. Thank you, Al Heyman. Bob is petty. He's going to leave T.O. on the shelf in that contract. Yeah, man, it's a travesty what's going
It's
on.
probably gonna be. It's probably gonna have to go down the same way they went down for Mikey. You gotta burn the contract out. Just keep saying no. Keep saying no. It don't extend, and it burns out. You know, I don't know why he don't just buy himself out. Like, get a lawyer to talk to their lawyer to request your buyout. I mean, you're Teofimo Lopez. I'm sure you can get a investor to help you buy out the way that Andy Ruiz found an investor by the name of Al Heyman to give him the $850,000 to buy himself out that top end contract. This is nothing new. You know what I mean? The blueprint has been set before these guys. They just gotta follow it, man. We got $3 $2. The author works for PBC. He had Spence over Bud. Quite possibly. He's talking about the author of the article that we're basing the show, even though we changed the title to more of a question. The author certainly had it as more of a statement.
Was that Tank tweet real to Crawford?
Both of them, yeah, hell yeah. They both, but Crawford started it. But that's what I'm saying. Tank didn't want to be this version's Roberto Duran. Like, he could have gave us that Bud fight. He could have gave us that Bud fight. Bud was willing to stay at 47. Tank could have said, no, do 44. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't want that. He didn't want that. And that's what Paulie's talking about. Like, he's kind of one of the only fighters that doesn't want the smoke from the good fighters around him. You know what I'm saying? He picking and choosing and making his money, and that's all good. Gavin Goins, $5. Other than Spence fight, rounds 7 through 9 of the Mean Machine fight show real dog and the best Bud I've seen. Ike,
yeah.
2-pounder. Ness, Paulie is echoing badly. Yo, and I don't know why, right? Because I already had the echo use cancellation off. But as you see during that interview, at some point, I did see y'all messages, and I had to unpress it and repress it. And that's why you heard him kind of glitch up and pause. I don't know. I guess before every interview, I'm going to have to unpress it and press it for whatever reason. Danny Boy DCS, $2. Paulie hates on Canelo for clout by the casuals. Yeah, I don't know, man. Paulie gets a check. He don't really need views, but I guess he still needs to stay relevant for that check to keep coming through. Lucy Girl, $10. What is this bum talking about? He did nothing in the sport. Where's AB at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll it, face with tears of joy, and 6 thumbs up. The truth is that's not true. Paulie's a 2-time welterweight champion. Paulie took all the smoke. He might have not beat some of those big names, but he wasn't afraid to fight Amir Khan or Miguel Prime in his Kodo. So many names, you know. Paulie is a real one because when you got 5 knockouts and you take on the names that Paulie took, even Pablo Cesar Cano, you know you about to take on a Mexican that just comes forward and punches, and you can't punch. You know, he went to the Ukraine and beat Sinchenko as an undefeated fighter. The only other dude to beat him is Ricky Hatton. Lucy Girl, you're showing your lack of knowledge. Danny Boy DCS, $2. Paulie is better as an announcer than an analyst. I don't know. I think I appreciate him highly at both. Always loved his 8 years at Showtime. I hated that came to an end. And I love him on ProBox. I don't want Gary Jonas in any way to assume that I was saying he was blacklisted because I want him to go anywhere. No, I do want him to be able to call a Turkey Al-Sheikh fight for sure, but I never want him to leave his ProBox job, you know. ES, $5. This clown just said that Madrimov has a better IQ than Canelo. Laugh out loud, shaking my head. Lucy Girl back with another 5. This dude's salty and broke. He's Canelo's biggest hater. Where he be at? 3, face of tears of joy. Another 6 thumbs up. I doubt Paulie's broke. And I'm pretty sure Paulie has the Ferrari that my card is inspired by, right? Like Paulie has that. I don't want to call it a spider, but it's that red one with the yellow Ferrari horse on the hood, man. It's that one, man. And Paulie got multiple homes. He's far from broke. He's far from broke. You know. Modern King Boxing, $2. Morning TBV for life. TBV all day. Boxing glove emoji. Lucy Girl back with another 5. Time to drop a bomb for the dub of love. She says, former champion. Yeah, I don't know what's this abbreviation. This is some YM. Oh. Okay, is she going with the regular YMCA? What the fuck is that? Don't count. Whose backyard did he fight at? I mean, the Ukraine. He went to another country and won that second world title. Again, you're misconfused. You probably never seen Paulie fight. He's not the biggest puncher, but he can fight. A guy with 5 knockouts to have fought in the era of Miguel Cotto, Amir Khan in his prime. I mean, so many. I mean, again, maybe y'all need to check Paulie's record. He's shared the ring with a lot of good fighters, and he has some decent wins. You know, Gabriel Becerra, Zab Judah. He beat Zab, you know. Cano, Sinchenko, Orlando Lara, you know. He beat Cotto's brother. That's the dude that rocked Canelo. We still talk about that. You know, he beat Baby Bull Juan Diaz. Many people believe, you know, he was robbed in the first fight, and that's why he got the second fight. He fought Ricky Hatton and went 11 with him. He beat common opponent with Canelo, Love More Than Do, 2 times. He beat Cherry Bomb Edna Cherry. Like, yeah, it's just that y'all don't know Paulie's resume. He's old, man. He's old, you know. Look, even beat Rocky Martinez. It's y'all crazy. Paulie has some legit wins on his resume. Salute to him, man. Kentrell, 5-pounder. Don't brag about taking my side piece is all-time classic. Much love and respect, champ. Really enjoy your commentary. And that's another one. You talking about, you keep saying where AB at. I mean, Paulie, in many people's eyes, beat Adrian Broner, and his post-fight interview is what got him his job with Al Heyman and Showtime. Just go watch that post-fight interview, listen to that rant, and follow the breadcrumbs. Al gave him a job to shut him up, you know. But that was an epic post-fight. Many people felt he out-jabbed Broner, you know. Kashwad, 5-pounder. We need Paulie back in the UK calling fights. Union Jack flag. Giza channel, $2. Shout out Paulie. I'd love to see him on TBV more often. 100 emoji. Paulie's a good guy. He always gives us his time whenever I ask. Remember, it's me. I got to stay on top of these interviews. And even when I set them up, I got to constantly look at my phone. Like, look, Chris Algieri responded, but, you know, we was busy. Still waiting for Joanna to respond a second time. But he did tell me at the time I wanted to interview him, he was going to be flying, so he's probably on an airplane right now. Rule Child Vision, $2. Lil Lucy, did Paulie hit it and dip? Why you mad, B? Damn. President Jafar, $2. Dev and Ryan are the most talked about boxers of 2024. Have Boxing gifted 1 membership to one of you lucky people. DC3, $2. Lucy Girl is a clown emoji. No woman slander, though. Face with tears of joy. You just slandered her. I don't understand that. Joe Pilot, what up?
Yo.
¿Qué pasa?
What's good, Two-Tone, man? You already know, will Crawford's best be enough for King Nello? Of course not. What are we doing, bro? We're all tuning into this fight is for the. It's like it's a fantasy fight that's happening. It's just a fantasy fight. A guy that was dominant at 147 and below versus a guy that there's no weight limits. Canelo has no weight limits. Dominant at 54, dominant at 60, dominant at 68. Uh, a guy that's always fighting bigger guys. He's always fighting guys that are over 6 feet, 6'1". Who's probably the smallest guy he's fought in the last few years? Who? Billy Joe, because Billy Joe started at like 160. I think maybe at 154. But that's the smallest guy he's faced. He's always fighting people 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2", 8-inch reach advantage, power, this and the third. But look at what he's done. Look at that. Crawford should have won after Munguia. I was saying I wanted Crawford to fight Munguia. I think he could have beat Munguia. He could have outboxed Munguia. He ain't do that. Crazy. He still got what he. Bud is like the luckiest guy when it comes to boxing. He can do anything. He doesn't have to he doesn't have to do anything. Like, look at what the top rank. He didn't have to cross the street. He still got the Earl fight. He didn't re-sign with PBC. Then he got in with Turkey and got that Madrimov fight. Look at now. He didn't have to prove anything above 54. He didn't have to even be dominant at 54 to get the Canelo fight. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. That man is truly blessed. Really blessed. I give him that. But it won't be enough. But at the end of the day, who cares? At the end of the day, he had a long life of working out, training every day to get to this level. Get your bag. Buy some more houses in Omaha. Might as well name it. The Bud, Nebraska. Get a little old town in Nebraska. Name it after yourself with the type of money you about to get. And right off to the sunset. I think this is going to be his last opponent after this fight. I just don't see Bud getting back in the ring. Maybe if it's another great payday versus an Earl Spence or something like that. But I think this might be his last fight. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to retire. But it won't be enough, bro. Bud's too small. Yeah, he has it. But there's nothing Bud's gonna do that Canelo hasn't seen. But there's one thing that Bud's never seen. He's never fought somebody the status of a Canelo. And just with all the pressure on, like, Crawford's gonna have all the pressure. He didn't have this type of pressure versus Earl because in reality, a lot of people thought that was gonna be a 50-50 fight on paper. But on paper, this ain't gonna be a 50-50 fight versus Canelo. Canelo just beat a young guy that came in the ring at 200. Sure, he might not have the skills of a Crawford, but you fighting a guy that's almost 6'3", 200 pounds. Then look at that before that, Munguia, young guy, real strong, big. We've seen this. We've seen this. Sure, Crawford can, he's a good boxer. He can switch, but he hasn't even been really using a ring like that. Does he still got the legs under him? He's pushing 40. Does he still got them legs? I know, he's a top level athlete, but, it's different when you in there against it, el gallo pintado de rojo, that's Canelo, it's different. He's going to coming in to bang, he's coming in to hurt people. And I think Canelo, he's really going to put a hurting on Crawford. He's really, he's going to put a hurt. He's not going to do what he did with Munguia. He's going to do kind of what he, not even with Edgar, because Edgar was the one getting kind of rough with Canelo. But we're going to see. This is going to be great. Great
That's
for boxing.
the bell, player, Himalaya. Huang, Houston, what up?
Yo.
Yo, talk to us.
Man, great interview with Polly. I gotta say that was a great interview with Polly. And you know what? I don't know why everybody hating on Polly. Like, they obviously did not watch boxing 15, 20 years ago. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I can't remember. Like, Polly's last fight was like free on PBC. I think he fought like Danny Garcia or somebody. You don't remember that? Like in 14, 15, when PBC was doing free TV on Fox, and Polly gave a valiant effort, man. Like, he went out there and got beat up. But I can't remember who. He fought somebody big, like a Keith or a Danny or somebody like that was coming up at that time. But anyway, yeah, that was a great interview. And for this Crawford Bud stuff, look, man, you was right. 2 years ago, you were saying this. And I'm warning him. I was like, man, get the F out of here, man. He's just too big for Bud. Way too big. I mean, I don't see Bud doing anything to him. But man, it's like I'm starting to think that maybe Bud has a better chance. And the thing that I think is gonna separate Bud from the fights with like Munguia and Berlanga is they gave him too much respect. They went in there with all this respect for Canelo. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like with Earl, if you notice, that mollywhopping was because there was absolutely not an ounce of respect. You know what I mean? And so for Crawford and Bud ain't gonna go in there like, oh, thank you. I'm so happy I got to share the ring with my idol and all this. No. Bud ain't going in there with that. Bud is a killer. He's gonna go in there to kill. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's all I got, man.
All right, Juan Houston.
Salute.
Appreciate you. Crisis King trying you again.
Hello, can you guys hear me this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, it was a great interview with Polly, and I always like to salute the boxing voice. I just think we're asking the wrong question here. First of all, so are we saying that? So I guess so. What level of Canelo do everyone think has to show up for him to win? Because if everyone's saying that, the question is Bud at his best, right?
Yeah, does Bud's best beat is Bud's best enough to beat Canelo?
But what is Canelo going to bring? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because I think we can all agree that Canelo's regressed.
Well, I mean, technically, Canelo has been able to score a knockdown, possibly in his last 7 fights. Crawford's streak ended, and he wasn't even able to get a knockdown. Canelo has systematically put down bigger men than Crawford. Crawford's never dropped anyone at 54 pounds and above. Canelo has. So, yeah, I mean, Crawford's best. Can it beat Canelo? Is that enough? Canelo has proven that Bivol at 175 couldn't stop him.
I mean, Bivol beat him. What are you talking about?
It didn't stop him, and it was competitive.
Oh, well,
it
no
wasn't.
one ever said
It wasn't.
that Bud
It
would
wasn't
stop him.
Mayweather Canelo.
But nobody ever said Bud would stop him. I guess what I'm asking, I understand what you're saying, and everybody understands that they have weight class for a reason. We're all saying the same thing. I think what I'm saying is, are y'all saying that Canelo could come in half-ass and beat the fuck out of Terrence Crawford?
Well, that's why I had a professional on. According to Paulie, can Bud stop Canelo from walking him down the way that he did Triple G, the way that he did Keller Plant? Canelo puts on pressure late. Is Bud going to be able to deal with that? Canelo also knows how to cut the ring off. You're not dealing with an amateur.
Okay.
Canelo
I
just put
understand,
down
but
a
you're not.
200-pounder. That 200-pounder immediately went to the post-fight and said that Canelo hits hard.
100%.
If Bud was hesitant with Madrimov, who doesn't punch with the power of Canelo, never been on the level of Canelo, never dropped the level of opponent that Canelo has, I mean, yeah, I think that Bud is going to be very, very cautious.
Yes, and that's an obvious. The fact of the matter is, one, I think he's obviously going to fight Canelo. He's going to go back to his roots. He's going to move around. I think Canelo has always had trouble with a fighter that can move. Bud, like a lot of things in this fight, obviously, is just about size, right? Because when it comes to reach and
Bud's never
size,
fought with a body puncher like that can cut the ring off, bro. Like, you guys thinking, oh, Bud's just going to move and that's end the story? Bro, you're in there with an elite level fighter for the first time. You're not in there with a dude. What? Who the fuck was elite? Who was elite?
But again, it's not about one fighter being elite. You just spoke to it. The amount of different styles that Crawford has fought, from Eastern European styles to
Which gave him
Gamboa.
trouble. I brought that up for a reason. That style
And
gave him
guess what?
trouble, but that
Polly
style
just
is not
and me and Polly
Canelo.
just and what me and Polly are Polly just tried to tell you is that Canelo isn't even he ain't even close in terms of versatility as a guy like what's the guy
Madrimov,
Madrimov?
according to him. But Madrimov, according to me, isn't even close to Canelo in terms of counterpunching or cutting the ring off or elite
That's fair.
level experience, let alone big time promotion experience. How many times has your favorite fighter got into the big fight and said, yeah, man, it was different, bro. They pulled me in every direction. I had to do so many interviews. I mean, how long you been watching, bro? This will be
Well, I don't know.
Bud's. This will be Bud's biggest fight ever, and he'll be the B side.
Aren't you the same person that said you don't think Bud can give his biggest performance in his biggest challenge, and he beat the fuck out of Errol Spence? You're the same
Whoa,
person that said that.
no, you got the wrong person, bro. I picked Bud.
I was there. I was there that day,
My
Ness. That's a
my
fact.
guy,
You said
my guy. Everybody knows I picked Bud.
you did, but listen what you said. You said you don't know if Bud can bring his best performance when it's needed. That was the day before the fight. I
What
remember
was
you
the
saying that.
context? What was the context?
No, it was just that you were asking the show. It was a whole show about do you think that Bud's gonna bring his best when it's needed on this night against
Again,
Spence.
but you're assessing his best versus a dude that got ejected from a car, had a detached retina,
Oh my
multiple
God!
years old.
Oh my God!
Again, is Canelo any of that? Is Canelo any of that? Is
He's
Canelo
none
any
of that.
of that? So
He's none of that.
then that best performance, like my first caller said, it's hard it's hard for you to tell me was Bud's best performance. Is it when he flipped the switch when he was losing a Porter, or is it versus the already injured Earl, or was
Again,
it the tight fight with Postal? Like, what's his best performance, and how does that help him in a fucking Canelo Alvarez fight?
I'm not giving you the Errol excuse. If you want to do that, that's absolutely fine.
I'm
I'll
not
never
giving
give
you
y'all that
nothing
excuse.
but what the general public says.
I mean, again, I said I've never given that excuse any credence, so y'all can have that. That's fine. I think it was an amazing performance, and he beat Spence's ass. I could care less what Spence had going on, but
Nah,
that's me personally.
and I think it was his best performance ever. He never looked that perfect. Ever.
And it's the last. This the last thing I have to say to this. This. Are you sure that Canelo will be? Well, 'cause I guess y'all saying Canelo obviously gonna have to be his best. Well, thank you. Well, I guess you can't answer the question, but thank you for
What was the
having me
question?
on. Do you think Canelo could beat Bud when he's at about 60% of himself? Or do you think he has to come with his
I
best
mean,
shit? That's all I'm asking.
my dude, tell me what percentage was Kavalaskis when he dropped him. And then compare that. And then
How
compare
many
that
years
to
ago was that?
Canelo. And then compare
How
that to
many years
Canelo,
ago?
bro. Listen to me. Bet the knockdown. Bet the knockdown.
I'm
Bet
betting
that
Bud for the
knockdown.
ass whipping. 12-round
Cool.
ass whipping. Bud, I'm
Cool.
out.
I bet you there'd be a knockdown in that fight.
Hey, I bet you it'd be a scorecard ass whipping. You gonna come in here tomorrow with shit on. You gonna come here the next day with shit on your face. I guarantee that.
I
Your
mean, that's
boy
what
out.
you saying because you assuming I'm picking Canelo because your emotions are tied into this fight. I'm telling you, bet the knockdown. Bet that knockdown. Will there be a knockdown in this fight? Yes. That's what I'm saying. We got Tevin Smith with the fat $10. Everybody, I might need to refresh my browser, Tevis. In the meantime, in between time, we got the teacher.
Man, Ness, why you got so many emotional people calling in? Listen, I'm black. I'm just as black as Bud. I love Bud. That's my homie. He good people's. Shout out to the community, resistance and progress. If you know, you know. But he not beating Canelo, and everybody talking about everything but why Canelo is who he is, and that's his defense. So, listen, I don't give a fuck what Malinaji did. His emotions against Canelo has been seen, like my man Jovan said, he don't have power. So I've been noticed that. Anybody with power, Canelo think they on the juice. That's crazy talking. I mean, Malinaji. And Malinaji was a great fighter to have no power. People don't realize that in boxing. You got to have a wide range of skill sets when you have power and when you don't have power. It's like Deontay Wilder and Paulie Malignaggi are the same fighters because one has power but no skill, one has skill but no power. To perform without defense or skill and the things like that makes boxing very hard. You know, it can make it very challenging. You know what I mean? But Canelo's defense is the determining factor of what beats Terrence Crawford because at the end of the day, it's skill versus skill, not emotion versus emotion. You know, you gotta have a little heart in there, but skills win 90% of the time. The heart is the 10% to get you over the top. Um, Canelo's head movement, the way he catch punches, that there's nothing. Bud has never took a punch from Kovalev, even a 70% Kovalev. It don't matter. Like that. That's what makes fights hard that these guys don't mean. When you move up in weight class, the fight is harder because your power is not gonna carry up with the one punch thing. And then dude talking about what Spence did. No, bro. Spence didn't have any defense. That's why he got brutally beat up. So that wasn't his toughest challenge. The toughest challenge is the man with the most defense. So that's why when you put Floyd in there with Canelo, it's problems. And I'm gonna say it again, y'all. And if you thinking you gonna get in there and just move around in the ring and beat Canelo, that's not working. That's not even real boxing. Like you have to be able to stand in the middle of the ring, control it with a jab and defense and power punches. And Malignaggi never beat Broner because you can't win a fight on just jabs alone. You have to throw power punches. Any other punch besides the jab is a power punch. That's my call. Log in to TBV, subscribe. You know, get your work
Champ,
in. Shout out to Nelson. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
what you think of my prop bet? Bet the knockdown.
Listen, bro. I know about games of speculation. Nobody's betting you that. That's
Mm-mm.
like saying Bud.
No, no.
That's like saying Bud
No, but not betting
wouldn't
a
stop a
person.
welterweight.
I'm talking about find it on a betting site. Will there be a knockdown in this fight?
Oh yeah, no, that's guaranteed. It's gonna be to win that bet, you're gonna have to put a lot of money down because you know the odds is because it's clear. Like it's like saying Bud is not gonna stop a welterweight when he went on a 9-8 streak welterweight spree. However many he went, if I don't want to be mistaken, but the knockdown, um, a late stoppage due to punishment, a wide scorecard, 8-4, something like that, 9-3 is inevitable. It's just too hard to beat Canelo with his defense. If these bigger guys can't punch, like and land shots, it's about landing shots. That's all.
Champ, do you think he's a
Yes,
good
sir.
counter puncher? Canelo, that is.
Who?
Canelo, because people like, oh, he only counter punched and dropped Berlanga because he's big and slow. Do you think he's a
Okay,
good counter puncher?
no. I'll name some fights where we seen some unreal counter punching. If you go back to the Miguel Cotto fight, Miguel threw the right hand. Canelo did a pull counter, landed with the uppercut. That same move he used, he broke Billy Joe Saunders' face. When he fought Angulo, he stood in the pocket and catch and countered. Canelo was the best. Listen, at the highest level of boxing, fighting behind the shoulder and catching and countering is the supreme defense of boxers, even in the old style, because you don't have to slip and use that for defense anymore to actually move unless the guy's a hard puncher. When you can catch punches with the shoulder and the hands, you have the best defense. That means I see everything you're doing before you do it. I know you're about to do it, so I'm just going to neutralize it. And then when I hit you off that, you're hurt. Canelo, to be the one of the best that Canelo is, he has to be one of the best counter punchers. That's why I always call in and talk about his defense. You have to go back and watch his defense.
All right, champ.
Anything
Thank
else?
you, man.
No, most
Um,
definitely.
you the man. We got that $10 super chat from Tevis. Everybody keeps bringing up Bud's age, but there's only a 3-year age difference. And Canelo's had 66 fights. Canelo might actually be the older fighter on fight night. Plus, Bud has lived much cleaner. I mean, remember, I was the first one to bring that up too. This is what I'm saying. My words get so buried. I'm the one that literally counts off the rounds boxed. He got so many rounds boxed. He's the closest fighter that I know to 500 rounds boxed on an elite level. And I don't mean all 500 are on an elite level. I mean being elite and having that many rounds under your belt. You know what I mean? That cat at age, that's why we see him. Even though we don't see him anymore, I mean, the dude's rich. If my mom could replace her knees, I'm sure he could do some shit to his knees. But, we've seen him with knee braces and shit like that, because those camps take a toll on you, man. You can't just do all the miles forever. Like, at our age, well, not our, because he's way younger than me, but I mean, as you get older, doctors recommend walking, and that's why I walk, over running. Running is always going to be harder on the knees. Adrian, $5. He says, Ness, can you keep a tally mark on how many Bud fans call after the fight and say he dared to be great? Rolling on the floor emoji, three face with tears of joys emoji. That might could be doable as long as we remember. But yeah, I think that can be done. We got Laugh Out Loud Pillow. What up?
Yo, what up? Good morning, TVB.
What's up, champ? Real quick before I ring this bell, is you
Yo.
still fighting?
I can't make it to Vegas.
Okay, no worries.
I would,
No worries.
yeah,
No
I
worries. No
would have been
worries.
able to.
No
No,
worries.
I'm gonna say
I
this
just
'cause
needed to know
I had,
because I got a couple 154 pounders that are ready to rock and roll. So I was just needed to know. No waste your time on that. Ring the bell.
all right, but let me say this shit. I want to speak on board of it. It's part of my call. So yeah, I want to get back out there. I had people bringing me out because I'm from Arizona, so I had a flight. My family was bringing me out there to fight and shit. So change the schedule, change the plans. With Canelo, let me just say this, bro. No one really touches on how smart he is, how intelligent of a man. For him to learn English at such a late age, and for him to be able to go on Breakfast Club and Gillian Wallow, and I don't know if he was on. I think he was on there, but like different culturals and shit. Like people don't talk about that part of Canelo. He's cross cultural with it right now and shit right now. But the thing I don't like about him that pisses me, that's annoying to me. That's not annoying about Canelo, but his fans is how everyone keeps acting like he's so like. Before I say that, Ness, what right now in Canelo's career, what do you think his natural size is? Ness, I don't know. I don't know if you can hear.
Canelo natural size. The nigga supposed to
Yeah.
be fighting at 160, bro.
So you say like naturally you say 160. All right, cool. So 160. So that's what people look at him as. I just be feeling like people give him that like he's too small and shit. Like they look at him as a small dude, but he fights but he's a heavy. Like they look at him as a 147 pounder, but he's a 168 pounder. Like he's getting credit for being short. It's like this. He is 168 pounds. Like I don't know. I see Terrence Crawford daring to be great. Canelo pretty much just it's not really that hard for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't see what people saying. No, he's the same size as Crawford. That's not true. He's a lot bigger than Crawford. He's a 168 pounder. He just beat the hell out of a big ass 200 pounder. Crawford never did nothing like that. The biggest dude we seen Crawford fight was Madrimov. So we got to look at it like that. We got to stop acting like Canelo's a baby when that dude is a big Mexican lumberjack. I don't some shit
That's
like
true.
that.
But do
Yeah.
you think any time Canelo faces anybody with high level of skills, they give him problems? Bivol, Floyd.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we gonna make excuses, he was young for Floyd and Bivol was too big.
But is that going to be an excuse for Crawford if he lose? Though Canelo's too big. Like Can we
Yeah,
just say that?
yeah,
Like,
that's gonna be an excuse for Crawford because that's what the excuse was for Gennady Golovkin versus Kell-Brook.
that was not the excuse. We didn't make that excuse for Kell Brook. We said he got
What?
his face blasted in.
Yeah, you as an American, the UK dudes gave him a pass. That's why they still picked him to beat Earl. Come on, don't forget, he went right back down
Yeah.
and defended that belt, and they were still backing a god. I mean, you gotta love it about the UK, but yeah, that's how that played out, man. I lived through that era, bro. Shit, this
Yeah.
motherfuckers that after that fight was like, oh, Earl was losing 6 rounds.
When you having a border war show this tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Cause let me tap in. I'm gonna tap in
That's
because
tomorrow.
we might be able to figure something out. I want to see what the 41 what they
Let's
look
get
like.
it. I mean,
So,
yo, if you in Arizona, bro, that's a drive up. Unless you ain't got a car, come on.
That's 4
no, I'm
hours.
gonna be in
What part of
Cali.
Arizona you in?
You in Cali, that's still 4 hours,
Yeah.
man. Still 4 hours. But anyway, laugh out
You
loud
right.
pillow.
All right.
You the man. And you know, since we talking Cali in the 4 hours, let's just go ahead and speak it into existence. We need that fast train. You know, I know they approved it and they got the financing. We just need that shit built ASAP. Help a brother out. Let that property value increase. You feel me? Speak it, believe it, receive it. We need that generational wealth, man. Bring that train to the city. If you are watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. We're taking calls on Discord and X Spaces. There is a line. So, you know, if you jump out and jump back in, you blew your spot. We got 03 Dub, $2, celebrating his 5th super chat on the live stream. Shout out to you, Dub. He says, will the switch hitting bother Canelo? Hey, man, remember I said this. I don't believe we're going to see a lot of switch hitting. Crawford has proven to you guys time and time again that when the going gets tough, he's a southpaw. And when the fight is high level, he ain't even switching. So southpaw is his preferred style. I could be wrong. Right? He could come out and fight this whole fight orthodox and prove really that he adjusts on the fly. But I have never seen that. Anytime he goes into killer mode, he killing you from that southpaw position. It's very rare that, and he gets hit more from the orthodox position. I'm just saying, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Shout out to the new plug out here. Lord have mercy. I haven't smoked something this strong in a minute. Like, this shit's so strong, I can't finish the whole King Cone. You got to take a break. That shit gave me, like, timeout phase yesterday. Serious.
Damn, what is this?
No, I had to go find my man other shit because I'm like, damn, if I keep smoking, that's just too strong. You feel me? I had to smoke something else. Like that was, yeah, this shit is crazy. Let me see what the fuck is this shit called. I don't even know because I just grabbed the jar. But this one's called Candy Runs. This is Candy Runs. Lord, that shit strong, bro. Angel Padilla, $2. We're going to see Canelo's best performance. We shall see. We shall see. A lot of people believe it's going to be his, not worse, but like tough performance because Laura, Floyd, Bivol, these guys gave Canelo issues. And that's that cloth that Crawford is cut from. Chris, the Prodigy, Matthews, Richard Steele, boxing, member for 10 months on the Prospect. Good morning, TBV. March 1st, we ready. Bud Vanello. Yo, hit me up. I've been trying to see if you can fight Chino from Milwaukee. You guys are in that same weight and height. And you are in Mex's weight and height, even though I think you're way too much for Mex. You're looking like you could be a professional. You're looking like you ready for Mac truck. I ain't gonna front. But hit me up on IG, please. Tavon Burns, member for 8 months on the contender level. He says, let's go, Bud Crawford. Adrian D, $2. People forget Canelo started at 140 at 15 years old. I never forget. I always bring it up, and the haters hate that I bring it up. Like, oh, he was 15. So the fuck what? He was fighting grown-ass men. Go look at his resume. In his third fight, he fought Miguel Puppet Vasquez, who went on to be a world champion. And another former world champion by the name of Tim Bradley also fought that guy. We got Adrian Dyer, member for 11 months on a prospect level, sending love and creative energy from Jersey. Let's go, champ. We need that creative energy. We got Polo Buck, $20. Drop a bomb for the dub. Y'all tripping. Crawford had trouble with Israel's right hand, and he never adjusted all night. Crawford is definitely faster than Canelo. If Bud edges a win, would be by decision if he can manage Canelo's power. Yeah, we'll see, man, because, again, many people may say that Crawford is better than Plant. I can see an argument where y'all believe that because of all his achievements. And Plant did so well. Some feel like maybe if he would have never fucking got cocky with Canelo, he could have won the necessary rounds he needed to get a 7-5 scorecard. Because he was doing well until he reminded Canelo of how well he was doing, and Canelo stepped on that gas. Polo Buck right back at us, member for 5 months on a contender level. He says, I F with both fighters. Salute, champ, salute. Looks like we got Tip Bellis.
I can't wait to Canelo take some Crawford punches and realize, damn, these motherfuckers hurt.
Yeah. That's gonna be the most important part of the fight. Can he take the shots? Because if he can, because remember, we was all in that theater together, and when that motherfucker pushed Earl, that theater went crazy. We didn't know he was gonna be that strong.
Bro, it's Earl, bro.
And I
Stop
get
what
you.
y'all doing.
And I get you. That's why I say what I say. Like, yo, he was injured. And some people think that his best performance came over a handicapped fighter. So we seen his best. According to Crawford in this show title, baby, his best has been in his back pocket all this time. You about to see it. He about to shock the world.
Earl best performance has been against a bunch of 40-pounders, man. Quit it, man. Anyway, yo, dang, y'all done made me lose my train of thought talking this BS with Bud Crawford. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Listen, man. Buddy gonna get cooked by Canelo, man. Buddy gonna get cooked, man.
In what fashion?
Canelo just might stop the man. Just might. I ain't saying he will. He just might stop. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, compared to Charlo, man, I don't really know if I got Bud, you know what I'm saying, doing any better, bro. You know what I'm saying? He just might get his he might be he might have too much of an ego, you know what I'm saying? Too much pride to, not fight like Charlo and, maybe go out on his shield, But yeah, I don't really see him doing any better than Charlo, man. It's the reason he stayed away from Charlo. You know what I'm saying? When you got a guy like that who's just out there putting down southpaws left and right, I would stay away from Charlo too and run to Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Why not? But I get it. This is the world we live in today, man. Where your favorite fighters scare you off and then move up 2 weight classes. And then, you know what I'm saying, we champion them. But when it's Lamont Roach, we shit on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't be getting it, bro. We want Tank to go up 2 weight classes to fight Bud Crawford, but Lamont Roach, champion at 30, can't move up and fight Tank. We gonna shit on Lamont for moving
Tank
up
has
to fight
proven,
Tank.
like Crawford, Tank has proven that he's special. Lamont hasn't proven that. Lamont hasn't proven that. Lamont hasn't proven that. Tank and Crawford have proven they special.
So this ain't Lamont's chance to prove that he's special?
Nah, we could have seen that with
What
Jamel
you mean,
Herring.
nah?
We could have
What
seen
you
it with
mean,
the
nah?
Jamel Herring fight.
What
He
you
could have
mean,
showed
nah?
that. He could have showed that in that fight. He could
I
still
guess
show it in
Paulie
that
coulda showed-
rematch.
Paulie could have showed us he was special in the Sean Porter fight, right?
No, Paulie showed us he's special when he went to the Ukraine for
man.
$250,000
Man, get the fuck out of here.
and won a belt.
Bro, how many title shots Paulie lose? How
Won
many
a
title
belt.
shots Paulie lose before
Won a
that?
belt.
How many title shots he
Won
lose
a
before that?
belt.
How many title shots he
Hey,
lose before
talk
that?
to me when
Tell
Lamont
the
Roach.
people the truth.
Talk
Tell
to
the
me.
people the truth.
Talk to me
Tell the
when
people the
Lamont
truth.
Roach is a
Nah,
two-time
tell the
champ
people the
like
truth, man.
Paulie. And
Tell the
don't
people the
forget,
truth.
don't forget,
How many
Paulie
title
a
shots Paulie
two-time
lose
champ
before
at
that?
welterweight, man.
How
I
many
think he
title shots Paulie
140,
lose before that, bro?
140 and 147.
Bro,
That's
why you ignoring the
killers.
question, man? Why you ignoring the question? How many
Killers.
title shots Paulie lose before
I
that?
don't know.
Since
I
this
don't
game we
know.
want to play,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
let's go
know.
to BoxRec.
I don't
Let's
know.
go to Wikipedia.
Do your
Let's go to
thing. Do
BoxRec.
your
Let's go to
thing. Do your
Wikipedia.
thing.
I mean, you got the tab open, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just calling you out for your bias.
I'm
you
just
know?
giving you facts.
I'm just calling you. I'm giving you the facts too.
Two-time.
I'm giving you the
AJ think
facts
he
too.
made that shit popular when he beat Ruiz. Nah. Paulie been did that. Two-time, Pedraza been did that. Two-time, you know, Ness always kick up and talk about them two-time champs. Y'all like to diss Pedraza. I love to call him a two-time champ, what he is, just like Paulie. Just
Run
like
me for a
Paulie.
counter, man. Yeah, y'all Bud fans, y'all are really disgusting. Calling in, talking about y'all gonna do this and that to Canelo. Y'all are delusional, bro. Canelo ain't Earl, bro. Canelo ain't Earl. He's not just one fighter with just thudding punches, you know what I'm saying? And not really any knockout power, because Earl really don't be putting shit down like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just the
Canelo
truth.
old.
You know?
Y'all gotta remember this nigga's old. This is
Canelo,
on the back half of his prime.
low tone. It's time to be serious, bro. Let's stop it. Canelo is 33. Bud is an old ass 38. The nigga the same age as Jim Jones, bro. Let's cut it out, bro. He gonna put the beats on that nigga, man. He gonna put the he gonna put the beats on that nigga, bro. Respectfully, man. That boy ain't ready. He ain't ready.
One time a year.
He ain't ready. Has Bud even fought a Mexican yet? Like a real Mexican?
Jose Benavidez.
Man, come on, bro. That nigga Mexican American, man.
Hey yo, don't do that. Don't do that, because he gave
He
Bud
Mexican
everything.
American, man.
Yo, don't do that. He gave Bud everything could handle in that fight, bro. Come on.
Come on. So his toughest fight was with a Mexican American and not a real Mexican. This is even worse.
Don't do that. You
It's
ain't even Mexican to be calling people real Mexicans. So now Mexicans to say you ain't real black because you light skinned. Come on, champ. Don't open up them doors.
Damn,
man,
niggas not
saying,
real
bro.
black is wild.
I'm just going with what Baby Joker would tell me. That's all I'm saying. I'm just going with what Baby Joker would tell me.
Baby Joker ain't the king chief of all the Mexicans. He ain't nobody.
Hey,
That's
man.
G-Von.
Hey, man. He the voice of Mexicans on this show, man. G-Von Mexican American, man.
That's right.
G-Von don't count.
Blue
G-Von don't
passports,
count.
man. Bang, bang.
I
Blue passport
I gotta go with the
gang.
authenticity, bro. I gotta go with the authenticity, man. But yeah, Bud Crawford gonna get cooked. Also, man, you know what I'm saying? I was arguing with Coach Mitty last night, man. Yeah, the
Shout
Ring
out to
Magazine
Coach
ain't got
Mitty.
no.
He reminded me, the dude I was talking about yesterday was Martin Murray. He not from Australia, from the UK.
Yeah, the Ring Magazine ain't got no integrity, man. They got no integrity at all.
Why?
That event they put on and what Turkey Al-Sheikh is doing with the Ring Magazine, if you only affiliated with Riyadh Season as a promotional company, your fighters could win awards. It's disgusting, bro.
Hey, man,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know what award any PBC fighter deserved.
No. My thing is this: it's not just about PBC fighters, and I wish I'd stop saying that. Like I'm just gangbanging for the PBC.
Angelo Leo
I'm
was
gangbanging for all
nominated.
of boxing.
Angelo Leo was
for all of
nominated,
boxing, bro.
but Angelo
Ness,
Leo was nominated.
Who outside of anybody that performed on a Riyadh season card or is under a promotional company that is in affiliation with Riyadh season won an award?
PBC is affiliated with them too.
You
How many
see
PBC
how you
fighters
said
fought
but?
on?
You see how you said but?
I ain't say but.
You see how
I
you
said
but?
PBC.
That's what you said. But
no, I said
but.
PBC is affiliated with them too.
Come on, hey, bro.
Like
we ain't got no deal with Riyadh season. We ain't got no deal with Riyadh season, bro.
Your biggest fighters have been fighting there outside of fucking Tank, and it looked like Canelo over there.
Just because our fighters have fought over there, don't mean we got to deal
come
with
on, you in
Riyadh season.
denial, bro. Let me get to some callers. Denial's kicking in hard for you, man. CYP pound for pound status courtesy of Stainless. Cutting the line.
Yo. Yeah, man, this shit crazy, man. Because I remember when Paulie went down there to get that belt. Shout out to Paulie. I remember dude that got elevated as champion. So Paulie got an elevated belt, but that was back then. I remember Marquez had 2 elevated belts. I remember Triple G got elevated. I remember people used to get elevated all the time.
and nobody gave a fuck about it. Nobody even talked about it. What started happening to Devin, started happening to Charlo, started happening to Tank. All of a sudden, people start caring about this elevation. I'm starting to notice a pattern with you motherfuckers, and I'm here to call it out. Huh? 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 Yeah, had to bring that up. Secondly, Bud definitely has a chance. The age discrepancy is only like 3 years. I think it's like 2 and 2.5, as a matter of fact. Not even that much. Canelo about to be 35, I believe, before the fight even starts. Y'all motherfuckers don't be keeping up with the niggas' ages. I do. And Bud does lead a clean lifestyle, which is the same thing Floyd did, which is the same thing Bernard Hopkins did. A lot of fighters who live that way do seem a lot younger than their opponents in that ring. We know this. I'm a part of that. In my lifestyle, don't drink or smoke. That's why I can still dunk a basketball at 40. And some of these niggas can't touch the net. But reality is, he got a chance because he's a great boxer. But I just find it crazy that somebody had said, hey, keep a call on all the Bud fans who are going to say he dared to be great after this fight. I say, oh, so the niggas can't dare to be great, but the Latinos and the Europeans can. So him moving up too, that's not daring to be great, but it was for Mikey though. Huh? I'm confused here. I'm saying when Rigo went up there and got his ass whooped, that wasn't daring to be great. I find it funny about you boxing fans, man. Y'all motherfuckers always getting caught up in your critique of lies. Your critique of lies. Huh? And on my exit, man, I got it. Tip, you got it in good hands, my man. Tip got it in good hands. TBS got it in good hands, man. It's enough. Y'all had enough of me putting y'all in your fucking place. Y'all have learned enough from the fucking king. Tune in to Border Wars. It's the last thing I'm saying today. CYP out.
Yeah, man. Y'all not putting enough respect on Bud's name. Gervonta Tank Davis has to stop being a hater, bro. He's really a hater, huh? He be hating. Because I be hating and I recognize a hater. He's a hater. He player hating.
I mean, you know, it's like Bud say, he feel left out.
But I'm saying you could have been there, bro.
Yeah, but that happens at sometimes. You don't believe, you know. Again, I'm always optimistic, but I've said this before. Yo, I've been covering the sport so long. You know, we've always had interest from Saudi Arabia. Eddie was really the first one to make it real. There's always been stories throughout the history of boxing that Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, was going to get involved, and it never happened until it actually started happening, you know? So I can see a guy like Tank's reluctancy, but he's just a young, cocky dude. I mean, I put all the tweets in the chat because he's going to, you know, delete them. And he looks at it like the guys that are going over there can't sell. You know, I just hope he believes in Jesus and you know, prays and feels thankful that he is blessed to sell and doesn't need to go there. But that doesn't mean he shouldn't go there. You know, just be blessed that you are on that level where you can draw and demand more than those guys are gonna demand. But to alienate yourself from what they got going on is crazy. It's crazy to me, man. But
yeah, you were blessed enough to be handheld by Floyd Money Mayweather, one of the greatest pay-per-view stars this sport has ever seen. And yes, Tank, you did your job. You was knocking people out. You did your job of it. But we not going to act like you didn't inherit a Floyd Money Mayweather fan base. Stop the cap, bro. The casuals to this day associate you with Floyd Money Mayweather. They don't associate Shakur with Floyd. They don't associate Devin Haney with Floyd. Stop, bro. Stop. That's why I wish Shakur would have signed to Floyd so Floyd could have used some of that marketing on Shakur. Then we could have closed that gap between the A side and the B side. You mad over there because them B sides is getting the bag and you scared that when it comes to negotiation time, you're going to have to like, oh, I can't hit Shakur with the 19 clauses. Cut your afro, nigga. Get your teeth fixed. Get the Ewok teeth out your mouth.
You funny as hell. Counterpunch from Tip. Let me get to these these super chats. I got Henry Brown, $5. Betting Ness. 60,000 steps or 300 burpees under 5 minutes on either fight. Benavidez versus Morrell or Bud versus Canelo. I got Benavidez and Bud for the win. Champ, you stay trying to get somebody to do burpees. So Reckless, welcome to that champ level. Henry Brown right back at us. Member for 13 months on the contender level. Ness, what up with your boy Jim Jones? He out here looking bad, shaking my head. Killer aired him out while Murder Mace with the popcorn emoji. Hey, man, listen, that's the one thing about Cam that I love, bro. He got nothing to hide, so he aired everything out, man. No one is safe, man. So Jim, he should have known, right? He should have known who he was dealing with. I told you I heard this shit yesterday where he was like, bro, you from the BX. Your grandmother got a house in Harlem. He was, he was trying to do my man dirty and shit. He even talked about how they met and everything. Like, so that's how you know, like, he's just a truth teller. He just is not a liar, Not everybody is gonna appreciate that. But I do. I love a truth teller, man. Shout out to Cam. It's unfortunate that him and Jim beefing. Like, man, I was a Dipset fan, bro. But they all been falling apart. Like Jewels. I mean, last I seen Jewels, bro, was like on a Love and Hip Hop show. He had to do some time. It just wasn't even looking good no more. He was like dealing with alcoholism. Like Cam and Mace are really I can't even say Mace because Mace was never part of Dipset. But so it's like Cam out that whole thing, and Jim is the ones that did the best. Jim got a couple of series and shit like that. But look, he even broke up with his girl or wife or whatever. So, yeah, man. I mean, it's unfortunate because they was tight at one point, but shit happens, man. What's that verse? Who is it? Is it Jay or Big? Where it be like, something about and best friends become strangers, right?
Oh, that's Hove.
There you go.
That's Hove. Damn. Yeah, man. They said Jim was from BX, man,
Word.
and Jim just had an open house.
What you mean an open house?
Like he said, his grandma died, so Jim had the open house where you could come through, bring yams through.
Oh, okay.
House party.
And that's how he got cool with motherfuckers in the hood.
Yeah, like he like, yo, come through. I got the crib.
Yeah, but there ain't nothing wrong with that. It's like, how old was Jim when that was going down? Was he a teenager? Because that still make you from out there. It's like Cam wants you to be born like in the fucking like, come on, man. Like if you was a teenager and you decided, man, I'm gonna start staying at my grandma's house in Harlem. And you a grown ass man still repping Harlem, like, bro, you from fucking Harlem. But I get Cam, he gotta air it out and make it look a certain way. I would need to know more details, man. Like, what age was Jim when he was going to see his grandma and taking over that house? That's important to me.
That's true.
3 dub, $2. Bud going to get that Ward spawn. Bud by unanimous decision. Yeah, Ward and Canelo, 2 different fighters, man. Ward is a pawn fighter. Ward likes to be in that fire, catching that shot. And isn't Ward a southpaw? Fuck is we talking about? Right? Am I wrong?
Andre Ward?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like he was the one that fought Chad Dawson. Or no. It's Chad the southpaw, and he was the one going to the right hand body. Yeah, he was going right hand body, left hook up top. So he was the orthodox fighter. Let me double check that. We got Ryan Robertson, member for 6 months on a prospect level. Of course he feels left out. No tough fights. Tip Bellis with the counter punch. What up?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, man. Shout out to them B-sides, man. Them B-sides, they was on Twitter talking crazy yesterday, man. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read that. dudes is mad because they wasn't invited to the Met Gala. Like, what is wrong with this dude, bro? Imagine somebody being mad they wasn't invited to the B-side event, bro. Respectfully, man. These dudes be crazy
That was
out
a
here.
B-side event.
Orthodox. He was orthodox because he was hitting Chad with that right hand to the body, left hook up top. That's what
Tone,
killed him.
that wasn't a B-side
The,
event.
B-side
the face
event.
of boxing literally was there, bro.
Word.
Bro,
Word.
Tank was not at that event, man. Respectfully.
He
Tank wasn't at that
hilarious.
So
event.
Canelo
He was,
Alvarez was up there.
Tank was certainly watching. He was tuned in.
Ain't nobody watching. It was a bunch of DAZN fighters, bro.
You
Ain't nobody
lying.
watch that
Tank
shit, man.
watched it.
Come on, man. I gotta be for real, bro. I gotta
If
be.
he the
Tank
face
was
of
in there.
boxing,
He was hating.
if you saying Canelo not the face of boxing and Tank the face of boxing, well, the face of boxing was tuned in and live tweeting that shit like he was a reporter.
Well, we know Canelo not the face no more, bro. Canelo ain't want to fight David, so you know what I'm saying. He lost all the mojo.
Oh, that's how you lose being
Let's
the
be for
face?
real, man.
That's how you lose being the
Come
face?
on,
So how the
come
fuck
on.
Tank ever became the face? Because he don't
I
want to
mean,
fight nobody we want to fight.
who Tank duck? Because last time I checked, Loma ain't want to fight.
Sugar
Last time I
Shakur
checked,
Stevenson, man.
Shakur. Last time I checked, Shakur
Sugar
told this.
Shakur Stevenson, man.
Didn't Shakur tell Eddie not to negotiate anything with Tank?
Nah.
Okay. Like I said, man, Tank the face
I
of
play the
boxing.
clip.
We need
I
to
play
start
the
living in a
clip of
world
what
of lies
Shakur
and
said.
delusion, man. Oh, after the fact, another year later, you know, it always changes each year. It changes each year, man.
I
But you know what I'm saying?
mean,
Like I said, I mean, is T.O. a A-side?
A-side T.O.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you see, this is where you catch them, man. You just gotta acknowledge these dudes is the home of the B side, man,
A-side
over on the
T.O.
zone. It's nasty,
T.O. a
man.
two-time lineal champ, man. That's the
And he
definition.
still can't
That's the
and he still
definition
can't
of
get a
an
fight.
invite. That's the
And he still
definition of
can't
an
get a fight.
invite to a ring
And he
gala,
still
man.
can't get a fight.
I won 2 ring belts. Of course, I get an invite to the gala.
And still can't get a fight. So how much
Shit,
of an A-side is T.O.?
Crawford won 2 ring belts. Of course, he get an
Still,
invite. How
still
many
ain't,
Canelo won? Of
still ain't making,
course.
still ain't making more than his contemporaries, but he the A side. Like, come on, bro. Let's be for real, man. Y'all gotta stop what y'all doing, bro. Y'all gotta stop calling these dudes out for being ducks, man. After
Ducks.
Shakur and Floyd Schofield fight, I want y'all to have that same energy about Shakur not unifying at 135 pounds because you know he's not gonna fight his Fortnite friend, Keyshawn Davis, respectfully. The same way y'all talk about how Tank ain't unified with none of these dudes at 35. I want y'all to keep that same energy for Shakur when he never unifies at 35. Because we going to see Keyshawn unified before we ever see Shakur unified. Respectfully, bro. And y'all know it's the truth. Y'all know it's the truth. Y'all going to overshadow it. But don't worry. I'm here. I told y'all it's a new year, man. I'm calling everything out. Calling everything out. Just like how we calling Canelo and Bud both ducks. We calling everything out this year. Respectfully, man. It's going to be a tough year for y'all, man. I'm on y'all next. I'm telling y'all. I'm on y'all next. But anyway, roll out. You know what I'm saying? February 1st, March 1st,
Roll out.
February 15th. You know what I'm saying? Amazon Prime, we up and rolling, baby. It's gonna be a big year. Turkey better come with something better. You know what I'm saying? All them BS events that nobody can see at 12 o'clock in the evening. You know what I'm saying? While we at work eating at lunch. Nobody give a fuck about them cars, man. You better do something better, big boy. Better do something better. Get some integrity over there on the Ring Magazine too, man. You know what I'm saying? Get some integrity. The writers on bullshit. Writers on bullshit. But I'm gone, man.
Yeah, man. The walls is closing in, bro. Walls closes in. Tank over there. He see all them dudes getting bags over there from Riyadh season, bro. He see it. If you went to PBC, you got to be like, damn. This dude getting this much. This dude getting that much. El Rayo got his biggest payday with Turkey. David Morrell got his biggest payday with Turkey. Come on, bro. Andy Ruiz, big payday with Turkey. Y'all gotta give it to
Morrell
Pro.
biggest payday with Turkey was 500,000. That was wild work.
Yeah,
He must be getting a good bump now to fight David.
yeah. But they still over there like because Bivol and Better BF getting bags over there, bro.
Right. JT.
Yo, yo, what up, Ness?
What
What up,
up?
Two Tone?
What up?
Nah, man. Probably. That was a good interview with Polymodology. I think he said some takes I like what he said. I know you brought up the Metромorph. He's brought up. He said, was it? Did he say that Metромorph he felt like was an all around better fighter than Canelo, or he just talked about the skills of Metромorph?
He said the IQ. He thinks he has more IQ than Canelo.
I see what he's saying with that, cause like the European style that Metромorph has, I think any style, any fighter Metромorph get in there with he fights like that, he's gonna give him trouble, cause you don't know when he's gonna attack, cause he's using his feet to throw off illusions and he's fainting a lot with his whole entire body. I see what he said with that. As far as Canelo, I heard a few callers call in. You gotta remember, somebody brought up the 160-pounder when I think that 155 when he um fought Miguel Cotto. That was the best Canelo counter punching when he was at his best. I don't see that. I don't see that counter punching ability at 168. The last two fights, like he fought two guys that came straight forward. So that was that was heavy bag work, like Canelo likes doing it when he's in the ring. I mean, he's in the training. He likes to hit the bag. If you stay in front of him, he gonna tear you up. As far as I said it before, man. I see Bud mixing it up a lot with him. He's gonna sit in front Canelo a little bit to throw him off his rhythm, to engage, to open him up. I can see Bud moving a little bit, throwing him off on angles. Setting up a lot of feints. Bud's gonna be quicker, and I think Canelo's gonna really respect Bud's power, his counter ability. Because don't be surprised, Bud might be the better counter puncher in this fight. I see Canelo taking a lot of risks in this fight to get towards Bud, which means that opens him up. Because his hardest punches, if you look, he plants his feet when he throw them. I said this numerous times before. This is a fight Bud definitely could win. Canelo might be a little bigger, might be stronger. I don't think he is strong as Matrimov though, because you got to look at the background of Matrimov. He has a wrestling background himself, gymnastics. All that was a big factor. And after that Bud fight, he did say the guy was physically strong in there. So I can't wait to see the fight. I hope it happens. It's gonna quite a few people. The Canelo hitters still gonna come out and have something to say. As far as being an older fighter, I think Canelo is, because you look when he started fighting. He started his pro debut at Priden at 15 years old. So he got the more miles when it come down to being in the ring as a professional fighter. I hope the fight get made, man, in September.
That's the bell, player. Boxing Patron. What up?
What's up, Nancy? Hear me?
Yep.
Man, imagine that, dude. A guy with 10 fights got more IQ than Canelo, who's been in there with Mayweather, Laura, Triple G, Kovalev. That's fucking crazy, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the shit that people say, even Paul. So that's a good interview with Paulie Hater Malinology, hates on people more than anything. And he talks good. But anyway, man, you know what? Remember Triple G when they fought? Triple G was a fucking body snatcher. Remember that? All he did was kill people's body, man. Kill them. You remember that, Ness? Everybody he popped. Hello?
No, I said I remember.
Yes, sir.
I remember.
Okay, sorry you guys cut off, bro. Discord a little messed up over there. Yeah, man, so he's killing people. Bro, did you ever see how many body punches he landed against Canelo in both fights combined? They were under 20. There's a reason why he was under 20 and he didn't want to go to the body. Because he was scared of Canelo's counter punch ability. You know what I mean? That's the reason why. One of the best body punches we've seen in years landed 20 body shots against Canelo in 2 fights, 24 rounds. That's crazy. You know what I mean? But here, you know what? I gotta hear your opinion on this, and I'll head out. Maybe this could even be a show. Break it all down. Who's got the better speed? Who's got the more power? Who's got the more experience? Who has a better chin? Who has a better footwork? Break it. I want to know all your who you think has the advantage in all those things. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And see where you put them. Because I think Canelo's faster. I think Canelo's stronger. I think Canelo's got the better chin. I think Canelo's got the better experience. You know what I mean? I think he just wants better footwork. But put all that stuff, man. I'm curious of where you have him at, man. I'm gonna get off, man. I'm gonna let you answer that, man. All right, man. You gotta take it easy. Great show today.
I mean, I certainly would edge the experience to Canelo, the power to Canelo, the chin to Canelo, um, the footwork to Crawford. The speed, I don't think it's assess. I can't assess it. I don't have a way of analyzing their speed until they fight each other, or at least um, the right sized common opponent. Like, come on, bro, beating up Amir Khan at that time, and it's not the same. So, you know, timing they both got though. It's an interesting fight from a timing standpoint, but I think that more importantly, we need to know, can Crawford hurt Canelo? Like, nothing is gonna matter uh, unless he can hurt Canelo. Because if not, what stops Canelo from walking him down?
Bro, we ain't never seen Crawford in bro, we talking about Terrence Bud Crawford here. One of the greatest minds in boxing, one of the most clutch fighters in boxing. The man was losing to Sean Porter. They told Bud you down. Bud went out
But
there and
that's the
cooked this man.
thing. That's the thing. You was losing to Sean Porter.
I know, but
You got
bro,
dropped by Kavalaskis. You got
yeah,
rocked by Gamboa. Those things matter now that you're going up against a harder puncher in Canelo.
an older Canelo, a flat-footed
Bro,
Canelo.
an older Canelo, for you to sell a narrative, but that older Canelo beat a younger, bigger Berlanga, beat a younger former champion in Munguia. There has been no signs of slowing down.
Well,
There's been no
Magia,
signs of slowing down. Like, if he was slowing down, how didn't Bivol get a stoppage?
because Bivol didn't press the gas. Bivol could have got a stoppage.
Because he couldn't. Because he
Well,
respect that power.
well, we've seen how Bivol acts in the clutch against Better Biev in the championship rounds. He folded in the clutch when it mattered. He folded. He stepped off the gas because he wanted to box and get a win.
I'm
You got to go out there
comfortable
and
with
fight against.
I'm comfortable with Paulie's assessment. He and I both felt that Bivol won that fight. Real boxing man of Oz who like boxing, seen that dude outbox the puncher.
Bro, last 3 rounds, that man folded in the clutch. He
I
folded.
mean, they said that about Oscar De La Hoya Tito Trinidad. Sometimes even 3 rounds doesn't win you a fight because it's a race to 7, as my good friend Keith Thurman would say.
Yeah, but Canelo, Terrence Bud Crawford, what gives Canelo problems?
Allegedly movement, but he got the win over Laura.
But didn't Bivol keep having that jab in Canelo's face? Didn't he not allow Canelo was trying to do them arm punches where he breaks your arm, but Bivol just
and Bivol balloons to what? Just like Berlanga ballooned to plus 200. You talking about Terrence Crawford taking them counter shots. You talking about Terrence Crawford's shoulders taking Canelo's. Bro, he broke Callum's bicep, who's naturally a bigger man than your boy Crawford. Like, the fact that y'all disrespect the level of damage, that Canelo has. One punch, he broke Billy Joe's face, but y'all swear, but Gamboa could hurt Crawford and have him on stanky legs, and Kavalaskis could drop him. But if Canelo land, he don't got a history of breaking your face.
Bro, Crawford took a flush shot from Earl the True Spence, stood there and said, "Oh, that's all you got?"
Again, this is exactly why we always wanted him to fight more people. Like, this is all y'all say is Earl. Bro, we got a plethora of people that Canelo's been in the ring with. punchers. For those people that swear Crawford's on a knockout streak, even though he didn't even drop Madrimov. Bro, Canelo served 36 rounds with Triple G. With Triple G. We talking about Jose Benavidez being one of the toughest fights Crawford had. Jose Benavidez, like, it's not even a motherfucking
The same Triple
question.
G you thought Floyd could beat.
Yeah. But he's also the same Triple G, like the last caller said, that was stopping everybody to the body. Same Triple G that Billy Briscoe became famous because he's like, no, I gotta stop this fight. He's gonna kill him. When he was talking about Gabe Rosado bloody ass in that HBO fight.
Charlo. Have you rewatched the Jermell Charlo fight?
What fight? You trying to put me to sleep? The fuck?
No, I'm saying if you rewatch the Jermell Charlo fight,
I don't want to go to
Charlo
sleep.
Being terrified.
I wasn't prescribed melatonin. Why would I want to go to sleep watching Charlo do this? Like, I'm good off that.
Charlo was landing some shit on Canelo, bro.
Oh, yeah? And how was Canelo reacting?
Charlo was scared.
No, how was Canelo reacting to them shots? What was his facial expression?
Canelo got a good poker face.
Oh, and good defense. Catching them shits. Pop, pop, pop.
Hey, y'all, why are we mentioning Berlanga and Munguia?
Why? Because they young. They're young. And if they would have got cooked, why the fuck Crawford never fought him? I asked for Munguia, Crawford. I asked for Munguia. I asked for Crawford, Benavidez. Fuck out of here. Canelo got to do all the heavy lifting. All the heavy lifting. Y'all want him to fight Benavidez?
Bro, I can't wait till Berlanga fight somebody to get his ass whooped. Bro.
My guy, McCumbee dropped Plant, man. Like, this is boxing.
McCumbee like that. He gonna drop, what's his name, Berlanga too.
But again, there was a day, and this is what I'm saying, man. Let the history books show that I was always great. There was a day when y'all laughed at me when I was pumping McCumbee up. When I wanted McCumbee in Orlando versus Berlanga, y'all was calling him a cherry for Berlanga. But these fucking motherfuckers are calling in and tell you they got a high-level eye. It's them. Come on, man. Come on, man. Cut the shit. We got President Jafar, $5. Tank can't roll up to Turkey event wearing a painted nail emoji, and a pink purse emoji, and fur coat emoji. Squinting face, that is haram, excuse me. That is haram. Oh, man. So you're taking it to his religion now. We got Alan Day, $5. Correction, Bud has 3 lineal belts. Them gangbangers were happy when the side of the Street Wars was running boxing and network into the trash. Unreal. Yeah, and that's the thing. Turkey stopped that shit, you know. He stopped that whole, this side of the street, that side of the street. Nah, we what you want, let's make it happen. 03 Dub, $2. Tank will never be a unified champ. 50-50 odds. Man, it's just crazy that he's like 7 years pro. Never had a unified fight schedule. Alan Day back with another 5. That's 3. What card was Bud down against Porter? We watched Triple G, Trout, Bivol, and Floyd box Canelo ears off. We watched Cotto brother put Canelo down. Stop, Ness. First of all, he didn't go down. Second, even if you thought Trout outboxed Canelo, what did he do? Drop Trout. So bad his leg kicked forward. A natural 54-pounder. Like, that's what y'all gotta forget. Bud still gotta get hit by Canelo, who's always been punching. He always been punching. But okay, let's ignore it. Let's ignore it. Let's ignore it. Pristine.
I remember Pacquiao Mayweather and how the Pacquiao fans after that fight were just so sad. Y'all was just down in the dumps, and I loved every.
I mean, first of all, that was 2 people in the same weight classes, and technically Floyd was always the bigger man. This is different.
Yeah.
This is
But I
different.
remember Pacquiao gonna do this, Pacquiao gonna do that. I remember, and y'all was just so sad, and y'all Canelo fans. After Bud Crawford makes history, becomes one of the greatest boxers of all time by beating the brakes off Canelo in a 12-round decision, y'all gonna be up on TBV the next Sunday, sad as a motherfucker.
Yeah. That sound cool, but I like H-Town's chat, super chat, just like Berlanga's post fight, right? H-Town, $5. Bivol is 6 feet, 200 plus. Male exact words. I hit him with all I had, and it did nothing. Respect the little redhead Mexican. Huh?
It's cool, but hey, Father Time is undefeated, bro.
Pristine Sports Network, $2. Soccer KO'd Munguia. Canelo couldn't. Tank DC3 a clown. Oh, excuse me. Tank a duck emoji. DC3 a clown emoji. We all know Canelo told y'all and showed y'all he took it light on Munguia as his Mexican brethren. Let's be real. Let's
This
be
gonna
real.
look like when Pacquiao was beating the brakes off Oscar De La Hoya. That's how this
Come
fight
on,
gonna look.
a dehydrated, weight drained Oscar De La Hoya that couldn't make weight also came out in his documentary and said he was fucking drinking alcohol through the whole camp. This is what I'm saying. You talking about Canelo, man. I don't play games in camps. I don't take shortcuts in camp. We got Tyron on the check-in.
Yo, what's good, Ness?
You.
What's good, Two Tone?
What up, Tyron?
Not much, man. Shouts out TBV. Hope everyone blessed tuning in. Yeah, man, this topic been fire for the couple weeks now. But my thing is, how will Bud body adapt to 168, especially just jumping up there and not having a fight at 168 or a catch weight to get your body acclimated. So I wonder, that's going to be affect. You know what I mean? Just going up there, how's your body feel? Your training going to be different. How's that going to go? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of questions outside the ring with that goes. Understand that he lives, a boxer lifestyle, but still, that's still another challenge. And Bud will have to sacrifice something. He's not going to be able to bring his whole skill set level up to 168. You looked at 155, Bud really wasn't moving around, right? And I think going up to 168, something is going to have to give for him. But Canelo is an all-time great. Canelo is still a high-level fighter, right? I'm not taking anything away from Bud, but we're talking about Canelo, another all-time pound for pound legend in the sport. And it just seemed like people has been forgetting about that, and more so, you know, seeming like Canelo isn't what Canelo is, right? What Canelo has already done in the sport of boxing. Um, it's just hard to see Bud going up there to 168 and beating him. My thing is, what are we assessing Bud beating Canelo off of? Just the Spence fight? Um, you know what I mean? We really haven't seen Bud in too many big fights to say, okay, yeah, you go up to fight Canelo, right? Given understand that Spence supposedly was going to go up there and fight Canelo, so it's like, okay, hey, I beat you, I might as well go up there too. Respect to Bud, but Canelo is still. Um, High skill IQ. Look at the Mugia fight, how he was able to counter Mugia. Not saying Mugia is Bud, but it just still shows Canelo counter skills while walking you down, while coming forward. His timing is still subpar. His speed is still there. Look how fast he was able to land that left hook just like that on Berlanga and dropped him. Berlanga was shocked. It was quick. I don't see Bud outboxing Canelo. Bud would eventually have to stand his ground and fight him, and I don't think that he's going to get the best of the exchanges. And I just don't see him boxing and moving. Canelo has experience and a skill set level to be able to cut off the ring. And I feel like he's going to be able to go to the body. He's going to be able to hit the arms. And I just feel like in the later rounds, Canelo just going to, overwhelm him. But you know, good fight for the fans, good fight for boxing. But that's all I had, champ. I appreciate you, man. Shout out TBV.
All right. We got a counter from JT. Patron, you got the next one.
Yo.
Yo.
Shout out to the high level Nesta Gibbs. You know, nobody don't never really give you your respect, but you got a high level somewhere in boxing Nest. But Tone, I heard you ask what give Canelo trouble? What
Right.
gives Canelo trouble, not movement, I think a rhythm. And I think Bud has that style where he could change his rhythm different times in the fight that could throw fighters off, throw their rhythm off, like he was doing against Arrow. I heard Bomac yelling, keep that rhythm. And then Bud will go in his bag and throw Arrow off to even stop his jab. So, I mean, like, it's just a lot of stuff I see that Bud Crawford can give Canelo trouble. And definitely it's going to be that rhythm, the rhythm style. And probably not the movement. Canelo's used to the movement, but it's just a different rhythm. And Jamel Charlie and Bud don't have those. They're not similar at that. Two different styles. So I'm tired of them being compared. The next thing, what y'all got to remember with this, when they're in camp, Bud, the last fight he fought at was 54, and he was coming down in weight at 47. But you got to remember, what's his walk around weight? At one point, he was 168 sparring guys in camp coming down. So like when these guys sit here and say, we just gotta look at the weight, I disagree with that because they've been seeing how Bud looked at 68. And you're absolutely right that he hasn't been in a fight at 68, but he sparred heavier guys in camp at 68 to get down to maybe 47.
I mean, just remember the professional fighter said that sparring and fighting guys at 60 is totally different. I literally asked Paulie that question.
It is different. Look, no, it's different, bro. I get what you're saying, but it's still a look. Cause you know how you could tell when a fighter coming down fighting to like 47 or 54, he might not look as sharp as 68, but it's still a look. So it's something that Bomac and them know that it was possible to make. That's why this fight is being made. You got to remember, Bud.
You got to remember that Bud was reluctant with Madrimov. Canelo got real power. Whether y'all want to believe it or not, Jamel told you, Plant showed you, and Berlanga told you.
What are you doing? Are you taking some of my time so I could kind of so I could step back and pop you? Nah, man. But all I'm saying is, bro, they seen this in the camp, and I think they seen how Bud looked at 68. So that's why they even talking about this fight. So like, bro, I just think that's why this fight even was made, because at one time Bud said he respect weight classes for a reason, but this fight is being made now. So they seen how Bud looked at 68 in camp, and they figured he could hold that weight pretty good in a fight. That's all you could go off if he never fought at 68. But that's my counter punch.
Let's just hope his corner don't do what Kell Brook corner did, because y'all keep acting like that shit don't exist. Y'all keep acting like, oh, he ain't taking this fight for no reason. Nah, the plan could always be throw that fucking towel in. Shit get rough. You see that motherfucker is as big and as strong as we thought. We getting paid regardless. That's why it's called guarantee. Like, we acting crazy over here. Kell Brook did that shit.
You think they gonna throw the talent for Bud? The disrespect for Terrence.
History proves that it can happen. History proves that it can happen. Kell Brook was a welterweight. Kell Brook was a welterweight, jumped up 2 divisions to fight Triple G, considered a monster.
Bro, Canelo gonna be walking in sand. Father Time gonna tap that man on the shoulder, and Bud gonna be piecing that man up for one of the magical moments in sports history, bro. Y'all just don't see it. Y'all act like this Canelo from years ago. That man is getting old. That man flat-footed. And Terrence Crawford is fresh. The man only fight one time a year, bro. And he been using this whole year to bulk up to be ready for 168 pounder.
Which is going to slow him down. Super chat via Cash App from Jonathan Sims, who says, selling your house is the kiss of death emoji. Rent out your house. Don't sell it. I mean, listen, it's always good to have passive income and rent, but you never gonna get what you can get from selling your house in rental income. It is just gonna take too many years, you know. It all depends as well on the value of the house and the purchase price of the house. But yeah, you know, certain houses are meant to be rental properties and certain houses are not meant to be rental properties, right? Like, unless, I mean, again, to each his own, bro. To each his own. But that's his super chat. We got Coyote Blanco, $2. In Bud's resume, who's Floyd, Bivol, or Triple G? Well, in Floyd's in Crawford's resume, I guess Floyd would have to be Gamboa because he had 2 gold medals, right? And Floyd had a silver. And, you know, Gamboa was probably the most skilled fighter. You know, he just had that damn chin. I wish Gamboa would have came out different with a different chin and see where he could have really been. And then his Triple G. Who the fuck was punching like he ain't fought a Triple G, bro? He ain't fought a puncher like that. Like the biggest puncher that he fought was Kell Brook, and that dude was not like what he was at the time that he fought him. I mean, who's the biggest puncher?
Discredited Kell Brook. How Canelo gonna take them body shots? How we gonna see what that midsection?
Yo, he said we
like
discrediting Kell Brook. Come on, chill, man. Remember that Kell Brook, you know, after the Triple G face breaking, then Earl broke the other side of the face, bro. What do you mean?
It's still Kell Brook.
Nah, listen, bro. Listen. This is by far the toughest, biggest, hardest, fastest, strongest fighter Bud has ever been in the ring with, bro. By far. None of them dudes he been in the ring with are remotely close to Canelo in any fucking sort of way. No way. None of them dudes. Like Victor Postal, he doesn't even do one thing Canelo does. Like none of them dudes. Gamboa wish he had the chin of Canelo. Because his career would have been different with Canelo's chin, bro.
Canelo fought somebody like Terrence Bud Crawford?
Yes. The difference, I mean, come on, bro. What every Bud Crawford fan points to, Floyd. And the difference is that Crawford gets hit more, but he's more offensively dangerous than Floyd. And then you sprinkle in the fact that he allegedly is a switch hitter, but we all know that he fights at his best from southpaw. But yes, he's been there. He's been there with Bivol. What do you mean? Like, bro.
Okay, so
who the fuck has Crawford fought like Canelo? Dude with head movement, with waist movement. Like he literally was like, "Oh, stop, Daniel Jacobs, what you doing? I'm right here in your fucking face."
Well, you know, Canelo's head movement is his head movement's gone. So
gone.
We throw that out.
Hater. I love it, yo. I love it. This fight is gonna be big, but this is why I always wanted it, and the Buff fans didn't want it. Weight classes for a reason, this. Weight class for a reason. But it's these circus fights that y'all say, I'm not a real boxing fan. I like circus fights. It's these circus fights that get everybody tuned in. Look how many people listening. Look how many people want to call in. Because we don't like the regular shit. We want you to dare to be great. And I believed in Guillermo Rigonda, who had what, 3 amateur gold medals? That destroyed Nonito Donaire before anybody? And he couldn't beat Vasil because Vasil was too big. And I knew Vasil couldn't beat an elite 35-pounder. That's why we picked Teal. That's why we picked fucking Devin. He can't beat an elite 35-pounder. He could beat a co-man. He could be the co-main guy like that, but not an elite 35-pounder, not to the size that they balloon. He just can't do it. And he know he can't do it. Size matters. It only don't matter. It only don't matter when it don't matter. No, that's what I'm saying. It only don't matter when it don't matter. But when you, because remember, ain't the phrase, a good little guy always loses to a big good guy? Like, he's just bigger. He's just bigger.
Chassis, does size matter? Chassis.
Come on, here he go. Coyote Blanco, $2. Oh, we read that. T-Bone Willis with the it's like a gif of a woman with an afro saying me, me, me. I guess you're saying pick me, but T-Bone, I mean, I know that ain't like your own way of doing a counterpunch. We got Adrian right back at us with another 5 salute. If Nello could Tom Khan, he's going to catch Bud. It's only a matter of time. Khan in his prime might have had more skills than Bud, to be honest. Speed for sure. Alan Day, $5. That's another 5. Shout out to Alan. If you count Bud going down against Mean Machine, we are counting Canelo getting saved by the belts against Cotto. Please. That's a very poor comparison. There's been people that have been saved by the ropes that looks way worse than Canelo that could be considered a legit knockdown. There are professional fighters that think, but I mean, I got tired of asking professional fighters that question. You know, they and I all believe Bud got dropped by Kavaliauskas, and you know, maybe one day Bud will admit it to me, but he doesn't have to. Supermax, $5. They need to do the De La Hoya Hopkins, have them both fight on the same card in May. Nello versus Skull, Bud versus TBA, then go from there to September. The thing is that, like Paulie said, does Bud take the chance of taking a serious tune-up in the interim and fumble the bag? You know, because Laura can be a banana peel. You know, so what are we going to do? We're going to get, like, what exactly from Bud? And that's what I'm saying. That's the level of fighter that Canelo is and that Bud got to face in September. A dude that's not afraid to fumble the bag and go and fight an undefeated champion in William Skull. I say to Bud fans, him fight with, well, we don't want to fight nobody at 68. Bud said he only want Canelo. Like, you dudes don't want no fucking smoke. You want the golden ticket, the Willy Wonka ticket. You understand? Canelo's still willing to fight Skull in May and then go fight your pound-for-pound fighter in September. But what is Bud going to give us Laura? Because that's what I've been wanting. Give me Laura.
Nobody buying that. That's not nobody buying that.
There you go. So what? Give us Plant then. McCumbee just dropped him. Give us Plant. Give us a common opponent. Laura's a common opponent. Plant's a common opponent. You don't want that Belonga smoke. Because all of a sudden, they're going to say he too big. He went from being a bum to he's too big.
I'll take Bud versus Berlanga.
Well, do
Bud
it. Do it. Take Munguia. He just got knocked out.
I'll take that too.
Do it. Call fucking M. Billy. Do it. I dare ya. Nah, it's going to be a Kavaliauskas, man. We know what the fuck it is. Or he might not even fight till September.
Yeah.
We packing on weight. And all the little Crawford drones. We packing on weight. Come on, man. Like, respect the real, man. Respect the real.
Nah, I'm respecting greatness, and I'm respecting Bud Crawford as the best fighter of this generation.
So then his May fight should be fire. Polo Buck, $10. This is Bud's biggest test. Yeah, we witnessed Bud's power, but we can't compare it. I will say I've seen Canelo gas at 168. How about Bud? We're going to see Bud's tongue that night because Canelo will connect.
That's wild. Seeing Bud's tongue. I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, you know when he stick his tongue out after he get hit. We all know. We all know.
Yeah.
Wait till I just want to see him get hit on them shoulders. See, because Canelo cut from that old school cloth. Hit him anywhere. Just touch him. Just touch him. That's the difference. You ain't gonna be there with somebody that's gonna play pawn with you and all that shit. When he faint, the next one, something coming. It ain't gonna be 10 million fucking feints.
Canelo gonna get hit with that piston jab.
Yeah, and what's gonna happen after? Didn't Caleb land a jab smack and got countered? That's what you dealing with. Elite level countering. Average boxing fan. Bud spars 68-pounders like Nelson. Nello spars heavyweights like Frank Sanchez. President Jafar, $2. Bud spars my cousin, who is a 168-pound fighter. Is your cousin Frank Sanchez? Who beat F.A.? Canelo duck emoji me $2. Okay, we get it, Ness. You're going for Canelo. 3 faces crying out loud. No, I'm just giving you facts. T-Bone Willis, welcome to the prospect level. T-Bone Willis, $5. So I guess that's a counter. Where you at, Willis? I don't know who you is, Willis, and I only see my man Copy Cool over there.
About, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
We got Dre, $2. Canelo is more experienced fighter. Hands up emoji. Yeah, that matters, bro. All them interviews matter. Unless Crawford be like, man, fuck that. I'm out here trying to win this fight. I ain't promoting shit. He's going to be pulled in so many different ways because of this fight. And we seen the Turkey do big shit. Look at Crawford's Madrimov fight. They made that big as hell. Now Turkey finally got Canelo. Come on, man. Let's act like we ain't lived through the last year. This is what something Turkey been wanting. You know how big this card gonna be? This probably is in the Allegiant Stadium. Polo Buck, $2. Yeah, where else is gonna be?
Yeah, especially you got Devin Ryan on the undercard.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I did see that Oscar De La Hoya tweeted some shit out where he said him in the sit down with him and Eddie, and it was like, and he said best versus the best. So I could see Turkey doing the Canelo Crawford. Crawford is part of our Matchroom because that's where he did his LA fight with Madrimov, right? Then we got Devin Ryan. That's Golden Boy Matchroom. You know, so yeah, I could see it going down on a Turkey 5v5, but man, I just feel like this is his own main event, and so is Ryan and Devin. But I ain't nobody's fool, and mama ain't raised one. So give them both to me as a main event, co-main event for the price of one pay-per-view, and I'm happier than a mother, you know? RRT Boxing with Mr. A, fat $10. Bud will get dropped and upset by Laura. Bud tenders know the real. Hashtag Hardin, 3 faces in Hardin. Schmo. Pristine Sports Network. Ness doing more glazing. $2. Pristine Sports Network. Ness doing more glazing more than Krispy Kreme donut emoji. I mean, who am I glazing? Who am I glazing, though? Who am I glazing? I just want to know. President Jafar, right back at us. Another 2. Box Rack, my cousin Dennis Douglas, Mama's boy. Come on, champ. Mama's boy is my guy. I know him since he was living in New Jersey, man. And covering him that long, but like Dennis Douglas is not Canelo. You know what I'm saying? And Dennis Douglas is not Canelo, man. Like, come on, why are we playing these games, Marco?
Yo no sé, señor.
I mean, what's going on, bro? You missed a good-ass Paulie interview, but Paulie essentially said he believes that Madrimov showed more boxing IQ than he believes Canelo possesses.
What?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. He said. But listen, you got to understand, you got to learn to compartmentalize, right? It's like he's only talking about Madrimov's boxing IQ and Canelo's boxing IQ. He's not saying that Madrimov is any better than Canelo.
No, I get it.
But he has more boxing IQ.
Madrimov is herky jerky. I guess I get it, kinda. I get it, but Canelo is kind of like Tank. Like they both have very underrated boxing IQs. Like they place their punches, they set traps, they do a lot more than just walk down and throw hard punches. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like.
Does Crawford go down in this fight, in your opinion?
Yeah, he might. He might.
What?
Can he go
I
down
think
any round, or you think it's like 1
Tone
through
Crawford's
6?
gonna get battered like a chicken finger, Tone.
Nah, you said
He not
he
getting
was gonna
battered
get.
like a Raising Cane finger.
No, he said he was gonna get beats like Dr. Dre's.
He's gonna get the beats like Dre, and he's gonna get battered like he's getting deep fried. I think. See, the problem is we've never seen Crawford hit by somebody that strong and that much
powerful.
bigger,
Exactly.
and that much bigger,
Exactly.
right? So,
or with that counter punching ability, you know, because those are the shots that hurt, the ones you don't see. When I
and
counter
Canelo,
you usually don't see that.
by the way, Canelo Ness goes against my rule. His knockout percentage is like 63%, which according to my rule is low, but he'll still put you out. The thing
Well,
with
I don't
him
know
is,
about out though. What he does have is power. According to your rule, he's got power, but he doesn't knock you out, which is kind of what his record indicates. Does
but
he get a
that's because
stoppage here and there? Yeah,
but
but
that's because he's fighting above his weight class for years now.
for sure.
Crawford will not be above his weight class. They'll be the same weight, if not Crawford's probably smaller.
No, I'm putting Crawford way smaller than Canelo on fight night. On fight night, there's no way Crawford matches the weight of Canelo. Absolutely, positively not. But that's okay. That could be by design to be faster in order to use the feed. We got Public Enemy numero uno, $2 super chase says two-tone delusional as F. Counterpunch, Christine Sports Network, courtesy of DC3. We got GMOG Media TV, $5 celebrating his 5th super chat on the live stream. Salute. They said Canelo was slowing down after Father Time is catching up with him. But Bud's inactivity has slowed down, only fighting once a year since 2020. Yeah, and that means rust. For some, they could believe that means rust. Ike, 5-pounder, mama's boy got passed around by MMA fighter and boxers in the gym. He's still a very good fighter. And I just don't like that. I don't like if he's really sparring him. You know, no disrespect, but you know, he shells up a lot, and he gets hurt a lot at this stage of his career in sparring. I've watched countless hours of Mama's Boy in Vegas.
I hate to say this, but he shows signs of early kind of CT. Like he shows early signs of damage.
He's certainly not speaking as fluently as he once did.
No, and even when you look at his body, like he kind of stumbles around a little bit. You know, he should definitely consider.
Who Mama's boy? Who Mama's
Dennis
boy?
Douglas. Let me get to Patron.
Get
I
out of
thought I got
Brooklyn.
to your counterpunch. Did I not? No, I think you did, because then
Do
you
you
was like,
remember
yo,
that?
answer this
Do you remember that
question.
famous video of that MMA white dude sparring somebody?
Strickland. I think it's Strickland that did that. Little
Do you remember
bully.
that?
He was a bully, though. He was a bully. That's why Jake should cook his ass. Copy cool, what it do?
Yo, what's going on, gentlemen?
What up?
What up?
What's good? Yeah, man. Just real quick. Shout out to my little man Antonio Ortiz. Just won the Golden Gloves 10-year-old out of our gym, New Costello Boxing Club. Just got to throw that out there. Still looking for heavyweight work. I need some sparring partner for a heavyweight I got in the gym. If you're in the local, northern area, Patterson, Newark, Passaic area, we're located at 104 Lexington Avenue in Passaic. So anybody got a heavyweight out there that's willing to get some work, my heavyweight 250, green, no fights underneath his belt, but he is polished. So just come through. We need that work. We having a hard time finding some work for him. So, but back onto the topic. I appreciate you, Ness, for allowing me to do that. But back to the topic. Bud's just too small, man. I don't see him doing much with Canelo. We've seen him have problems with with pressure fighters. We saw that with Sean Porter, and I just seeing that whole fight with Sean Porter, I just don't think that he's going to be able to handle that. You know, the easiest comparison is a Jamal or one of the Charlo brothers. I always get them confused, but the Jamal the Charlo fight, you know, where Canelo just dismantled. But Crawford has too much pride to move around the ring like Charlo did. So that's why I feel like the minute that he gets touched like Charlo did, you know, the Charlo had the decency to actually sit around and run and move away. Bud is not going to do that. Bud is going to get it back, or he's going to attempt to try to get it back. You know, and that's where that's going to be his demise. You know, a lot of people get it. You know, just because he sparred against Damas, he's going to be able to deal with Canelo. And listen, bro, that's a whole different animal. You know, and I just don't see him being enough of a fighter to actually beat Canelo. You know, I don't be surprised this Canelo Crawford fight isn't like Haney versus Garcia, where he gets touched the first 30 seconds. Like, it's gonna happen. Like we haven't seen him get hit like that. And like you said it perfectly, Ness, where it's he's dealing with a master counter, you know, and that's where I see that it's going to be ugly for Crawford. You know, we saw him suspect already with the heavier punches and stuff like that. We've seen him have difficulties in the heavier weight divisions. I just don't see him having any, you know, him being a problem for Canelo. Canelo's going to walk through this guy. Unfortunately, I just don't know why we're dying for this fight to happen. With no setup in between, you know, just to see if, you know, Crawford has enough. And it's funny because, like you were saying earlier, I'm glad you said that, because, you know, people are making it seem like they're the ones getting paid, and they're making excuses for Crawford and why he should go straight to the bag instead of, you know, getting acclimated to the division. But I appreciate you, Ness. Thank you, man.
All right. Yeah, man. Because they know the level of danger, you know, a stop at Berlanga or Jaime Munguia or David Benavidez would be to that final plan, man. It's just they don't keep the same energy. See, I was the same way.
My bad. Can I ask my esteemed panel members, who do you guys have winning, Bud versus Crawford?
It's far too early to pick a winner.
All right.
We got
Mr. Two-Tone?
We got to see what's Canelo gonna do. Is he really gonna fight William Skull? How difficult is that gonna be? Is there gonna be an injury? It's so much. Is he gonna take off? Is Crawford not gonna have an in-between fight? Is this in May and not September?
What you think, Two-Tone? Let's say they fight next. Who you got?
I got the world on Terrence Bud Crawford. I believe Canelo is done. I believe he's old, and I believe Terrence Bud Crawford's magical. He's clutch.
All these years of two-tone raw in the Mexican community, and on biggest fight, you dumping out.
Well, and Terrence Crawford has me blocked, and I'm saying this.
Why?
My man has me blocked because I said BLK Prime was serving catfish nuggets.
Why would you say that about BLK Prime, man? Why would you shit on a black-owned company that invested $10 million and forced the hand of Al Heyman to give us the last big fight? And
Why'd you say that? What made you say that?
No, I mean, I was mad that we didn't get Earl Bud, so I just started saying, yeah, BLK Prime serving collard green cups, and I was, I went too far. But I'm just saying, I got Bud.
Shout out to BLK, man. It sounds like Curtis Harper signed his side of the contract. We gonna get that BLK, Deontay Wilder, Curtis Harper.
I think if the Bud looked a little more dominant at 54 against Madrimov, I would have had a different opinion. But
yeah, at
I'm
least a knockdown, right?
Yeah, but I'm with you too, Ness. I'd like to see Bud fight one more 54-pounder or 60-pounder, something.
Something. Give me Berlanga, common opponent.
Nah, Berlanga's too big for Crawford.
Oh, but he's a bum.
He's not a bum. I never said he was a bum.
Oh, that's what the general public likes to say.
He's not a bum. He's just not. People were upset because he was having.
So this is what I'm saying. How is Berlanga too big, but he's not too big for Canelo?
Well, Canelo's a lot bigger than Crawford, naturally.
Yo, but we got like so many like roadblocks. It's like Canelo's about to fight William Skull in May. Berlanga's too big for Bud. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't think Bud would beat Berlanga. Bud's way more talented, way
Bro,
more
if he
skilled.
can't beat Berlanga, how's he gonna beat Canelo?
Exactly. I don't think he beats Canelo, but you know.
They're gonna come get you on your channel
No,
now.
I don't think he beats Canelo, but he does have, because you have to understand, he was our Superman after that Spence fight. We were like, oh my goodness, we've never seen domination like this in a mega fight since I don't even know when, right? Superman, and then he has his last fight, and we're like,
Clark Kent.
Right. So and now,
but that don't mean he still ain't Superman. Clark Kent did some saving without using any superpowers. You know what I'm saying? So he got the win as Clark Kent. He could come back as the fucking Man of Steel versus Canelo.
I was saying, like, this fight is a lose-lose for Canelo, in my opinion.
Hell
I don't like
yeah.
the fight.
Hell
right?
yeah. I could see that as a, you know, I could see people like you thinking that, you know,
It
and that's
is,
why
but for-
Canelo stood away from it. But the money is there. So now it's
But
like
for
the
Bud-
money is worth the negativity that he may or may not receive.
Marco, we can't. It's not a lose-lose for Canelo because Canelo was willing to fight Earl the True Spence.
Is that true? I don't remember that. But
Willing, there was an offer too from Al. There was like a 3-fight deal, and Earl was that. He just got splattered. So I will always want to. I mean, I don't know if he was willing or not. I know I always wanted that Earl fight. I really thought that was going to be the first fight they could do 100,000 in Texas. And Mike Tyson and Jake didn't do it. That Canelo Earl in Dallas Stadium, I thought that was going to give us 100,000, and that's the reason I always championed that fight. Like, I felt like we needed that fight for the sport.
But I give Bud props because he wins a fight against Canelo. We're looking at instant pound for pound stature. I mean, there'll be statues of him instantly.
I mean, yeah, for sure. He's
And if he
already on the
loses-
pound for pound list.
But if he loses, I don't know about you guys, but I'm still going to be like, doesn't really affect his legacy that much in my opinion because the dude's bigger.
Listen, anybody, it doesn't affect legacy. Anybody that moves up always gets that pass. He did to be great. That's just that.
Yep.
Canelo just got that pass. Rigo got that pass. Kell Brook, like I showed you, got that pass. Everybody gets that pass.
Man, what did Shakur say? Shakur said, talking to Charlie Maine, black fighters don't get the pass, bro. Canelo is Mexican. Yes, Canelo's lost
my
before.
guy.
He's
Kell Brook is black. He got the pass. You know,
half black, I believe, but yeah, still black.
Fuck.
What's Kell Brook daddy?
Huh?
He from Sheffield. Ain't
He's
no
from- he's
fucking
British.
white people over there, right?
I believe he's half white.
Is daddy white or black?
I don't know, man. His skin black enough.
He's half, but yeah.
Bro, you gotta see what the daddy look like, bro.
Man,
you
get
are
out
what
of
your
here.
daddy is.
Rigo is black. He Afro-Cuban, man.
That's why David Benavidez is Mexican because Jose Sr. is Mexican.
But listen, Rigo moved up 2 divisions to fight Vasil, the White Hope Loma, and he's black, and he got a pass.
He ain't getting no pass, bro.
Man, what the fuck? Oh, man. Whatever, bro. Whatever, man. Roy Jones got a pass. How about that?
Hell yeah. But he won. Well, until he lost. But
come on, man.
I wish I had my word.
Everybody get a pass, bro. Everybody get a pass. That's how it is. We gave Oscar a pass when he moved up to B-Hop.
Yeah, we did.
It's a pass, bro. That's a Hispanic, man. You wildin', bro. You just a hater.
Bro, Tank 1 loss away from being Adrian Broner.
Get the
bro. That's another dude. He got a fucking pass for losing to he got a pass for losing to Maidana and never gave us the rematch. Meanwhile, y'all want Devin Haney. Y'all was about to burn his house down because y'all wanted the rematch. Fuck out of here, bro. Black fighters get a pass too.
Yeah, I mean, when Canelo lost to, But see, it all depends on the level of hater you are, right? Because when Canelo lost to Bivol, a lot of people who hated Canelo were like, see, he's garbage. He was never that good.
Yeah, no, they
People,
called it a cherry pick gone wrong. The real haters
Right.
called it a cherry pick gone wrong.
right. But, you know,
Not
daring
him
to be
daring to
great is
be
a thing.
great. Not him daring. No, I get what you're saying. They didn't say he did to be great. They said it was a cherry pick gone wrong. But that's just Canelo haters. Whenever you're that big like Canelo, Tank, AJ, you're going to get both. You're going to get love and hate. You can't stop that. Public Enemy #1 back at us with another 5. He says, Two-Tone talking about Father Time, yet Crawford is older and moving up 2 weight divisions.
Less rounds.
Giza channel, $2. If Bud wins, hopefully Biv will go down to fight Bud. And that's the thing. Will he even do something like that? See, Canelo out here still challenging himself. You know, will Bud do the rematch? Will Bud give a dude like Bivol or Benavidez a shot? Alan Day back with another dose. I've never seen Marco pick the right fighter. No way.
That's fucked up. You know,
Is it
'cause
true?
Alan comes in my chats. That's fucked up, Alan. I thought you were my man. That's
Is it
fucked up.
true, though? You don't remember the last time you got it right?
I don't know. I don't really give a fuck about that because I'm not Miss Cleo. Like, I don't have a Zoltar machine shoved up my ass.
I mean,
don't know.
you're saying so confidently that Canelo is going to beat Crawford. You know, you're
It's my
swaying the
opinion,
public.
but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have my ego on, like, a lot of dudes in this community have such an ego on, like, if they pick wrong, I told you, I don't give a, so I'm fucking wrong.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, that's what losers say to make it okay to lose
Oh,
more
shut
often.
up. Get out of here.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit. We keep
Shut up.
Cali over here. Nah, I'm fucking with you. G-Ball, $5. Laugh out loud, bruh. DH, meaning Devin Haney, making demands like Ryan chasing him. It's the other way around. Haney at the mercy of Ryan, so he's going to have to deal with whatever Ryan Garcia wants. See, that's the misconception. Haney was invited by Turki Al-Sheikh. Turki Al-Sheikh wants that fight. Turki Al-Sheikh and his money only makes it public for Ryan Garcia to only show us that he don't want that fight. That's the beauty of Turki Al-Sheikh. We take out all that A-side, B-side, pay-per-view. It don't matter. This, like Two-Tone, the Super Estrella said, this might be on a fucking undercard of Crawford Canelo, because that's how Turkey roll. So your pay-per-views and your A-side and your bullshit super chats don't matter. All we want to do is the same thing Devin been saying all his fucking life. Y'all say everything but let's fight. Devin just want to fight. Y'all respect the wrong dude. Devin just want to fight. He always just wanted to fight. And going straight after the rematch, that shows you he just want to fight. But it's all good.
You got to respect it.
T-Bone Willis back with another 5. The only reason Spence and Crawford spoke of Canelo is because they are very similar in height. Also, Crawford is by far a better counterpuncher. Than who? Because
Than Canelo. That's what I'm saying.
How though, Sway, when they have not been counterpunching on the same level? Like,
I'm with you.
Like the super chat said, I'm not gonna say it because they're gonna say I'm a Crawford hater, but this super chat will ask you because you wasn't here. He said, who is Crawford's Floyd, Bivol, and Triple G on his resume?
Who's Crawford's Floyd? He doesn't have a Floyd.
A Bivol and a Triple G.
He doesn't have a Bivol because he didn't lose. Triple G, close fight? Fuck. Did he even have any super? I mean, you could argue Sean Porter, but they knocked him out. I mean, I don't even know if he had any of those. Because Triple G, I thought beat Canelo the first fight. A lot of people think that. Crawford never arguably lost to anybody. Right? Is there one fight that Crawford arguably lost? I mean, Madrimov, I thought came pretty fucking close, but still.
Yeah, it was. Nah, I mean.
Damn, wait a minute. You was like, Paulie, for real. You thought Madrimov came close to winning, so you had that 7-5 Crawford.
I had it close because Crawford was getting his shit snapped back like the hammer of a Smith & West, just wah,
Wow.
That's straight right, or he's not a southpaw, right? Majimov, I forget, but he was throwing that lead straight right or left, whatever he was. He was hitting him a lot. Now it wasn't hurting him, but he was hitting him a lot. And I think there was an element. Well, let's be real here. There was an element of Superman status with Crawford, where we were just captivated by him, and we're overlooking all the time his shit was getting Pez dispensered back. He was getting hit a lot.
We're going to have to do a film study. I got Tech with the Emperor counter cutting that line. Tech Mobile in the building.
Tech. Carburetors. Or wait, he said they don't have carburetors anymore, didn't he?
Huh?
They got carburetors still?
No, I want 2 drumsticks and a thigh.
2 drumsticks and a thigh. Where you at?
Tech at the churches?
He getting the soul food.
Bro, I'm at Louisiana Fast, bro.
That sounds good.
You heard me? But what's up, Ness?
What up, champ?
Thank you. Chilling, my boy. Hey, is it me or do these Canelo fans sound like Earl-sexuals right now?
Yeah, man.
Or am I tripping?
Yeah.
I don't know, because Earl didn't have the resume.
He's too big. He's too strong. Man, get off that nigga dick, bro. You feel me? The fight going down. Now, Ness, I got a bone to pick with you, bro. And Marco, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I got you.
What's up with the carburetor jokes, bro? Them shit stale. Don't you got a comedy club? You gotta come up with something better than that, Chuck.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do some fuel injection jokes. Is that better?
He do got a comedy club. He do got a comedy club.
I don't joke in the motherfucker. I leave that to the professionals.
But you should at least hear some better shit than that.
Okay, I'm gonna do a fuel injection joke next time. My bad.
Oh shit.
All right, cool. Set that up. But Ness, I got a little bone to pick with you real quick, bro. So you know when you was in the DR, right? Now I wasn't gonna say nothing about this, but I felt disrespected, bro. I sent you $100 super chat. You let me talk for all of 40 seconds. You cut my call, ran it for 3 minutes, and ended the show.
You
remember that?
I mean, that's probably when we lost power. Remember, we did lose power on one show.
Nah, it wasn't a power thing, bro.
Yeah.
It was.
He was getting rained down on out
power.
there too, Tech. It was wild out there.
Yeah, it wasn't that day though. I don't think it was that day. I think it was the power day.
It was a power thing, bro. It was a power struggle.
Yeah, because remember my satellite don't work without power. I need to have it plugged in.
That wasn't it, bro. Since you've been working out and you ain't looking like the Michelin man no more, you've been feeling yourself a little too hard.
Oh man, nah, never that.
That sounded terrible.
That for real, bro. Cause look, this what pissed me off. I'm gonna tell you exactly when it was. You remember when Tip called in and said the little tic tac joke and you laughed?
I don't remember, man. I don't remember that. Tic Tac, nah.
Yeah, so, because playing off my name, Tic Tac. So, I paid $100 right behind that. So, you let him get off on me, champ.
Nah, man. Yo, like I said before, if you say you only got one call, then you still got all them calls right now. We gonna run them off. You never lose your money over here, man. If you sent 100, you got 100 motherfucking counters or whatever. Not 100, but you obviously know. 5 divided into 100.
Bro, I ain't mentioned that because of the money. Nigga, I need an apology, nigga.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, of course. I mean, that goes without saying. And that's why I'm telling you that the money isn't lost, because any mistakes I make, I'm here for them. Of course I'm going to apologize. Of course I'm sorry it happened.
I was finna pull a G-Von. You notice I ain't been countering in.
Nah, man, I hear you. I hear you.
What you gonna
But
do?
again, you took it the wrong way. I was in a third world country, man.
No, it's all good, bro. It ain't no love lost.
I'm
So,
glad.
besides the Crawford and Canelo, shout out to Devin Haney, bro. Because in my opinion, that was his only way back is that rematch with Ryan, bro.
Agreed.
I don't see him getting respect for fighting nobody else but Ryan at this point. And the little respect that he did have, it's like he lost all of that shit just from getting his ass whooped and trying to sue. You feel me? I got a homeboy that don't even follow boxing that much, and he watched that fight, and I called him to talk about it or whatever after the fight, and he was like, "Man, I don't fuck with that nigga." I'm like, "Damn, brother, man, I got cheated." You feel me? But he wasn't trying to hear that shit at all, so he got to get it back in blood. And other than that, what else was the topic? That was it, right?
Yep. I mean, we had
The
Paulie on
Crawford.
for an interview.
Yeah,
Bless
qué
his
verán
heart.
esa, Paul is my
You know
man.
what? Paulie got some good takes, but I don't think they all the way accurate. As far as like the thing I keep hearing is, okay, what is Crawford gonna do? What is he gonna do? But we already done seen Canelo get beat several times. You feel me? And he got some arguable losses. Now, I'm finna call you out on your bullshit, Ness, because when I called in after the Madrimal fight and said, "Look at bruh's face," you said, "Oh, you can't judge a fight off somebody's face being beat up like that because people don't bruise the same." But then 2 fights later, you was saying, "Okay, look at bruh's face,"
Who,
indicating that,
Ortiz?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, but we
it
all
was only
seen
like,
Ortiz also get dropped, not just have a bad looking face. He got dropped twice or 3 times in that fight, and only 2 was scored. Like that was a tougher
no,
fight.
T gang,
That shit even ended
I
up
felt
being
like
on the awards for a potential upset of the year. Remember, that was a nominee.
I feel like Ortiz lost that fight.
So we
Straight
saying the
up, like,
same thing. But I get what you're saying about the double standard that I use the face when it suits me. But I mean, again, that fight was just more. You feel me? He suffered them knockdowns. That's the whole reason Wilder was in the first fight with with Fury, because of the knockdowns. Knockdowns matter.
Yep.
so let me ask the panel this: with Madrimov, have you seen any other fights from him?
Hell yeah, I have. I was the one
Okay,
telling y'all he was gonna get this. What I'm saying, high level shit.
No, but let
I
me.
was telling y'all he
But
was
hold on,
gonna
let me
give
finish my
Crawford
question.
problems.
What about Two Tone? You seen any other Madrimov fights?
Nah, didn't he fight what's the homeboy named Duncan, or what's the dude name? The
That
black
would be
dude,
a no.
Tyrone? No. When he was doing leaping he was doing them leaping hooks.
You
He was
funny
like
as hell.
jumping.
You talking about when he doing the leaping hooks is when he fought the kid Eric Walker.
Yeah, Eric Walker. Yeah, I saw that fight. Yeah.
So Ness, you seem to be the most well versed on it. So
I
let me ask you this
seen the
question.
Karabanov fight also. That was another good fight and a really highly ranked fight because Karabanov beat Liam Smith, which I also watched. Karabanov was from Russia, so there was a possibility he could be hot if the drug testing wasn't
That's
there. You know what I'm saying? And he was a puncher. And
that's the new
Madrimov
Soviet
slept
style,
him.
man.
With all that being said, do you feel like he fought anywhere close to the way that he fought Crawford? You said yourself.
No. He
You
didn't
said
fight like
yourself that the
he
nigga
didn't.
came. Well, hold
Yeah,
on. You said yourself that the nigga came out and turned into a fake god, bro.
yeah.
He
He
was a
didn't fight.
moving target
He didn't.
the whole
He
fight.
didn't fight the way that he normally fight. But that ain't a knock. That ain't a knock on him. He the one with 10 fights going into a 3-time belt lineal champ, 2-time undisputed champ.
With
Like
40 fights.
I'm not saying it's a knock on him. I'm only posing the question that
he
can
did
you knock a
he
guy
did
out?
better. He did better than expected by making Crawford mesmerized and stopping Crawford's
Oh,
knockout streak.
that's and shouts out to him. All credit to him. But can you stop a guy that's coming in to survive and
I mean, that dude wasn't
doing
there to
everything
survive.
not to get
He wasn't
Nah, he wasn't
there to
surviving.
survive. He wasn't moving. He was just fainting. Crawford could have just said, "Fuck it. Let me bite up. Let me just fuck that feint and let me go
Man, when
forward."
Crawford latched on to that nigga ass
Crawford was getting
in the
stopped in his
later
tracks.
rounds, bro didn't want none of that smoke when bro latched on to his ass.
Hey man, that's the
And
thing, man. That's one dude at 54. You know, that's why people not as happy as other people that he's going straight into a canal. That's one dude, and look, we just had a professional that thought the fight was 7-5 Crawford. You know, that's one round away
Ness,
from a draw.
I'm with him.
Hey Ness, do me a favor. Ask Marco which highlights he basing his opinion off of, because I want to go back and
You
watch
could
them
ask me
tonight.
yourself, smart ass.
He heard you. He heard you.
Damn. And Madrimov was a moving target, man. That's the new Soviet style. That's how Loma fought. That's how Usyk fought. They're just constantly moving, feinting, moving their hands. That's what they do. And the shit is.
But he's never did any of that shit prior to this fight.
Maybe not, but he had to at Crawford because he knew what he was dealing with, and it was effective-ish.
He nullified Crawford. You know, Crawford also didn't fight in the manner that he normally fights, and that's the bigger issue because he's the one that we was there to see. It was a Terrence Crawford show.
Okay, I hear you. Well, I'm gonna put it out there, bro. I think Crawford gonna beat Canelo, and I'm excited for the fight, bro. You know, I'm stop being up out here, so. Oh,
It's
I know
exciting
so.
because we're watching a person be
All
on
right.
Mount Rushmore.
Shout out to Turkey Atlas Sheila. He got the Madrimov Crawford full fight on YouTube, and this shit got 1.2 million views. This is how we grow the sport. Don't keep it behind a paywall, man. Let's set it free. Damn.
Yeah, Turkey's making that money. He's
Hella
reposting
minutes.
all those fights on his page, and they're all getting,
man,
like you said, millions.
He's fucking putting up the money. I mean, the least we could do is let the little itty bitty advertising money that he makes go to him.
Absolutely. He's the savior of this sport. He is the man who is going to help.
Savior is a big word.
It's a big word, but
we reserve that for Jake Paul.
He might. I don't know what the word is. Unionize, like make the sport into a union finally, which is what it needs to erase a lot of the shady goings on.
Pristine Sports Networks, $2. Canelo not challenging himself, ducking David, duck emoji. And this is exactly why he hasn't given you the David fight. Because the fact that you can type some weird shit like that shows that you didn't watch his career. You know, fighting Trout, a southpaw, coming off the biggest win of his career in Cotto, that was a challenge. You know, turning around and fighting Floyd after that was a challenge. You know, coming back after one tune-up, your tune-up is Angulo, then you fight Laura, I think. That is a challenge. Fighting Triple G 3 times, 36 rounds, that is a challenge. Fighting Daniel Jacobs for a unification, that is a challenge. Again, the hate for this man is so great. And that's why they got to pay him the 150 and above, because y'all hate even when he gives you what you want. Back with another two, Pristine Sports Network. Devin got bullied into wanting the rematch. I pretty much believe he always wanted the rematch. Boxing Patron counter, Montez Jackson, $5. 2013 Mayweather versus 2024 Terrence Crawford at 154. Who wins?
Mayweather.
Mayday all day. Mayday
Mayweather, yeah,
all
Mayweather.
day.
I'm with you. Mayweather arguably
TBE,
beats
man.
anybody.
I'm not about to fantasize about you beating him when he was here. If anybody wanted to beat him, they should have tried to fight him. I'm not about to make a hypothetical about how you could beat. Nah, he TBE for a reason.
Yeah, the only person I got beating Floyd, maybe Sugar Ray Leonard, and maybe Pernell Whitaker. Those are the only two who I think would have had a good chance. Other than that, nah.
Patron, you up?
Yeah, you got this.
Got you.
Sound good? Hey, you skipped my counter earlier, bro. I called in a free call, then I sent in a counter, and you
I
skipped it.
I thought when you told me to answer your question, that was the counter.
Yeah, no, that was my free call. I called in, then I sent in a counter. So I just sent in another one.
My
Like fuck
bad.
it. Yeah, no problem, bro. But yeah, Tone, man, I got a question. Are you there,
Yeah, what up? What up?
bro? So I just heard this, man. This wasn't even gonna be my call, man, but I heard what you said, dude. So you had never seen Matt Raw fight before he fought Crawford?
Nah, I mean, I saw Eric Walker joint, then I was on my Marco highlights.
Okay, I'm just asking, bro, because man, you talking a dude with 10 fights, and I'm not dissing him with 10 fights. I know they have crazy amateur background, but so you never seen dude fight with 10 fights, and he has 10 fights, and he made Crawford struggle that much, but yet you're so damn positive that he gonna whoop Canelo's ass. How the fuck does that make any sense?
Yes, I've seen Canelo fight.
I can
I've
see if
seen
we
Canelo
see
fight
Matt.
many a
I
time.
can see if Matt Moff was one of those guys like Pandora or some shit where we've seen him for a long time and he's been whooping ass. You know what I mean? But you hadn't even seen this dude, but you that positive, huh?
I think Canelo's old, bro. I think Father Time's gonna tap on his shoulder, and it's gonna look like
Well,
De La Hoya
based on the
Pacquiao.
based on the last two performances, who looked old?
What? I mean, I thought he should
I
have
would say
stopped
personally,
Berlanga.
Crawford looked
Berlanga's
old.
trash. Munguia got knocked out by
I mean,
that
bro,
dude from France. It's yeah, bro. I'm not sold on back half Canelo. Not sold.
yeah. Well, dude, Crawford kept on getting hit with the same right hand all night. I just watched that fight over like 2 days ago. Dude, the same right hand was going right through them gloves. And that tongue kept coming out. But anyway, that wasn't even my call, man. I just heard you say that shit. But the strength thing is the thing I keep on going. I keep on coming back to. I heard someone say that Crawford, Charlo said that he kept on hitting him. The first thing I remember Charlo saying, man, when he was talking to Spence in the background on the phone, he said first thing he told Spence when he got on that phone, he said, "Man, that motherfucker's strong." Now the first thing he told Spence when he got on the phone when he was FaceTiming him. You know what I mean? That's going to be the difference in this fight, dude. I don't think Crawford's going to hurt him at all. You know what I mean? And the fact that he's even taking this fight, dude, let's be honest, man. Let's be real here. There's a reason why everybody kept on saying, saying earlier, he was bringing up all these fighters, you know what I mean, that he could fight, you know what I mean? And nobody's really saying anything. This, you know why they ain't saying nothing? Because they know there's a chance he could get his ass whooped in all those fights. Every single one of those fights, there's a chance he could lose, but they're so positive he could beat Canelo. The warm up fights for Canelo, these dudes are thinking that he could lose a fight. Why don't you go fight Plant? You know what I mean? Go fight one of these dudes. But they're not going to say that shit, bro, because they know what's going to happen.
Take the other one. You said
All
that
right,
I
Nick.
owed you one.
I'll save that one for later, man. In case someone calls me.
All right. We got
Thanks, man.
Counterpunch, Tip, Bellis. Tip, gotta unmute.
Oh, yo.
You.
Yeah, man. Marco still there?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, man. No. I heard y'all earlier talking about, Bud should take another fight, maybe with somebody at a 160 or 154. And then, Ness went off the going name Edgar Berlanga. Somebody who never did anything got 168 pounds. Like, this is what we
True.
doing now? Don't go up and fight Edgar Berlanga, a dude who ain't done nothing. Not take the fight at 154 with the lineal champion. See, this is the nasty shit we do in the sport of boxing, man. Like we just champion the BS, man. We want to see fights with Edgar Berlanga.
We don't want an
You know what
inactive
I'm saying?
Charlo. How many times we
A
gonna
dude,
go through this?
a dude who's about to go and fight Gabriel Rosado after 2 years of retirement. But you know what I'm saying? We want to talk about inactivity, right? Like this is what we doing? Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on. You're not about to tell me Gabe is a more respectable name than Charlo coming off of 2 years of inactivity, bro. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Tell Bud to get his ass in the ring with the lineal champion, Jamel Iron Man Charlo, and come get that smoke, man. Like let's stop the cap here, bro. Let's stop the cap here. I told you I'm on a different type
I
of
don't think
time this
Charlo's
year, bro.
fighting, Tip. I think he's chilling.
Marcos, you must have missed when Charlo got on Instagram and added the PBC, the company, and said, "Yo, I'm ready for anybody and whoever, the best of the best."
Yeah, but Tip, come on. People say a lot of shit that they don't follow up on. He's one of them.
You right. People do say a lot of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Reporter said Bud was out till May of this year. You know what I'm saying? So after May of this year, you know what I'm saying, he should be ready for Charlo, right? Since Charlo could get a tune up and come back. Since Ness saying he inactive, that's enough time for Charlo to get a tune up and come back, right? I'm just saying, man. I'm just looking at the optics here, what can be made and what can be done, you know? But anyway, shout out to my boy Punch, man. But I heard there's rumors of Canelo possibly fighting Boo Boo Andre, man. And so I would love to see that. I would love to see Andre. I would love to see somebody spoil these BS plans that they got going on over on MTV Real Season. I would love to see somebody spoil them plans. I would love it, bro. Because these are just BS fights at this point. And then you got Bud on Instagram. Bud got all this. Like, what is wrong with these dudes between Bud Crawford and Conor Ben? They got energy for dudes in smaller weight classes, but the dudes in their weight classes, they don't want to entertain them. I'm confused with these guys, man. Like, where's that energy for Keith Thurman? Where's that energy for Charlo? Why you got this energy for Tank, Bud? I'm confused, man. Show the energy to the dudes who want to fight you.
Is Keith Thurman retired?
Exactly,
Yeah.
like, bro, we glad the bell rang. You can't keep talking about dudes that's inactive, bro. Like, bro, what is he talking about? Keith Thurman and Jamel Charlo, they probably equally both been out the ring just as long. Like, can we cut the shit with this? And the crazy thing is he's consistent. He's been calling in, talking his crazy talk for the last 2 days, bro. It's crazy. Just crazy. CYP counter.
Mayor of Compton.
Yo, listen to this, man. Somebody said, the 7-5 fight that he had with Madrimov. Damn, man. We need to see something else. How you just gonna jump up like that? Hey, CYP Discovery's found something. Y'all know Daniel Jacobs, right? We all know Daniel Jacobs. Daniel Jacobs been dropped by 3 different men, none of them being Canelo. You know that when they fought, it was a 7-5 fight officially. Officially 7-5, which means Canelo barely beat Daniel Jacobs. Do you know who Canelo fought right after that 7-5 squeak win versus Daniel Jacobs? You know who he fought? Kovalev at 175. That shit crazy how he went from 160 to 175 after a close fight at 160. But Bud can't have a close fight at 154 and go to 168. This shit is crazy to me how y'all motherfuckers don't remember nothing. Cause y'all not really boxing fans. Y'all niggas fans, but you're not boxing fans. See, boxing fans want to know what's really going on the insides and outs of how to get fights done, when they fought, when they gonna happen, if they gonna happen, who's champion. That's what they really want to know. Not just the shit that sounds good to you. So a lot of that shit don't make sense. And hey, another thing that needs to be said on this motherfucker. We do a lot of lying on people's careers out here. And as an athlete, that shit make me mad when you got a worldwide show lying on niggas' careers. We all think that Triple G beat Canelo the first fight. We all think that, but he fucking didn't know. So to go around on the show saying he lost to Triple G, just don't make no goddamn sense. But we all know that Sean Porter was not up on Bud before he got dropped. He was not up on Bud at all. He wasn't winning on no scorecard. But we keep using that here. We all know that Bud was not dropped by Madrimov. But because we think so, we keep talking about his career as if he was. losing to him, and he was dropped by him. What kind of weirdo shit is that? But when it comes to other fighters, we don't do that kind of shit. So from now on, if we're going to be fair, let's say Triple G beat Canelo. Let's say Lara beat Canelo. So Canelo officially has 4 losses. And we're going to keep saying that Bud was dropped and Bud was down and Charlo was down to Harrison when he wasn't. And Wilder was down to Ortiz in the first fight when he wasn't. Y'all love doing that shit and always seems to be opposite for me. So let's do that shit. Let's agree. If we're going to be on a worldwide show lying about people's careers, let's do the same thing every time we think something happened that we have proof against. All we got to do is think, use our brains and say, hey, Triple G, hey, look like you won that first one. Let's go with that from now on as we talk about Canelo. And see how the fuck Canelo gonna like it when he hears the show. He's talking about he lost to Canelo, lost to Triple G. That's their narrative over there. You know, over there, nigga, you lost to Triple G over there. What are you talking about? No, that's their narrative. When they speak to new fans about boxing, they say you lost to Triple G. That's what they say. Okay, CYP out. Argue about that shit.
James, actually, T-Bone Willis, $2. Crawford beats Canelo how Hopkins beat Pavlik. Cool emoji. Hit it on the target emoji. Eric Sanchez, welcome to the prospect level. And Chastity T, excuse me, Eric. Welcome to the prospect level. Chastity T, $5. I can't wait till Madrimov fights again and people see how good he is. Bud already said he fought the best at 154. Canelo knows what it is with Bud. Oh, wow. Madrimov is the best, not anyone else. Whoa. And you got 7 thumbs up on that. So 7 people endorsed that. James, what up?
Yo, Ness, Two-Tone, Marco, y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Oh, yo. All right, yo, CYP, man. Well, hey, at one point in the fight, man, Sean Porter was up, man, going into round 5, man. But,
His
you know,
own
that's neither.
trainer. His own trainer said it. Like, you argue with Bomac.
I mean, yeah, it's just that simple, but you know, it's neither here nor there. Also, Tech, man, yo, as a community, we acknowledge you, man. We'll make sure going forward, man, that Ness he stops whatever the fuck he's doing, regardless rain, sleet, or snow. He gonna stay on the phone to handle your calls, man, because you are a priority. And Ness, you need to make sure you make these callers feel important, man. So you got to do better with Tech, you know, because
I'm working
that
on
shit's
it,
wild.
man. I'm working on
That
it.
shit's you know, you got to manage these niggas' insecurities, man. So you got to make sure you do a better job, my G. That's all. But with this Bud shit, this shit crazy, man. Because I just think Bud's just too old, man. You know, Bud just really took too long in his career to become a household name, and you know, people just trying to remember the Bud of old and the Bud now, and what we saw from Madrimov fight. I think the shit's really gonna go the other way, especially if people are questioning him fighting people like Laura, Edgar Malanga. I mean, fucking even Trevor McCumbee that think those are dangerous fights, and we think that he's gonna beat the shit out of Canelo. That's wild, man. That's wild. You know, Tip's a funny guy. There's no way in hell that Boo Boo Andrade is gonna get a Canelo fight, but I would love to see Boo Boo fight Bud. But we know that's too high risk of a fight for Bud to actually take a Boo Boo fight, because that would probably, you know, upset the apple cart, because he probably won't see Canelo if he fights Boo Boo, because Boo Boo probably will win that fight. That's just my personal opinion. I do honestly think Bud is more skilled and talented fighter than Caleb Plant, but Bud will not risk it fighting Caleb Plant either. You know, just because you beat up on a nigga like Adamas who nobody is high on, especially not me. You know, that doesn't mean that you're ready for Canelo. A fight that I would like, you know, that I think is not as dangerous but actually good for him moving up would be maybe a J-Rock fight. I think that would be a good fight in the right direction of him moving up in weight. What people say is not really getting ready for Canelo. Yeah, sure, it's not, but it's actually him just getting more acclimated to a higher weight. So that's just my opinion at like the 160 weight class. But also Two-Tone, all my bullshit today. Man, what you think of Sexy Red's mama, man? I think she's a low key MILF. You saw her? You saw that birthday party that she took that Sexy Red threw for?
Yeah, she bad. She look younger than Sexy Red.
Facts, man. Facts. And you know, and like when it comes to some of those girls, man, it's like I like Sexy Red Mama, but Glorilla, I think she's a little overrated, man, because that glow up is real for her. Because man, without the money, like Lotto would have been cool even without the money and getting her teeth fixed and shit like that. She still would have been cool on the streets. But Glorilla, I mean, she needed a boob job. She needed to have this money hit the gym and get her teeth fixed and all this other shit and all that $100,000 she spends on makeup. But she really super basic without the money. But that's neither here nor there. That's just me going on another rant. Other than that, man, I just appreciate y'all. Appreciate the community as always, man. Next as always. I'll catch you on the next one. I'll holler. Peace.
Peace.
Shout out to James. You can always get some good old fashioned hate and the rating of women. I didn't know Glorilla's boobs was fake. You're gonna have to check that out. Burrow City E.
Yo,
What up?
what's good with you, man? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. This, bro, I got to get at you, man. I just don't see how you can't see Bud keeping this nigga Canelo that way, keeping him at reach, basically keeping him from getting him landing big shots. But you can see Laura. I mean, you saw Laura did it to him. Laura ain't hit Canelo with no heavy shit, no stiff shit. He just kept him away with a good jab and footwork. Bud's gonna throw a lot more than a good jab and get and some footwork at you. Like I don't see how y'all bring up Jamel. Y'all bring up Jamel and how he did Jamel, but then y'all the same niggas that say Bud would have stopped Jamel. If Bud would have stopped Jamel, what the fuck we bringing up how Canelo did Jamel? We think Bud would have got him out of there, and Canelo couldn't. I can see Bud all day long turning Canelo, catching him on the way in, turning him. Like I don't see how y'all can't see it. Like I can also see Bud getting caught if he get too greedy or if he try to get too mad and try to get it all back. I can see him getting caught. But I think he gonna respect Canelo power. I think he gonna hit Canelo with 1-2s and step out the way. I don't think he gonna let Canelo set him up and pin him to the ropes and just unleash heavy shots on him till he end up catching him like how Jamel did. I don't see that, bro. I don't see that. Floyd didn't use power. Floyd didn't use power to keep Canelo at bay. Good jab, 1-2, and the footwork is all you need. And some good footwork is all you need. Like, I just don't. I don't understand. Go ahead. And I counter punch. I mean, I counter punch too.
Nah, we ain't say nothing.
Yeah. Like I can see Bud doing a lot to Canelo, man. Like y'all bring up Madrimov, like Paul. What's his name was bringing up how Madrimov was snapping Bud's head back, but at the same time, Madrimov doing 3 and 4 feints. Like go watch that fight, bro. This man doing 3 and 4 feints with, footwork and upper body feints before he even come in and try to land on this man. Canelo do half of that footwork, he'll be dog ass tired after 6 rounds. After 6 rounds, you will see Canelo sweating profusely, face turning red. He will be gassed after 6 rounds if he trying to fight at that pace Madrimov was fighting at. Like y'all gotta get respect to Madrimov for what he was doing. This man was literally giving Bud 2 and 3 feints. He would feint him 2 and 3 times, then throw the straight right. 4 and 5 times, then throw the straight right. Like this nigga was fighting so out of rhythm, off beat. He was catching Bud, like, but at the same time, I saw Jamel turning a little with ease. He just wasn't throwing anything off of the turns. Like he would make the action and not do
You
anything to
going
Canelo.
again?
And that's why Canelo just kept walking in with reckless abandon. You're not walking in Terrence Bud Crawford kick you and think he don't got a plate ready for you. It's right there on the counter. It's right there, hot and ready. Soon as you step foot off in that motherfucker, he got something hard and ready. My only thing is, can he avoid getting hit cleanly for the full 12? Like he gonna get caught. He gonna take some hard body shots, some hard arm shots. If Bud don't break down, Canelo in trouble. If he do, Bud get knocked the fuck out. It's simple as that. Like Bud, he gonna have to break Bud down and knock him out. It's not gonna be as simple as he walking in there punching Bud guard, breaking Bud down, and then put. No, you gonna have to land shit, clean shit, and we shall see. I slightly favor Bud because I think they're around the same size, and he's too athletic for Canelo. I think he just a tad too athletic for Canelo. And for me, it's just about the temperament. Bud got to go in there with a winner's mindset. As long as he don't, fuck around, get caught, and want to go get it back and stand toe to toe, I can see him avoiding the true power of Canelo all night long. I can see him frustrating Canelo, giving him fits. I didn't see Laurel Floor hit him with real power shots to keep him at bay. No, you touch him up, you hit him clean, and you turn his ass. He can't keep up. And he damn sure ain't gonna be fighting at that same piece he fought when he fought Triple G that first time with all them turning and quick actions. That man not doing that no more. That walk him down shit, you can play that shit with certain fighters, but I don't think you can do it with all. Like, yeah, he might be heavier. He might be heavier. But he ain't necessarily just way so much more powerful. Like, I don't see. He got power. He got great power. Don't get me wrong, but I don't see him just with so much power that Bud can't do anything from it. Like, it just hurt him so bad he can't even let his hands go. I don't see it that way. I don't think he that devastating of a power puncher, but Bud not gonna be able to get his off in between shots. I see Bud standing up to him and landing shit from time to time. Like, I don't see him over pressing the action, but I see him landing shit on Canelo for Canelo to respect, where he won't just walk in with reckless abandon. That's what I mean when I say I don't see like just power unbelievable
That
that
was
he
the
gonna
second
display on
call, champ. You
Crawford,
going
even though
again? That was the
yeah,
second.
yeah, yeah.
That was the second one. You going again?
Yeah. I'm gonna go again. 'Cause I want to speak on that Devin shit too. As far as this Devin shit, I want to say this because I keep hearing people like Devin. If Devin didn't take this fight again, then he was done. He was done. No. Devin was never done. He lost this fight. You can't even say he lost because they didn't rule it a no contest. This nigga Ryan flat out cheated. And we in a weird era now where they'll respect the cheater more than the nigga who wants to fight fair and square. Ryan could have been fought at a catch weight if he wanted to. All he had to do was tell Devin. No, he purposely wanted Devin to make 140 so he could save more himself with the rehydration. It was strategic. The man, it's proven he went and got a nutritionist to help him get down to 143. He purposely got to a weight that he knew Devin had to go lesser than. It was strategic. Then you come back with steroids, and G Vaughn is the only nigga you know in the world believe, yeah, Ryan, the same Varner that Ryan been using his whole career that he believe in every time they tell him he clean is now cheating him, or somehow the powers that be just out to get Ryan because he came back dirty this time. That's weird energy. That's musty energy, bro, and I can't respect that. I don't see how everybody just be like, oh, but he only got a gram in his system. As if this man waited till right before the fight to say, well, yeah, I'll just take a little hit. I just need a little something, you know what I mean? Just a little TT just to get me over the hell. No! This nigga had already been juicing and been trying to get himself clean. And they all steroid experts say the more weight you lose, the harder it is for you to hide the shit. It's simple as that. But y'all can't take in facts. And when this rematch comes, we don't gotta talk. We don't gotta argue. I don't care for the jokes. We can send the money to Ness. We can send the money to J Mac on the back call that we already talked. Just lock the fuck in. I like my boy on the rematch. We ain't gotta argue. I know what's gonna happen. We had to learn a hard lesson. Yeah, we ain't no power punches, but we gonna come and outbox this nigga. We gonna come and outbox this nigga. Watch what I tell you. Y'all trying to make that Devin fight was so bad. It was so horrible. I went back with Capo one night and rewatched the fight. I'm talking about round for round. I said, now you show me where Devin just taking this gruesome beating everybody talk about. This nigga Ryan had 4 rounds. He had 4 rounds that he looked good in. On 3 of those rounds, the nigga had his ass turned, and 5 of those rounds, Devin had outboxed him. It's simple as that, bro. It's simple as that. This nigga had 4 rounds. But it is what it is. I'm gonna see y'all when the fight come, man. Let's goddamn send me that goddamn cash app again, cause this shit so far down in my history, it'll be hard for me to find. Send me that right cash app again, so I get you right.
All right. Up next, Charles. What up?
Ness, what's up? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Man, I'm so glad it's been a while, Ness, man. Still been keeping up with you. Yeah, man. I think what everybody needs to, and some people have said it, I've joined in late. Shout out to the panel, whoever else is there, if you got anybody there. I know Marcos, I saw him earlier. But what people got to remember about this matchup is the question is about Bud. Number one, uh, what makes Bud Crawford one of the things, one of the qualities, he's got many qualities that make him a great fighter, is he will stand in there and he will fight you. Meaning that if you hit him with a big shot, depending, and that's a part of his mentality, he'll come back and try to match you with that shot. Okay. He can't do that against Canelo. And that's what people got to remember. What makes him great, one of the things that makes him great is that grit and grind. I'm going to get my shot back. Okay. He does have to outbox him. And people got to remember when Floyd beat him, it was a master class and Canelo was still young. But the thing about it is, and we can never take this away from Floyd, is that it's the art of hit and not getting hit. Floyd was always a smart fighter. That's why he stayed undefeated. He didn't necessarily fight back. If he got caught with a big shot, much like the Sugar Shane shot, when he got caught with that shot, he still was cerebral. And what I mean by that is he didn't let his ego get to that. Bud Crawford is a killer. And so we have to remember that he might want to get that lick back, which I don't think he should do if that happens, if he does get caught. Number two, what we got to remember is this. Whether you believe it or not, it's been proven. I know the man is getting older, but it's not like he's moving up to 168 and fighting a quote-unquote regular fight. He's fighting the best. So people got to remember that. It's not like he's reaching up. I was with you, Ness, in the sense that I wanted him to take some fights leading up to this fight to that weight. But shout out to him, Bud Crawford, being great and going straight to but he's going to the best fighter at 168. So, whether they believe in him, his camp, and they should, that he doesn't need to get acclimated, we'll see. But we have to keep those two things in mind because at the end of the day, he is challenging one of the greats. And, and is he going to box smart? He definitely can. He definitely has the tools and he definitely has the skills. But will I don't want to say his ego, but what makes him, one of the things that makes him great is that grit to get back. Will that happen? That could cost him this fight. So we'll see, man. I do think he can beat him, but he has to be smart. Floyd won because he's smart. Bivol won because of what he does, and he's skilled. And Bivol is smart too. But Bud's got to fight a smart fight. All right, Ness, I hang up. Appreciate you.
You the man. Son of Michael.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yep.
Check this out. If I get a man, if I was running this show and I get a man call in and they got the nerve to say they're gonna pull a certain move that's gonna affect my cash, my bread, you gotta go, my guy. You might be joking. You might not even be serious. But the fact that that even came out your mouth, you got to motherfucking go. And if you don't take care of it, I'm gonna holler at my bank and make sure they refund you every single motherfucking dime. And the next time you call in, that motherfucker gonna be a free call. I appreciate you. You charismatic, you cool, you entertaining, but you got to go because that's a motherfucking no-no. And yeah, that's all I got to
Who
say.
you talking about, champ?
Tech. You know, that's that. You know, Tech, charismatic brother, cool brother. But when shit hit the fan, you talking about you gonna pull a certain move. I ain't even gonna repeat what he said. But that's to me, that's a no-no. Like you support the show. You know what I mean? You drop that bread, and I appreciate you for that. But that saying what you said right there shows me that once you get disgruntled, that's the move. That's where your brain go. And like I said, he could be joking, but you don't play like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to go. So if you don't do it, I'm gonna call my bank and have them do it, because it's just not cool. I had that shit happen to me not too long ago with a client. I had to go to pull up at their house. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, they got the power to do that. You know, and they gave me that bread and some. You know, but yeah. If somebody was a joke around like that with me, I let them know right there. Hey, brother, go ahead, do that now. And when you call in, it's gonna be free if you ever call in again. But I appreciate you. So yeah, that's all I got to say. Shout out TBV.
Hey. T Main, what up?
Was popping with it, Ness, man. Was popping with it, Two Tone, man.
What
Hey,
up?
look, was popping. Hey, man, I gotta salute you off the rip. Off the rip, you know what I'm saying? That interview, ridiculous. You get what I'm saying? Interview was ridiculous. You get what I'm saying? Gotta salute you for that. You feel me? Great interview. I felt he was a little biased, when it come to Canelo, which is gonna lead me into my point. You know what I'm saying? I think this is a great fight. I know some people saying, hey, Canelo gonna destroy him and all this. You feel me? That's cool. But the reason I say this is a great fight because Bud don't have to do this. You get what I'm? This is a dangerous fight, Ness. And it's been a couple callers who have called in about this. These two fighters, somebody is gonna take some serious punishment. You hear me? Some serious punishment in this fight. This fight can end somebody's career. I don't think we really understand this. The magnitude of this fight. You get what I'm saying? Do I think that Bud could pull it off? I think he can. He can pull it off, but I am edging towards Canelo because I feel like, again, like we've been saying all morning, like y'all been saying, he's the bigger man. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if Terrence Crawford could take them body punches, bro. I don't know if Terrence Crawford can take them punches to the forearm, you know what I'm saying, to the shoulders repetitively. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's gonna be a dangerous fight, bro. You get what I'm saying? This is great for boxing. I respect Bud for choosing legacy. And Canelo in the mountains is a different Canelo, bro. You get what I'm saying? He go up to them damn mountains and get the training in the mountains. It's gonna be a problem. You get what I'm saying? And that's my call.
All right, champ. Appreciate the check in. We got Canelo duck me. No, Canelo duck emoji me. $5. Finesse in the chat. Which active Hall of Fame fighter fought the same man 3 times in his first 20 fights? Hint, he's from Mexico. I'm not a historian, but I would say Eric Morales. Casual Jerry, $5. I like Bud, but Canelo might be in handcuffs after this battery he gonna put on him. CJB 133, $2. Bud should fight Plant to feel the weight and the money. I like that fight. Coyote Blanco, $5. Nah, Ness, these bug groupies got me thinking I can jump off the sofa and smoke Canelo my damn self the way they talking about all his flaws. 2 crying out loud emojis, 1 clown emoji, 7 thumbs up. We got Prada Pierre, $2. Bud don't quite understand what Canelo will bring. We shall see, man. We shall see. Barrow City E, you short 1 counter. Player, Himalaya. That is all the callers. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. We right back at 7 o'clock. I was communicating with Schofield. I think, okay, we can do 7. So they're gonna be on this evening at 7. Their time is 8 my time. So 8 Eastern, 7 Central for Schofield interview this evening. Peace.